Chapter 1070. The pillar shattered, slowly falling towards the ground. The building collapsed, and the glazed roof tiles rained down. Sunlight poured in, shining with a rainbow glow. Everyone's expressions of shock froze on their faces. This was unimaginably powerful. Senior brother, the abbot, the unraging monk, and the two old monks cried out, "Don't worry, master. Our abbot's head is still pretty tough." Li Qingshan smiled. Although the dauntless monk had always been a nuisance to him, he was still quite nice to little Anne, so he did not kill him. Otherwise, even a demon king with a tough body would only end up with his head exploding if he punched him in the head. "You damned disciple! I won't spare you today," the unraging monk said furiously. His demon chi surged with the supreme power of demon suppression, merging with his large, fat body. His fat immediately became knotted muscles, and he became scarlet red like fire, as if he had been possessed by the demon of war. However, the banner on his back had the words, "Demon Suppression." Li Qingshan only smiled when he heard that. With the two words, "damned disciple," he had not purposefully held back in vain. Boom! 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 The pillar smashed into the ground, and the great hall shook violently. The shattering of the glazed roof tiles filled the air, kicking up dust. The countless arhat, maidens, and protector generals from the murals surged over together, about to drown Li Qingshan. A river of blood whistled over. The water was dark red and viscous. Countless skeletons moaned and wailed in it, extending their pale white arms. There were even a few powerful ghosts that brandished their claws and fangs, ready to devour people. The Dark Moon. The Dark Queen looked over in surprise, only to see Little and wielding a banner of white bone and blood. He waved it gently, and it actually seemed even better than the sect treasure of the Umbral Een sect, the Myriad Ghost Banner. It was the supreme treasure of white bone, the Blood Sea Banner. The sea of blood surged, filled with a deep, filthy aura. Wherever it passed by, the golden Buddhist light would pale in comparison. Whether it was the arhat, maidens, or protector generals, they would all be swallowed up as soon as they fell in, drowning out the Buddhist kingdom. Only the 8 grotesquely shaped murals could leap out of the sea of blood. At first glance, they all looked somewhat humanoid, but upon closer inspection, they were not human. Some were exceptionally handsome, some had the head of a snake and the body of a human, some were hideous and ferocious, some had 4 arms, and all of them had the power of the third heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan could tell at a glance that the hideous and ferocious mural was an Azura. Normally, one wouldn't be able to tell, but in the colorful and gorgeous murals, the Arhat and Celestial Maiden were just a foil. Only these 8 were the real protagonists. These were the legendary 8 divisions of the Heavenly Dragon. They were the Heavenly Dragon, the Yaksha, the Gandharv, the Azura, the Garuda, the Kinara, and the Maharaga. They were the 8 types of deities that resembled humans, yet were not. They were all fated with the Dharma, and when the Buddhas preached, they would often attend and listen. The Heavenly Dragon and Dragon were the most important, which was why they were known as the 8 divisions of the Heavenly Dragon. They possessed an extremely important status in Buddhism, which was also the origin of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's name. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga's supreme technique, the chant of Devanaga, sounded like a dragon's cry, but it actually contained the chanting of celestials. Li Qingshan let out a great laugh. "You say I'm a wretched demon, but these 8 are clearly not human either. Aren't they enshrined in the Grand Hall as well? Isn't the chant of Devanaga just imitating the voices of wretched demons? Why are you favoring one over the other? How dare you? How dare you?" The 2 old monks bellowed. "Damned disciple, the beings of the 8 divisions all admire the Dharma, so they're definitely fated with the Buddha and are enshrined by us. How is that something you can comment on?" said the unraging monk. "Master, I'm fated with the Buddha too. The dauntless abbot even said I possess a deep Buddhist nature. After listening to the Dharma of the Zen heart, I even gained a little Zen heart? Unraging, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Hurry up and purge demons and protect the sect. Rationality is undivided, and Buddhahood is one. Fist of Wisdom. A monk king punched out with both fists, forming the fist of the Buddha with both hands. His 10 fingers intertwined, hurling it towards Li Qingshan's back as hard as he could. This was the palm seal of Vairocana of the Vajra realm. It used great wisdom and wisdom to break through the maze, preventing the enemy from escaping. Afterwards, it used the strength of Vajra to crush the enemy. It was the most powerful technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The Sword of Dharma Wisdom. Another monk king raised a sword 5 feet long with both hands. His figure was small and hunched, like a child wielding an adult's weapon, which seemed extremely uncoordinated. However, his expression was naive and simple, filled with sincerity. He bowed deeply and swung his sword towards Li Qingshan's head. He used the final form of the Sword of Dharma right away. The child worships the Buddha. If he were not a true Buddha, then only death awaited him. At the same time, the 8 divisions of spiritual beings struck out together. The sky was peaceful, untainted by dust and dirt. It stood high above like a god, chanting softly. The dragon soared into the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, producing a resonant dragon's roar that rang through the clouds. When Li Qingshan heard these 2 sounds, he felt like they had entered his head from his left and right ear respectively. With a rumble, the 2 sounds combined and became the supreme technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the chant of Devanaga. It was different from the chant of Devanaga of eminent monks. It was more primitive and primitive, lacking some of the profound Zen intent. However, it possessed even more wondrous destructive power, making his soul surge. Gandharv was graceful and beautiful. She only wore a white veil, but layers of unpredictable, colorful smoke coiled around her, giving off a heavy fragrance. It was enough to make people dizzy, yet they could not help but want to smell it. It was like a dream. Ahura was the most valiant and ferocious. He let out a battle roar and charged over with a weapon in hand, radiating with surging battle intent. He was basically no different from a true Ahura king, perhaps even purer. Yaksha was no less vicious than an Ahura. He had a green face, sharp fangs, and a pair of horns protruded from his forehead, but he moved swiftly and silently. He unfurled his wings and launched a swift attack. Kinara had a single horn on his head. He sang and danced gracefully, as if he was not fighting, but attending a grand banquet. His steps changed constantly, making it difficult to grasp. He seemed to move slowly, but he arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye, grabbing towards his throat like he was dancing. Garuda let out a long, sorrowful cry. He unfurled his wings, blotting out the sun. Various solemn colors appeared, and his sharp beak stabbed towards the back of Li Qingshan's head. He was so fast that he struggled to react. Maharaga originally had the head of a snake and the body of a human, but he suddenly turned into a huge, black python. He opened his mouth, which was filled with endless darkness, and swallowed Li Qingshan. Although the 8 tribes of Devanaga were only conjured from a mural, the painter had clearly already comprehended the essence of the 8 tribes. They all possessed divine might, and they worked together with great teamwork. It was enough to rival the combined efforts of 10 great cultivators, and on Great Buddha Mountain, the sound of Sanskrit formation of world purification was several times more powerful. If someone who did not know what was good for them wanted to barge into the Chan monastery of Devanaga, there would be no need for the monks in the monastery to take action at all. Just the colossal mural was enough to make them die here, and just what kind of abilities did the person who could paint a mural like that possess? What of 5 absolutes immortal? Chapter 1071. Bang! Just as Li Qingshan was thinking that, a golden, barefoot foot appeared in front of him, crushing the sea of blood with a single stomp. Even great Buddha mountain trembled. The golden, barefoot foot was a calf even thicker than the pillars of the hall. Li Qingshan raised his head and met a pair of benevolent, peaceful, golden faces. His heart shivered. This was the great Buddha that had sat in the grand hall for thousands of years. Time seemed to stop. The great Buddha seemed to stand beyond the river of time. He was clearly just a statue, and his expression did not change at all, but he seemed even more lifelike than the various demigods and semidevils. He seemed even more lifelike than all the creatures he had seen before. Countless emotions seemed to flow and surge behind the golden Buddha's face. He did not show the slightest bit of arrogance. As a matter of fact, he seemed even more peaceful than mortals, but he was unreachable, overlooking the 6 realms and the 3,000 worlds. The great Buddha had gathered the power of belief from millions of believers, possessing a sliver of true Buddhist nature. Every single movement of his possessed great might, on par with the great guardian king's palm that the 4 monk kings unleashed together. He was even more powerful than the fire god Zhurong that Li Qingshan had once fought. So this is the most powerful existence of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He's not some reclusive sweeping monk. Instead, he sits right on top of Great Buddha Mountain. Back in our south, even if Cheongchi took action, he probably wouldn't be so powerful. The saying, if a god obstructs us, we'll slay a god. If a Buddha obstructs us, we'll slay a Buddha. That was only the nonsense of mortals. Only by personally witnessing the existence of gods and Buddhas, even if it was only a sliver of will or a sliver of spirituality, could they understand the terror of gods and Buddhas. And the one before him was not a god on the level of fire god Zhurong or demon god Cheongchi either. Instead, he was the ancestor of all Buddhas, the Buddha's Tathagata. Li Qingshan no longer had the strength to care about his surroundings. Only by concentrating all of his willpower could he contend against the Buddhist nature of the great Buddha. The wide, golden Buddha's palm was raised high into the air. It seemed extremely heavy and slow, pressing down slowly towards Li Qingshan's head. The Buddha's palm was only several dozen meters wide, but it gave him the feeling that it was boundless, with nowhere to run. With every inch he pressed down, the pressure on his body multiplied. A cold smile appeared on Chu Lai King's face. Even a great cultivator would be smashed to dust by this palm, not to mention the fact that he was surrounded by the demigods, 8 tribes and 2 monk kings. Even in his current position, he was in great danger. The grandmasters of the academy also let out a sigh of relief inside. After seeing the dauntless monk knocked away, they no longer had the ambition to purge demons and demons. It would be for the best if the matter could be resolved so easily. Before the Buddha's palm arrived, Garuda's golden beak was already about to peck the back of Li Qingshan's head. A flawless hand stretched out and gently grabbed the golden beak. It was little Anne. She waved her hand, and a string of golden prayer beads flew over. They spun and turned into 33 skulls that let out a strange cackle. Then, they turned into 33 skeletal demons. Pale samadhi flames of white bone burned in their eye sockets, and their bodies were dyed with a layer of golden light, showing a strange posture where Buddha and devil coexisted. Bang! Dang! The wisdom fist imprint and the Dharma sword basically struck the 2 skeletal demons at the same time. The skeletal demons were blown away, but they climbed back to their feet with a flip, still cackling. A deep fist imprint and a sword slash appeared on their white bones, but it was not fatal. Skeletal demons did not care about their lives in the first place, and the Buddhist techniques that specialized in suppressing evil in the world did not seem to be particularly effective against skeletal demons. Instead, 2 other skeletal demons used this opportunity to swipe down with their claws and bite with their teeth, forcing the 2 monk kings to retreat and defend themselves. The other skeletal demons all lunged at the 8 tribes' heavenly dragon. The chant of Devanaga was immediately silenced. No matter how vicious the Asura's attacks were, They were unable to kill a skeletal demon whose body was even tougher than an arcane treasure so easily. Gandharv's mysterious fragrance was useless too. No matter how unpredictable the Asura's dance steps were, no matter how swift and silent the Yaksha's movements were, they were unable to avoid the encirclement of over a dozen skeletal demons. Maharaga swallowed 3 skeletal demons in a single gulp, but he immediately began to writhe about in pain. In particular, Garuda, whose beak had been grabbed by little Anne, had its glowing wings latched onto by 2 skeletal demons. They bit at them viciously, causing its golden feathers to drift about in a mess. Its cries became even more sorrowful. In a single moment, the numbers had been reversed, and it was such a forceful reversal that it left all the cultivators dumbfounded. In particular, the great Grand Master of Moism took the greatest pride in his life from the puppet kings in his possession. Every single puppet king was as powerful as great cultivators, and they did not fear death. However, compared to these skeletal demons, they paled in comparison, and their numbers paled in comparison too. As a result, he immediately suffered a vicious blow. Jin Fugue and Yu Wuyang exchanged glances. They shared similar shock and doubt. Aren't we still in the 9 provinces? A battle, no, a war, on this level was something they had never seen in their lives. The Dark Queen was both surprised and overjoyed, but there was also a hint of melancholy within her pride. She no longer needed her protection. No one could harm her anymore. She sneered at Chu Lai King. Do you regret it? The fierce king of Chu couldn't believe that this was his daughter, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Although the Ji clan was well established and had many descendants, none of them could compare to her, not even Ji Xuanri. If she became king of Chu, perhaps she would be the most powerful king of Chu in history. Coupled with Li Qingshan's cooperation, she might even be able to bring an end to the South Shine Kingdom. Perhaps just now, he should not have been so ruthless with his words. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he immediately dismissed it. He was not the type of person to be overly cautious and indecisive. He could no longer go back on what had happened today. The kid from back then has become so terrifying now. Gu Yenying sighed inside. She said to the nearby master of the Sword Collection Palace, "It doesn't matter what you want to do, Palace Master. Why did you have to provoke them? It won't end well now, will it?" The master of the Sword Collection Palace was currently controlling the heavenly sword to continue attacking the scorching wind hell. When he heard that, his face sank. He also felt rather vexed inside. Just what kind of monsters had he provoked? Originally, dealing with Li Qingshan was a casual move he had made. If he could not achieve his objective, he would just eliminate him. However, he never thought this chess piece would overturn the board in the blink of an eye, almost trying to devour him as the chess player. Everyone shared the same thought. If these 2 people did not die on Great Buddha Mountain today, was there still anyone in the 9 provinces who could stop them? Li Qingshan suddenly felt his body lighten. It was not because the attacks from the 8 tribes' heavenly dragon and the 2 monk kings had been blocked, but because the golden Buddha's palm above his head had suddenly changed targets, slamming towards Little Anne instead. The Buddha's eye opened a little more, staring at her. Little Anne did not block it forcefully. With a gentle shake of the Blood Sea banner, the golden Buddha was sucked into it. The Blood Sea banner had always been a space of its own, and unlike the Azura field, it was specially used for capturing. Attacking with the river of blood would not be able to demonstrate its true power. Chapter 1072. Before he knew it, the monk king of the 7 treasures had arrived in the grand hall. He stared at Little and furiously as Tathagata of myriad treasures shimmered behind him. He held 7 Buddhist treasures that glowed with rainbow light. He seemed dignified. Originally, he was still thinking about how to take Little and back to the Dragon Province's Lingua Temple, but he never expected something like this to happen. Even when Little and stood beside Li Qingshan when she killed Ji Xuanri, he still held on to a sliver of hope, Or perhaps it was a fantasy that there was some inside story behind all of this. His impression of little and was just too good. Only when the 33 prayer beads that had once defeated him turned into 33 skeleton demons did his fantasy completely shatter. Fury from being deceived and fooled immediately surged into his head. He could not hold it in anymore. Enemy of Buddha? Little Anne's heart rippled. It made sense, yet there was also some disdain. That's not a bad title, Li Qingshan smiled. Enemy of Buddha, as the name suggested, was an enemy of Buddhism, but not just anyone had the right to be called that. Even the soaring Locust King, who had killed millions and was absolutely irreconcilable with the Chan monastery of Devanaga, did not necessarily have the right, let alone regular demons and monsters. However, the path of white bone and great beauty she used could immediately make these two words appear in the minds of all eminent monks of Buddhism. The general principle was to slander the Buddhist Dharma, and the oath was to kill gods and Buddhas. She cultivated it layer by layer just so that the title of Enemy of Buddha would become even more true, until she became the White Bone Bodhisattva. The monk king of the 7 treasures was furious. He no longer said anything else. He drew a circle with his hands and pushed forward forcefully. Demon subduing of the 7 treasures. The 7 Buddhist treasures shot towards Little Anne with 7 streaks of light. This time, Little Anne did not have the 33 prayer beads to block it, and the blood sea banner surged. Trapping the Buddha for a while was already its limit, and the monk king of the 7 treasures who was on full alert would not be struck so easily by the Buddha-slaying sword either. Suddenly, her face became solemn, and inviolable. She chanted softly, "Precept of 4 parts? Precept." The monk king of the 7 treasures shuddered and became immobilized. He cried out in surprise. This was not a lawyer for lawsuits, but a respectful title that Buddhist disciples used to refer to great cultivators of Vinaya. The Vinaya school was in charge of passing down the laws of Buddhism, and it had great prestige in Buddhism. It could even punish the disciples of other sects and temples. However, because the precepts were too strict and cultivation was too difficult, ordinary Buddhist disciples were unable to endure it. Therefore, there were very few disciples, and lawyers were even rarer. He had never thought that the enemy of Buddha would be a great cultivator. While struggling, he continued to activate the 7 Buddhist treasures. Grandmaster 7 treasures, receive your Buddha. Shaoan waved the blood sea banner. 7 monk king of air 7 treasures. Shao King Etjen, king E 7 treasures, Saint said, what a yang, Buddha. When the 7 Buddhist treasures collided with the Buddha, they were all sent flying. The coral mountain was directly smashed to pieces. He had no time to feel sorry for them, because he discovered that he was still unable to move. Buddhist techniques were righteous and dignified, and could not be invaded by external evils. The 7 treasures monk king, who cultivated the 7 treasures sutra, had an extremely powerful will. Originally, he was least afraid of a law incantation like the body-locking curse. However, if there was anything that could restrain Buddhist techniques, it would be the numerous precepts of Vinaya. The precepts protected the laws of Buddhism, so they were originally targeted at Buddhist disciples. Meanwhile, Little Anne had inherited the relic of the divine Nun of the South Sea. Compared to the chant of Devanaga, the precept of 4 parts was closer to the foundation of her cultivation. As a result, the monk king of the 7 treasures could only watch as the Buddha came crashing over. A thought flashed through his mind. She is clearly the enemy of Buddha, so why is her Buddhist technique so profound, even able to transcend 2 great sects? Bang! The monk king of the 7 treasures pressed the side of his face firmly against the Buddha. His limbs spread out in a shape, smashing through an entire wall of the grand hall loudly and falling towards the mountain. From the corner of his eye, he saw an ugly monk with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes leap out from the cliff. His ugly face was also stunned. Bang! Before the monk king of the seven treasures could even warn him, the Buddha had already collided with the ugly monk. Another thought flashed through his head. That face seems a little familiar. The dauntless monk was sent flying by a punch from Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan did not want to kill him, he had not gone easy on him either. He fell off the cliff and only returned to his senses after quite some difficulty. He was both surprised and furious. Ignoring the half-collapsed face, he immediately flew up. Right when he was about to face Li Qingshan in a battle to the death, he saw the great Buddha he had worshipped his entire life fly towards him, with a monk king of the seven treasures stuck to it. He could not help but become stunned. Although he had not fallen for Little An's precepts, Li Qingshan's punch had originally been to cripple him so that he would not run out to cause trouble again. His mind was in turmoil, and his head was spinning, so how could he react? As a result, the great Buddha and the two shapes fell towards the mountain together. "Abbot, I've been impolite," Little An said with an almost undetectable voice. There was no rumble of the Buddha landing below the mountain. With a flash of golden light, the Buddha had already shaken off all his blood. A pair of golden, bare feet stood on Great Buddha Mountain again, radiating with Buddhist light like a rising sun. The Buddha's face was emotionless, but some of its peacefulness had dispersed. It took a step and arrived before Little An, slamming down with its palm. "Li Qingshan, come and help," Gu Yenying called out from afar. The scorching wind hell was already on the verge of collapse under the attacks of the Heaven Reliance sword. She could retreat easily, but protecting Hua Sungzan would be difficult. "Qingshan, you go. Leave this to me," Little An said. "All right." Li Qingshan believed in Little An's strength and cleverness. Even if he could not emerge victorious, protecting himself was not a problem. His true enemy was not the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He glanced at the master of the Sword Collection Palace, and his eyes brimmed with killing intent. At this moment, a scarlet-red figure blocked his way, wrapped in black chains. The two words, demon suppression, drifted behind him. "Master!" Li Qingshan frowned. This was the opponent he wanted to face the most. He would rather face the great Buddha than become enemies with the unraging monk. "Apologies, Qingshan. My skeleton demon can't keep him busy," Little An communicated as he dodged the Buddha's huge palm. At the end of the day, the 8 tribes of Devanaga did not possess much intelligence, so they became embroiled in battle with the skeleton demon. The other 2 monk kings were the same as the 7 treasures monk kings, treating Little An as their greatest enemy. Only the unraging monk's gaze remained locked onto Li Qingshan the entire time. "I've always called you a damned disciple, but I never thought it would come true. Whatever, I better just call you Qingshan." The unraging monk sighed. "As long as you like it," Li Qingshan smiled. "I didn't think there would be a second time so soon," said the unraging monk. "Master, you're not my opponent," Li Qingshan said seriously. Chapter 1073. Li Qingshan felt his chest heat up. As he gazed at the scarlet-red face, he suddenly had no idea what to say. The grand hall slowly collapsed as the majestic chanting echoed endlessly. It was invisible and weightless, but it felt like a mountain pressed down on him. It was like a surging river, constantly slapping and shaking up his soul. He could only suppress it with the spirit turtle. His body was scarlet red like fire too. Hot blood surged through his thin skin, like a river of magma flowing beneath the surface, ready to surge out and swallow him at any time. Limits were meant to be broken through, and breaking through limits came with a price. He could not last for too long in this state. However, the pain of both internal and external pressure paled in comparison to the hint of guilt in his heart. Just recently, the owner of this face had once used his life to protect him, allowing him to leave the demon suppression tower calmly and allowing him to refine the end wildflower blade. He had always been clear about his debts of gratitude and grievances, yet he owed him far too much. Demon suppression! the unraging monk bellowed out. A huge shadow obscured the sky. The pitch-black demon suppression tower descended from above, as lofty as a mountain. Li Qingshan raised his head. This was the largest demon suppression tower he had ever seen in his life. This was not only because of the unraging monk's extremely high cultivation of the demon suppression statuary, but also because of his extremely powerful demonic nature. Li Qingshan did not dodge. The moment the demon suppression tower descended, he looked at the unraging monk and said, "Master, I might be a demon, but I'm not a bad person." Boom! Great Buddha Mountain shook, and Li Qingshan's figure vanished from below the demon suppression tower. The unraging monk shuddered inside and clenched his fist. I know. Below the demon suppression tower, Li Qingshan's ears fell silent. The mighty sound of Sanskrit was isolated outside, allowing his agitated soul to calm down. He understood that the unraging monk had done this on purpose. He closed his eyes, but he raised the end wildflower blade. I can't stop here yet. Qingshan, give me some time. The unraging monk's voice rang out. Master, it's useless. Li Qingshan seemed to have guessed what the unraging monk wanted to do. He could not help but shake his head. He gripped the hilt with both hands, but he did not swing down. Don't be angry, this is a good disciple you took in. The scholarly great grandmaster shouted in anger. Master Zhu. The unraging monk looked back. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and open the pagoda so we can kill him. Master Zhu raised his sword. His face was filled with killing intent. The unraging monk said, I can send him to the Demon Suppression Hall. Demon Suppression Hall, do you still want another soaring locust king? Master Zhu interrupted and said with a sneer. North Moon is not the flying locust king. The unraging monk said firmly. He knew there had been many conflicts between the North Moon and the cultivators of the Green Province, but he would never simply believe that it was all one side's fault. Grandmaster Unraging, I know you've always pitted wretched demons, but there definitely won't be a second outcome for what happened today. Yeah, don't ruin the monastery's unblemished reputation over a single misstep. All the great grandmasters gathered around and said. Originally, when Li Qingshan was trapped in the Guardian King's demon-subduing formation, aside from the two great grandmasters of the School of Music and the Famers, the other great grandmasters struggled to interfere. Afterwards, when the Buddha's palm slammed down, they felt like there was no need for them to interfere anymore. Only when Li Qingshan cut through the Guardian King's demon-subduing formation, sent the dauntless monk flying with a punch, and turned the situation around in a single stroke, did the great grandmasters return to their senses. Right when they were about to purge the demon, they were stopped by the demon suppression tower. Gazes shot towards the unraging monk, filled with disdain, ridicule, and criticism. The unraging monk faced them coldly, unfazed. Master Zhu said, Unraging monk, you've been deceived by demons, leading a wolf into your home, resulting in the death of the Ming concubine. That's already a grave sin, yet you still refuse to cooperate with us. Hurry up and kill this demon to redeem yourself. Don't tell me you're still trying to protect this demon? Old bastard, if you hate demons so much, why don't you go slay dragons in the Ink Sea? What are you making so much noise for? The unraging monk called out. Master Zhu was taken aback. He never thought he would be bold enough to retort. Unraging, stop being so stubborn. Even if he's not a demon, what he's done is still punishable by death. Where's the raging monk who abhorred evil in the past? Chu Lai King walked over slowly and said sternly, Why would I tolerate evil and nurture evil? However, there's probably something very suspicious about this place. Otherwise, why would he insist on fighting here if he's not crazy? Even if we want to kill him, we need to get to the bottom of this first. The unraging monk did not trust Li Qingshan blindly. Instead, he found the entire matter to be very unreasonable. Li Qingshan was violent, but he was not a man without brains. There must be a very deep reason why he would go as far as to expose himself and kill the Ming concubine at a time and place like this, even if he was in dire straits. None of the great grandmasters were stupid either. They obviously had their suspicions, but this did not affect their determination to kill Li Qingshan. No matter what the twists and turns were, it was not important at all. Just the fact that a demon king had publicly killed a great cultivator was enough to incite their common hatred for a common enemy. "Don't you forget your identity," Chu Liking said sternly. No matter how many reasons he had to prove that the Ming concubine deserved to die, he had to kill Li Qingshan no matter what. As a matter of fact, this was no longer a personal grievance, but a conflict between humans and demons. Even if the person Li Qingshan had killed was not the Ming concubine but some other unrelated great cultivator, he still had to lead everyone to kill the North Moon here as the leader of the cultivation community of the Green Province. Is identity even more important than good or evil? The unraging monk bellowed furiously. His scarlet face was rather vicious, as if the monk of fury had come back to life. In the past, the monk of fury did not care about his identity. He did not care whether they were mortal cultivators, humans, or demons. He would kill the evil and save the good, stubbornly going his own way. In the end, he was surrounded by enemies and condemned by everyone, basically forced into dire straits. He had to rely on the protection of the sect to protect himself. He struggled to calm his anger, almost suffering from qi deviation. "It's been so many years, yet you still don't get it?" Chu Liking asked. "Yeah, I don't get it. Is it wrong to be benevolent? Is it wrong to punish the evil and promote the good? Is it wrong to be equal?" The unraging monk widened his eyes furiously. "Junior brother." The dauntless monk climbed up Great Buddha Mountain again. The huge, golden Buddha stopped halfway. He had also unleashed his guardian king's avatar to block it, so the impact he received was not particularly severe. His face became even uglier as he stared at the unraging monk in shock. It was like yesterday had replayed itself. The monk of fury from the past had questioned him 3 times in the Grand Hall. Perhaps the monk of fury had never died. He had just hidden himself beneath Great Buddha Mountain, refusing to let his anger be incited again. Chu Liking frowned firmly. Teacher Zhu said, "Your Majesty, this bastard allied with demons in the past, which is unacceptable to our cultivation community. Now that he's been contaminated by demon qi, he has completely fallen into the demonic path. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga really doesn't know how to choose disciples." With a clang, he drew his sword and pointed it at the unraging monk. "Bald ass, if you still don't open the tower, don't blame my sword for being merciless." Before he had even finished talking, he suddenly took off, rushing towards the demon suppression tower. Everyone else thought he was trying to cut through the demon suppression tower, eager to fight to the death against the North Moon. They praised him inside for his courage. However, Teacher Zhu was frightened. He felt like an invisible force had gripped him. Chapter 1074. The blade in Li Qingshan's right hand smashed through the demon suppression tower. He spread the fingers of his left hand and enveloped Master Zhu, gravity of the earth. At the same time, his scarlet eyes were like a tiger's, filled with malice, the nightmare tiger's demonic eyes. "Be careful, fellow." Only then did the grandmasters realize something was amiss and called out. When they forced the unraging monk to let Li Qingshan out, they also felt at ease suppressing him beneath the tower. Never did they think he would actually be able to capture someone through the demon suppression tower, catching them off guard. Now that they thought about it, just now, Li Qingshan had used this exact move to save Hua Sengzan from the palace master's sword. It was not that their memories were bad, but because even qi practitioners could use a method like retrieving something from thin air. They had never thought it would be an innate ability. Wretched demon! All Master Zhu saw was Li Qingshan's vicious grin rushing towards him, and all of his hairs stood on end. In particular, when he saw the scarlet eyes, he became even more frightened. He thought of the Ming concubine's horrific fate and tried his best to break free and distance himself, but the invisible force was so great that he struggled to resist. It was impossible for him to achieve something that even the myriad poison ancestor could not do in the past. Who knew how many times stronger Li Qingshan was now compared to back then? Oh no, if I'm frightened by this wretched demon and lose my courage, I'll probably be dead for sure. The heart of the world is my heart. Unity of man and nature. Master Zhu let out a great roar and rushed up to receive him. He unleashed the supreme technique of Confucianism, the three strategies of celestial and human, as hard as he could. His scholarly robes fluttered, and he became righteous and impervious to all evil. He broke free from the shock of the nightmare tiger's demonic eyes and no longer showed any fear on his face. He seemed like a gentleman from ancient times, standing between the heavens and the earth. The sword is the weapon of a gentleman. Master Zhu swung his sleeve and raised his sword, swinging it down. The strike was upright and peaceful, dignified and majestic. It did not possess the sharpness of the heavenly reliance sword, nor the sincerity of the Dharma sword. There was only a sense of magnanimity. He wanted to establish his heart for the world, establish his life for the people, inherit the supreme techniques of the past, and establish peace for all generations. Layer upon layer of sword lights overlapped each other and pressed down towards Li Qingshan, and it was both offensive and defensive without any flaws. Teacher Zhu stood high above the city wall, looking down at Li Qingshan. He was like a scholarly general who could bring peace to the world with his pen and settle the world with his martial prowess. He was preparing to command the three armies and destroy the roving bandits. Everyone eased up inside. They thought, Master Zhu really is a grandmaster of Confucianism after all. The noble sword style has already reached a level of perfection, and it's powered by the three strategies of Celestial, a supreme technique of Confucianism, multiplying its power. The evil warding sword in his hand is no weaker than the 10 famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace. He only needs to hold on for a little longer, and we'll be able to save him in time and kill this wretched demon. Li Qingshan continued to use the gravity field with his left hand as he wielded his saber with his right hand. He did not give off any ferocious aura. In fact, he even seemed to be careless. The saber flashed. The noble sword was broken, and the evil warding sword was broken. Come here. Li Qingshan grabbed Teacher Zhu's head. If your city walls are impregnable, I'll break through them myself, kill my way to the top of the city walls, and capture the commander-in-chief alive. Only then did everyone return to their senses. Immediately, none of their arcane treasures or techniques dared to attack. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Concubine Ming had been killed in a single punch. She could be said to have been caught off guard, having fallen into the wretched demon's trap. However, Teacher Zhu had used his full strength, yet he had been captured so easily by the wretched demon. Only Yu Wuyang had vaguely guessed this outcome. He had personally experienced the power of the Wildflower Blade soul. The Azura weapon, the Wildflower Blade, was even sharper than the 10 famed swords, and the blade techniques of the Wildflower Blade soul were countless times more profound than Teacher Zhu's swordsmanship. The Wildflower Blade soul was limited by its own strength, so it was unable to unleash its full power. It had almost forced him, a great general king, into dire straits. However, after becoming one with Li Qingshan, it was no longer a blade technique that belonged to the 9 provinces. Instead, it was a blade technique that belonged to the Azura realm. How could Teacher Zhu be Li Qingshan's opponent? Evildoer, how dare you? Teacher Zhu was horrified. A strange vibration spread through his body, causing his bones to crack. He could no longer move, and he could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. You think you can call me a bald donkey? Li Qingshan roared and slashed down with his blade. Blood splattered. Teacher Zhu suddenly felt his vision split into two, and he saw his other half. He also saw the shocked faces of the great grandmasters around him. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan drew, grabbed, shouted, and slashed down with his blade. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Teacher Zhu was beheaded. Everyone suddenly remembered Li Qingshan's words. "If you become a ghost under my blade, don't regret it." "No, I will not die here." A white nascent soul flew out and hurriedly fled. However, a huge hand followed closely behind, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. "You want to leave? Freeze!" The great grandmaster shouted in a low voice and used the freeze spell. Li Qingshan's figure paused. "Evildoer, don't be so arrogant. Fellow Taoist Zhu, run." The great grandmasters attacked together, using the ultimate techniques of their clans. Li Qingshan shuddered all over. As soon as he broke free from the freezing curse, a vast, boundless field expanded out beside him. He discovered he was currently standing in a sea of golden wheat that reached his waist. A few strands of white clouds drifted through the blue sky as the warm wind kicked up ripples of wheat. The air was scorching yet fresh, which was enough to calm the mind and make people drowsy. An old voice came from the horizon. "This is this old man's secret farmland. Fellow Taoists, killing intent is too heavy. Why don't you rest here and enjoy the scenery of the countryside? You are a great cultivator of the agricultural sect." Li Qingshan asked. "I'm just an old man plowing the fields. Rain falls from the heavens, and all things awaken." The great grandmaster of the agricultural sect gave an order, and the scenery of the secret farmland suddenly changed. Countless sinister plants drilled out of the earth and rushed at Li Qingshan. "This is the so-called countryside scenery?" Li Qingshan smiled coldly. "You brought about your own destruction, so don't blame others. Fellow Taoists, quickly make your move and slay the demon." Before he finished, the sound of zither strings rang out. In a split second, killing intent soared into the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were attacking. It was the sound of the great grandmaster of the school of music's pipa. Although it wasn't as vast and grand as the Sanskrit chanting, it was as sharp as a sword. It cut through the undulating waves of wheat and slashed at Li Qingshan. The blue sky suddenly darkened. The wind blew and the clouds gathered. Suddenly there was the sound of thunder. A Taoist wearing a tall crown and feathered clothes stood in the wind and clouds. He held a peachwood sword in his hand, and lightning coiled around the sword. He drew an arc and pointed it at Li Qingshan. "God of thunder, help me, heavenly thunder, slay the demon." A huge figure formed by interweaving lightning appeared. It had a pair of wings on its back, and a sharp mouth and monkey face. Its left hand held a wedge, and its right hand held an awl. The heaven and earth lit up, and a bolt of lightning struck down at Li Qingshan's head. This was the most powerful thunder technique of the school of Taoism. In the past, the patriarch of the 100 schools of thought, Zhou Tong, cultivated this technique. Compared to this great grandmaster of the school of thought, it was like a child playing house. It was as if the god of thunder had descended into the world, enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens, and slaying the demon. If I want to kill him, who can stop me? Chapter 1075. The surging power of tremors was added to the strike. There was a flash of black light, and the garden's secret realm was destroyed. "Master, listen to me. Doing good is rarely rewarded, punishing evil is always met with retribution. Life has never been equal. There are no gods above us. Justice is only within the blade." Li Qingshan took a step out and chanted slowly. Whether it was the vicious plants, the sharp zither music, or even the terrifying lightning, they were all cast behind him. The unraging monk let out a long sigh. It was all in vain. "Oh no, fellow Feng is still outside." The Grandmaster's expression changed. How is this possible?" A withered old man cried out involuntarily. He gazed at Li Qingshan, who had suddenly appeared. His face was filled with disbelief. How could his garden's secret realm be cut open so easily? A domain of its own was an extremely powerful and rare method of cultivation. Even among great cultivators, there were not many who could grasp it. It was most skilled at fending off enemies and trapping them. The master of the Sword Collection Palace's cultivation in the path of the sword had reached the very limits, yet he still failed to get through Gu Yenying's scorching wind hell. The huge, golden Buddha possessed the great power of a god, but it had also been trapped by little Anne's blood sea banner for a while. Originally, he thought Li Qingshan would have to do something to break free, and Chu Lai King and the other grandmasters would never give him that opportunity. He never thought he would destroy the garden's secret realm with a single strike. However, little did he know that Li Qingshan possessed the supreme ability, the tremors of the ox demon. Who knew how much space it had smashed through? Even the Mist Province cauldron had been forcefully shattered, let alone his puny domain. The end wild flower blade could already endure the power of tremors. Through the profound blade techniques of the wild flower blade soul, it basically cut through anything. You're the one plowing the fields? A huge black shadow loomed over them and rapidly approached them. A pair of scarlet eyes were like fire. Its scarlet eyes shone like fire as it looked down at the withered old man. Why, the Grandmaster of the School of Agriculture took a step back. His expression changed drastically as he shivered inside. He swung a gleaming hoe as hard as he could at the shadow, but he seemed extremely weak. He had no will to fight at all. The School of Agriculture was not good at fighting in the first place. Even this magic treasure was not used to kill enemies. Since the great swordsman Ming Fei, who wielded a famous sword, was killed with a single punch, how could he have the confidence to fight against Li Qingshan? However, at this moment, apart from him, all the other great grandmasters, including Chu Lai King, were still in the Hall of Great Strength. They were all taken into his farmland mystic realm. The master of the Sword Collection Palace did not seem to have any intention of helping either. He stubbornly attacked the scorching wind hell, as if he really wanted to kill Hua Sungzan at all costs. As a result, this agricultural grandmaster had no choice but to face Li Qingshan alone. He had originally thought that this was his ultimate move to save his life and trap the enemy, but he never expected that he would fall into such an awkward and terrifying situation. As he swung the hoe, he hurriedly withdrew from the garden mystic realm, but there was a time difference. Li Qingshan grabbed the agricultural school grandmaster's neck and lifted her up like he was lifting a chick. He spun her around in his hand, and with her head facing downwards, he threw her down forcefully. Go back to the fields if you're plowing. The Grandmaster of the Agriculture sect had yet to react. I felt my neck tighten, and then the world seemed to spin around me. I saw a face full of fear reflected on the mirror-like gold bricks. It was my face. The face was rapidly enlarging. No. Boom. More than half of his body was stuck in the solid and thick golden bricks of the Hall of Great Strength, leaving only a pair of slightly bumpy legs, struggling in the air. Blood overflowed and flowed on the ground. Just as Li Qingshan was about to deliver another blow, he saw that Teacher Zhu's nascent soul was about to fly out of the Hall of Great Strength, while Chu Lai King and the others had already escaped from the mystic realm of farmland. He charged over with a murderous aura, and a bolt of lightning tore through the air. Li Qingshan flapped his windfire wings and dodged the lightning strike. Then, he pounced towards Teacher Zhu's nascent soul and said, "Old man, I'll spare you this time, but if you dare to come out and court death again, I'll take your life." The two bumpy legs immediately stiffened, standing there without moving at all, like a sprout that had just been planted. The Grandmasters all found this extremely comical, but when they thought about how they would probably suffer the same fate if they ended up in Li Qingshan's hands, how could they laugh? They could not help but think back to the great cultivators who had faced Li Qingshan from the very beginning until now. Concubine Ming had been reduced to a pulp, and even her nascent soul had been directly shattered. The dauntless monk had been sent flying with a single punch, clearly still holding back. Teacher Zhu's body had been destroyed, and it seemed like even his nascent soul would struggle to escape. Only this fellow Feng could be considered lucky. Their desire to purge demons and demons could not help but fade slightly. They did not have a fellow disciple they were familiar with who had died to Li Qingshan's hands, nor did they have a grievance as great as Teacher Zhu's. Concubine Ming and Ji Xuanri's fates were miserable, but they were not their wives and children after all. If they took such a great risk just for the sake of a demon, it did not seem to be worth it anymore. Just like how no one would actually be foolish enough to purge demons and demons in the Ink Sea, the North Moon did not seem to be much different from the Dragon King of the Sea. However, they were rather caught between a rock and a hard place right now. They could not just watch as Teacher Zhu was killed, or what dignity would they have left to remain in the Green Province? And the King Chu had already issued an order, so they could not just ignore it. North Moon, I swear I won't stop until I kill you. Chu Lai King roared furiously and turned into a streak of light, chasing after Li Qingshan. Teacher Zhu had been cleaved in half right in front of him, which was already a great humiliation to him. In the blink of an eye, another person had fallen victim to his vicious hands, which was basically like 2 slaps to his face. He was filled with hatred. He gripped a golden seal in his left hand and a tiny cauldron in his right. They were both simple and heavy. However, with the entire world in perspective, there were probably not many people who were faster than Li Qingshan right now. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Teacher Zhu's soul nascence and reached out with his hand. He smiled viciously. Let's see who can save you this time. Wretched demon, I'll take you down with me. Teacher Zhu was rather staunch, blowing up his soul nascence without the slightest hesitation. The unraging monk had already returned to his normal state, but he seemed rather dejected. His efforts were still futile at the end of the day. Suddenly, he saw the great Grandmaster of the School of Agriculture stabbed into the ground without moving. His expression became rather strange as he probed. Fellow Feng, should I help you out? No. A heavy cry rang out from underground, and his tone eased up slightly. Unraging Master, you don't have to worry about me. I can get out by myself. If you want to worry about me, you better deal with that wretched disciple of yours first. Sigh, I've offended you, the unraging monk said apologetically. As a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he obviously could not assist outsiders, but it was impossible for him to assist Chu Lai King and the others in capturing and killing Li Qingshan. Suddenly, he shook his head and returned to the foot of Great Buddha Mountain. Before the demon's suppression point, he collapsed on the rock and fell asleep. In the great hall, the 2 bowed legs began to move again, but they sank inch by inch until they were completely buried in the ground. Chapter 1076. Li Qingshan's pupils constricted. Time seemed to slow down as the nascent soul's inherent form disintegrated, turning from the shape of an infant into a hazy white sphere. Cracks appeared on the sphere as streaks of dazzling white light shot out. Under Master Zhu's final will, it flew towards him rapidly. Under such speed, there was no time to dodge at all. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. He had used the tiger demon's fury and end of the fanatic at the same time, and his body was already on the verge of collapse. He could not endure another nascent soul explosion. Fellow Zhu! Damn the wretched! The great grandmasters all shouted angrily, but they secretly sighed in relief. They would finally be able to kill this wretched demon this time. Master Zhu sacrificed himself for the sake of purging demons. This was enough for the entire cultivation world to remember for 1,000 years. Although Chu Lai King felt rather regretful that he could not personally kill Li Qingshan, he still felt delighted. An idea struck Li Qingshan. He made up his mind and grabbed the nascent soul. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared behind him and suppressed it. The nascent soul immediately stabilized greatly, and the white light that shot out was forcefully suppressed. However, more and more cracks appeared on its surface, ready to explode at any time. Under the shocked gazes of the great grandmasters, Li Qingshan made an extremely bold move. He stuffed the nascent soul into his mouth and swallowed it. The spirit turtle's suppression on the inside was even stronger, but the cracks had already covered the entire surface of the nascent soul. An explosion was already unavoidable. If this continued, he would only be blown to smithereens. Is this wretched demon tired of living? Everyone thought the same thing. However, they saw Li Qingshan suddenly turn around. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened to an unbelievable degree. A dazzling light lit up in his throat. Since he could not completely suppress it, he would just have to find a way to release it. The tiger demon's breath was a furious exhale. What? Chu Lai King's expression changed. A dazzling streak of white light whistled out, rushing towards Chu Lai King and the others like a mountain torrent bursting out of a dam. As soon as the white light left his mouth, it became unrestrained. It expanded rapidly, taking the shape of a funnel. By the time it reached Chu Lai King and the others, it had already blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Li Qingshan even shook his head maliciously, causing the white light to bend and sway, ensuring that the area of attack of this angry breath was large enough. I guarantee that I won't let a bad person go, nor will I let a good person go. The white horse is not a horse, it's hard to tell the truth. The famed great grandmaster level martial sage's expression changed. Then, a hazy figure appeared in the air, looking like a horse but not. It was white yet not white. When the rays of light entered it, they all turned into nothingness, as if they were directly denied by his words. Mechanical War City. The Mahist Great Grandmaster waved his hand and summoned a majestic black city. It was filled with countless black cannon holes and 1,000 cannons. They all fired at the white light. Dazzling heavenly sound. The music school's great grandmaster waved her hands and hurriedly plucked the zither strings. Waves of sound waves were condensed and did not disperse. Instead, they stacked up in front of her. The great grandmasters all used their ultimate defensive technique. If it was an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, they might be able to resist it. However, this was a nascent soul cultivator's self-destruction. After being restrained by Li Qingshan, the power no longer spread in all directions. Instead, it was restrained and pointed in one direction, increasing its destructive power by more than 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. The white horse was dead. The battle city was broken, and the sound was broken. The great grandmasters were like ordinary people who had been swept into a mountain flood. They couldn't control themselves and were slapped hard on the great Buddha mountain. Billions of rays of light splashed and the great Buddha mountain shook. The grand Buddha hall at the top of the mountain was enveloped in white light. Countless glazed tiles and golden bricks were shattered. Even the Sanskrit world cleansing array couldn't protect the hall that had existed for 10,000 years. It completely collapsed and turned into ashes. Only the fierce king of Chu let out a roar, and a 5-pointed star appeared in front of him. It flickered with 5 different kinds of light, and contained the mysterious changes of mutual promotion and restraint. It rotated to resist the impact of the white light, and actually went against the flow. Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan wiped his mouth. He didn't have that part anymore. From his neck to his mouth, everything had been melted away by the violent power, revealing his craggy bones. 4 fangs intersected and emitted a metallic luster. However, this didn't stop him from revealing a ferocious smile. At some point, the mighty sound of Sanskrit had calmed down and the turbulence in his soul had calmed down. He was full of fighting spirit and swung his last man wildflower saber. Again, deep in the soil, the great grandmaster of the agricultural school felt the earth tremble. He tried his best to go deeper. Because he was on the great Buddha mountain, the soil and rocks were all soaked in Buddhist light, so the speed at which he traveled through the earth was very slow. However, he had the patience. Right now, he just wanted to leave this ghastly place and return to the farmland of his dreams. Although Li Qingshan had said that very rudely, he found it to be very reasonable. Those who plowed the fields should remain in the fields obediently. They should not wander around. Purging demons or upholding justice was not something an old farmer like him should be doing. Although he might be mocked by his fellow cultivators for fleeing in the face of battle, plowing the fields had never been something glorious. If he were competitive, he would have never chosen the agricultural school in the first place, much less reach his current realm of cultivation. Only when he reached the depths of the earth and entered the crisscrossing underground caverns of the Green Province did his withered face smile. He could finally use the earth escape technique at full strength. He sat on a rock and took out a tobacco pipe happily. He took a great drag and even blew out a few smoke rings. He had grown all of the tobacco in the farmland's secret realm. Not only were they harmless, but they were even very spiritual. Regular people would become addicted to second-hand smoke. "Old man, let me have a taste." A pair of cold compound eyes lit up in the darkness behind him, and a hoarse voice rang out. "You are." In the Chan monastery of Devanaga, countless monks raised their heads at the top of the mountain in shock. The grand hall had vanished. However, even more people could no longer care about that. A great Buddha was currently rampaging through the monastery, pursuing a tiny, white figure. Boom! The Buddha's palm struck down, reaching several meters deep into the mountain and leaving behind a huge, deep handprint. Large swathes of temples and halls collapsed. Little Anne was sent flying by the shockwave, basically brushing past the edge of the palm to avoid it. Before she could even catch her breath, there was a flash of golden light from the corner of her eyes, and the Buddha's palm struck out again. She was unable to dodge anymore. Bang! Her bones shattered and scattered, and the samadhi flames of white bone were extinguished with a flash. The strange cackling came to a halt, and a skeleton demon was smashed to pieces. Its body that was even tougher than arcane treasures was as fragile as a clay puppet before the Buddha's palm. In the face of danger, Little Anne summoned a skeleton demon to block the palm strike for her. She used the opportunity to pull away in a hurry. So far, 7 of the 33 skeleton demons had already been destroyed. Only 3 had been destroyed in the chaotic battle against the 2 monk kings and the 8 legions of Heavenly Dragon. The other 4 had all been smashed to pieces by the Buddha's palm strike. The skeleton demons that were on par with great cultivators could only be used to block the great Buddha's blade. Fortunately, the great Buddha did not possess any abilities or techniques, nor did he possess sufficient intelligence, making it very easy for him to predict his movements. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious. Even with that being the case, he was the most powerful opponent she had ever encountered in her life. And this is just a statue. If it were a true Buddha, just what kind of abilities would he possess? If it weren't for the fact that I practice the path of white bone and great beauty, which prevents me from being suppressed by the Buddha's nature, I probably would have fallen into a bitter battle already. Sure enough, killing Buddhas isn't that simple. Little Anne thought to herself. She held the Buddha slaying sword in her hand, but she never had the chance to attack. She might be able to injure the great Buddha with a single slash, but if she was struck by a palm strike, the outcome would not be much better than the skeleton demons. If she summoned all the skeleton demons and formed the skeleton demon formation to suppress the great Buddha, she might be able to create an opportunity. However, she did not do that. Apart from the 5 prayer beads she held in her hand, the remaining 21 skeleton demons were all spread out. Under the terrified gazes of the monks, a hideous skeleton demon climbed up a bell tower with great difficulty. Under the assault of the vast sound of Sanskrit, its body trembled violently. Its joints seemed like they would crack at any moment, but it was unable to drown out its strange cackling. Finally, it reached the top and crushed the buzzing bell with a swipe of its claw. The vast sound of Sanskrit weakened slightly. It ignored the monks and lunged towards the next bell tower. This happened above and below Great Buddha Mountain. The skeleton demons charged left and right like there was no one there, shattering countless bells and drums. This happened to be the foundation of the Sanskrit formation of world purification. The 8 tribes had all been annihilated. The 2 monk kings landed at the foot of Great Buddha Mountain feebly. Now, there was no one in the monastery who could stop them anymore. The vast sound of Sanskrit gradually settled down, ensuring that Li Qingshan was no longer suppressed. Now, there's finally a place I can go. It was the place she had wanted to go to ever since she entered the monastery. Bang! Another skeleton demon was smashed to pieces. She did not take another glance at it. Instead, she gazed in a certain direction on Great Buddha Mountain. Just when she was about to fly over, 2 figures blocked her way. Invincible Buddha! The dauntless monk and the monk kings of the 7 treasures stared at Little and furiously. Although they both seemed rather disheveled, they were filled with determination. One used the Guardian King's avatar, while the other used the 5 Buddhist treasures. There were 2 monk kings blocking her way in front, while the great Buddha pressed over from behind and slammed down with another palm strike, immediately forcing her into dire straits. She smiled in an alluring manner. "I've been waiting for you for a very long time." Little and swung the blood sea banner without even looking back, sucking the great Buddha into it again. Then she raised her hand. "The law of 4 parts? Abstinence." The furious expressions of the 2 monk kings stiffened. They were immobilized. The familiar sight appeared before them once again. Bang! They glanced at each other from the corner of their eyes. They should not have been so close to each other. Rumble! The great Buddha slammed into the side of the mountain, producing a long gully. With a rip, the blood sea banner cracked open, and the blood-red color became much fainter. Little and stowed it away and flew towards the forest of pagodas in the monastery. The exquisite pagodas were scattered all over the place, old and new. They consecrated the sariras left behind by past eminent monks. These were not bones that had survived cremation, but true condensation of power. To be able to be condensed into sariras, one had to undergo the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. These sariras were the best resources for the path of white bone and great beauty. Little and brought her palms together and closed her eyes. "Seniors and masters, I'd like to borrow your sariras." Chapter 1077. The palace master's cunning doesn't seem like something a sword cultivator would do. In the ruined hall, streaks of light flashed through Gu Yenying's eyes. She stared at the palace master deeply. The scorching wind hell was her ultimate technique, but it was definitely not the method of battle she was most skilled in. In terms of cultivation and foundations, it was even more impossible for her to rival this great sword cultivator. Normally, her domain should have been breached a long time ago. Even if it had been cleaved through in a single stroke, she would not have been surprised at all. However, while the palace master's attacks were vicious, he used the most ordinary sword technique of the sword collection palace. As a matter of fact, just now, her domain was clearly on the verge of collapse, and the palace master's sword moves had weakened as well, allowing her to hold on. However, when the hall was destroyed and she tried to force back the streaks of light and leave with Hua Sungzan, the streaks of light had suddenly become resplendent, giving her no chance at all. This was as clear as it could be. The palace master had purposefully held back. Up until now, he, Li Qingshan's great enemy, had instead remained outside the battlefield with ease. He did not have to face the sharp blades and terrifying abilities, and he had even used Hua Sungzan to keep Li Qingshan here. Otherwise, Li Qingshan only needed a single thought and he could take off. No one could stop him. "And what do you know about the way of the sword?" the palace master said coldly. The deaths of concubine Ming and Ji Xuanri did not seem to affect him much. Everyone thinks the sword collection palace is unyielding and resolute, while the Umbral Een sect is full of cunning. Looks like even I can't help but be affected by this false impression. Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow, and could not help but sigh. Sword cultivators were one with the sword. No matter what kind of sword intent they possessed, they would often possess a hint of rationality and coldness, as this was the nature of the sword. However, in order to control ghosts, ghost cultivators could not avoid their minds from being affected. Most of the time, they would instead become a little more emotional. The Dark Queen and the Ming Queen were a stark contrast. The difference between yin and yang was like the difference between a man and a woman. The viciousness of a woman was displayed to the fullest in the imperial palace, but all it did was turn her rival in love into a human swine, while the viciousness of a man was enough to bring chaos to the world and kill people. Not only would they not feel ashamed, but they would even say something like, "That's what a man should be like." I've said it before. All the people of the Sword Collection Palace deserve to die. This person deserves to die the most. A gloomy voice rang out. The Dark Queen held the myriad ghost banner and stared at the master of the Sword Collection Palace coldly. The power of the Sanskrit world cleansing array had been greatly reduced by Little Anne, and the suppression she felt had lessened a lot. Your Highness the Dark Queen sure has foresight. Gu Yenying smiled. As a visitor from the Dragon Province, she did not choose to side with the Ming concubine, which surprised many people. After all, whether it be the duties of the Hawkwolf Guard or their temperament and reputation, the Sword Collection Palace suited them better. Yenying, let's change the way you address me. I am no longer a princess. The Dark Queen waved the myriad ghost banner, and the wails of 10,000 ghosts rang out. She summoned a few more ghost kings and lunged towards the master of the Sword Collection Palace together. Although she was concerned about Xian Yu's safety, she knew her limits. Even if she went over to help, she would not be able to shake up the great Buddha. The ghost kings probably would not even be able to approach him. She could already tell that if Li Qingshan did not retreat, Xian Yu would not retreat, while Li Qingshan would definitely save her friend and even kill the master of the Sword Collection Palace. As a result, the crux of everything was actually this. The master of the Sword Collection Palace suddenly erupted with resplendent light, falling on the top of Great Buddha like a star. Not only did it shatter the wails of 10,000 ghosts, but even the ghost kings all retreated, afraid to approach him. Sure enough, there's still plenty of time in the future. Sister, there's no need to act on impulse. There's still plenty of time in the future. Gu Yenying felt the pressure on her lesson. She turned around and asked, "Isn't the sect master coming to help?" The master of the Umbral Een sect stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the side of the mountain in the distance. This prominent figure of the demonic path of the Green Province paid close attention to the various battles, but he did not follow the King Chu's orders to kill Li Qingshan, nor did he come to deal with his old enemy, the master of the Sword Collection Palace. His attitude was extremely ambiguous. Who knew what he was planning? If he were willing to take action, he would be enough to stop the master of the Sword Collection Palace. Fellow Gu, I'm an honored guest of the king's estate, while Xian Yu is the future sect master of our Umbral Een sect. She's in a dilemma just like Master Dauntless. The master of the Umbral Een sect snickered, revealing a mouthful of ghastly white teeth, but he did not seem troubled at all. At this moment, Li Qingshan swallowed Master Zhu's soul nascence and spat out furiously. White light whistled down. Hee, another one's dead. What a pity, what a pity. If I could refine a great cultivator's soul nascence into a ghost slave, it would be extremely useful, said the master of the Umbral Een sect. Gu Yenying's words made the Dark Queen's heart skip a beat. She raised her head and gazed at Chu Lai King's figure in the whistling white light. Now that bitch, concubine Ming, was dead, and Crown Prince Xuanyi had died too. Both the Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga had been weakened. Out of the three great sects of the Green Province, only the Umbral Een sect remained powerful. With Xian Yu's strength, she was already the best candidate to inherit the position of King Chu. He just could not put up with this, but as long as he could endure this battle, she could slowly persuade him, and there might not be no chance for a change. Perhaps they could even rekindle their past friendship. The grand hall was enveloped in white light. Reversal of the 5 elements, blurring the myriad worlds. With a wave of his hand, Chu Lai King pushed the pentagram before him forward. It suddenly expanded, becoming 10 times, 100 times larger. It revolved above Great Buddha Mountain, making the surroundings distort. Who knew how many times more powerful it was compared to the hasty palm strike he had just now? Li Qingshan seemed to sink into a mirror that constantly changed shape. His limbs would be elongated at times and compressed at other times. Everything before him became grotesque. Only Chu Lai King's figure constantly expanded, like an indomitable god, gazing down at him coldly and dignifiedly. With a flip of his left hand, a golden seal pressed down. 4 large words were deeply engraved on it, King of Chu's seal. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was under the Buddha's palm again. As the golden seal pressed down, he heard the voices of millions of commoners. There were the cries of the marketplace, the chanting of scholars, and the sobs of children. It encompassed all the sounds in the world. It was meaningless. When they gathered together, it was like a tsunami, blanketing the surroundings. Die! What a powerful move! Li Qingshan praised. Just this move alone was enough to compare with the Dragon King of the Sea. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have been smashed into minced meat. However, even this praise was twisted and distorted, becoming very strange. His figure expanded against the wind, reaching 10 zhang, 100 zhang, reaching more than 700 zhang. He had transformed into the body of a demon. A pair of iron hooves landed on the top of Great Buddha Mountain, and his palms slapped upward. Boom! The iron hooves sank deeply, and countless cracks spread out on the mountain. If it were not for the Buddha's light that had been soaked in for 10,000 years, it would have collapsed. You can't kill me with just this kind of move. Li Qingshan's laughter rumbled like thunder. His palms blocked the King of Chu's seal. Endless power surged into his body, and the distorted world returned to normal. Chapter 1078. Rumble. A huge boulder collapsed and rolled down from the top of the mountain with a trail of dust. It smashed through several halls in a row, but it showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it rolled faster and faster, destroying everything along the way. The monks fled in all directions as if the end of the world had arrived. The Annihilum Light Chan Master arrived in a flash and blocked the boulder. He smashed it to pieces with a palm strike. Raising his head, a pair of hooves stood like pillars that held up the sky, while his pitch-black body seemed to be forged from black metal. Great Buddha Mountain seemed to have grown significantly taller. A mountain had appeared out of nowhere, standing majestically on the Buddha statue. Its wide, magnificent wings were unfurled, like clouds that shrouded the sky, enveloping the mountain. However, what it cast was not a shadow, but whistling winds and dazzling firelight. Great Buddha Mountain was burning. Wretched demon! He struggled to calm his fury. He wanted to stand up and fight to the death, but he knew that he was just a moth flying into a flame. The shock waves of battle were not something he could endure. The various head monks all took action, blocking the boulders one by one. They were all renowned eminent monks in the Green Province, but right now, all they could do was remove the damage the shock waves from the battle had caused to the monastery as much as possible. Boom! A bolt of lightning illuminated 500 kilometers, striking Li Qingshan's head. His head tilted slightly, and his entire body became numb. The King of Chu's golden seal pressed down by several meters. Fellow cultivators, use this opportunity to kill this demon. Before the great master had even finished speaking, a few puppet kings took off into the air. They were either human or beast, with the largest being the size of a building, while the smallest was only half the size of a regular person. Heh, you're taking advantage of the situation. Li Qingshan widened his eyes and blew gently. A gust of wind blew over and blew the Taoist Grandmaster away. With a swing of his tiger tail, he swept out with the end of the wild flower blade. The sharp gales swept up the blade aura, sucking in the two puppet kings and immediately reducing them to smithereens, exploding loudly. The sound of the zither drifted over, accompanied by the chanting of the incantation. It made him feel agitated, so he looked over. The great master of the school of music and the great master of the school of fame stood extremely far away. They were afraid to approach him again. Two flies. Li Qingshan turned his head and calmed his mind. His hands released the power of vibration, constantly adjusting the frequency of strength and weakness. It caused the King of Chu's golden seal to resonate violently. The light was being cut down layer by layer. Chu Lai King said, "Commander Jin, General Yu, your cultivation should be higher than this, right?" Jin Fugui and Yu Wuyang looked at each other as if they were talking about killing. The school of music and the school of legalism were no match for the school of military and the school of legalism. However, they had never given it their all. Jin Fugui had always been on good terms with the unraging monk, so he also found this to be very doubtful. Yu Wuyang, on the other hand, had a good impression of Li Qingshan, and because of Han Qiongji, he didn't want to kill him. Originally, he planned on going with the flow and watching Chu Lai King and the others purge demons and demons, but he never thought Li Qingshan would be so powerful, killing Master Zhu in front of everyone. Even the School of Agriculture's fellow Feng had disappeared. Chu Lai King had even taken out the King of Chu's golden seal, yet he still struggled to kill him. If he still did not use his full strength, it would be rather inexcusable. Black Cloud Sand Prison. Jin Fugui raised his hands, and a few strands of fine, black sand appeared in his palms. His face no longer had the slightest hint of mediocrity or kindness on it. His face was as dark as a ruthless official's. He raised his hands, and the sand swirled in the air, surging towards Li Qingshan like a black cloud. Li Qingshan turned his head, and a gust of wind whistled over. Originally, he wanted to disperse the black cloud sand, but the black cloud sand constantly surged up, enveloping his surroundings. Even the gust of wind was unable to reach him. When the black sand landed on him, he experienced intense pain that penetrated deep into his soul. He could not help but frown. This was a domain specially used for battle. It was nowhere close to the School of Agriculture's secret realm of farmland. Yu Wuyang's eyes narrowed, and he locked onto the blade that whistled through the air. His tall body crouched down like a pouncing beast. He pressed against the spear in his hand, and his eyes flashed. The spear pierced through the air, like a black dragon rising from the ground. Clang! The blade and spear collided, and the tip of the spear immediately cracked. Yu Wuyang felt a great force from the blade, pushing him backwards. He said in surprise, "Just a tail possesses so much force?" He made up his mind. How can I, Yu Wuyang, lose to a tail? The muscles on his arms bulged, and he blocked the blade firmly. The whistling gust of wind came to a halt. "Good job, fellow Taoists," the Taoist Grandmaster said. "Violent thunder descends from the heavens." The thunder god's shadow suddenly spread its wings and let out a cry that sounded like an eagle or a cow. It released thousands of lightning bolts that bombarded Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's huge body was unable to dodge, and he could only wait to be slaughtered. Under the state of Tiger Demon's fury, he could not use any defensive divine arts, and could only rely on his huge body to withstand the attacks. His originally straight waist immediately bent. "These guys are really troublesome. Brat, have you been castrated? They want to kill you. Hurry up and kill them all. Even if they are your fathers, is this the time to show mercy? Do you really think you are invincible?" Frenzied Flower Saber Soul, who had been silent since the start of the battle, suddenly scolded. Li Qingshan's heart shuddered. What happened today was dangerous, but he was not exactly in dire strait. He did not have the resolve to risk his life. Everything had happened because of the Sword Collection Palace, so he did not have much killing intent towards these grandmasters that he did not know. Intentionally or unintentionally, he would always leave some leeway to test out his methods. Originally, he could have killed the Taoist grandmaster of the School of Agriculture with a single punch, instead of sticking it in the ground as a joke. Originally, he could have killed Master Zhu in a single stroke, denying him the opportunity to escape with his soul nascence. He had never felt like Master Zhu could harm him in any way. All he hated was his foul mouth. He did not want to kill a single person from the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Even towards Chu Lai King, who was bent on killing him, he could not help but think, he's little Anne's father. I can't kill him. It was exactly these subtle thoughts that bound his limbs like invisible chains, making all of his abilities and blade styles falter by just a tiny bit. Even if it was a battle between two mortals, if one of them had the determination to kill while the other did not, it was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. The master of the Sword Collection Palace looked up at Li Qingshan, and his face became sterner and sterner. This power did not make sense at all. Even great demon kings with lifespans as long as 10,000 years did not all possess such martial prowess. Do you understand the principle of playing with fire, Palace Master? I'd advise you to return to the Sword Collection Palace quickly. You might be able to keep your life if you rely on the protective sword formation, Gu Yenying said. If he doesn't die today, my Sword Collection Palace will never have a day of peace. Since you can't wait any longer, I'll give you a quick death. The heavenly sword was suddenly raised high into the air, and its glow expanded with a whistle. By the time it slashed down, it had already become a huge sword several hundred meters long, slashing towards Gu Yenying and Hua Sungzan in the hell of scorching wind. Its final target was Li Qingshan. Chapter 1079. The streak of light was as blue as the sky, as if it had sliced through the sky. It had almost fused with the space there. Before it had even landed, the hell of hot wind began to shatter, revealing Hua Sungzan. With a white flash, Gu Yenying arrived before him. She faced the streak of light with her jade folding fan as she frowned slightly. Even if she blocked the attack, she would not be able to guarantee that she would not be injured. Just the shockwaves were enough to kill Hua Sungzan. Suddenly, a black cloud swept over, enveloping them and blocking the streak of light. As it turned out, it was a huge black hand. Boom! The king of Chu's golden seal pressed down viciously, and Li Qingshan knelt on one knee. The ground caved in and cracked. His muscles bulged as he gritted his teeth, using a single hand and his entire shoulder to support the golden seal. He grabbed the streak of light firmly. Blood dripped from his hand, pouring down like a storm, turning into flames in the air. The streak of light collided with the tiger bone and rumbled like dark thunder. Qingshan. Hua Sungzan looked over, only to see a smile appear on Li Qingshan's huge, vicious demon face. I'm not dead yet, he said to Gu Yenying. Take him away. Jin Fugue sighed inside. Even a demon was so loyal, willing to risk everything to save his friend. Just how evil could he be? It was not unreasonable for the unraging monk to protect him. In comparison, the master of the Sword Collection Palace's methods did not seem very upright. However, now that he had fallen into a situation like this, his death was certain. With that in mind, the black sand swept out and withdrew its power, while Yu Wuyang withdrew his spear and stood there. From the moment the master of the Sword Collection Palace struck, when he was pressed down by the golden seal, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. No matter what they felt, they could only watch him die. Don't die. With a hawk's cry, Gu Yenying grabbed Hua Sungzan and turned into a fierce gust of wind, flying towards the azure sky. She moved extremely quickly. Elder Hua, are you planning to betray the sect? The master of the Sword Collection Palace's voice traveled into the distance, landing in Hua Sungzan's ears. His face changed and the sword on his back thrummed. Suddenly, he drew his sword and swung it at Gu Yenying. He roared vaguely, "Destroy the sword!" Gu Yenying's 5 slender fingers on her right hand bent and changed, grabbing the edge of the sword like an eagle's claw. The astral wind collided with the edge of the sword, and sparks flew everywhere. With a ping sound, the edge of the sword broke into pieces and scattered to the ground. Hua Sungzan spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head to take a look, then fainted completely. He was still holding onto the hilt of his sword tightly. Li Qingshan relaxed. The destruction of his natal sword would definitely cause him great harm, but with Gu Yenying looking after him, his life would not be in danger. Courting death. The master of the Sword Collection Palace turned his cold and indifferent gaze back to Li Qingshan. Although many accidents had happened, it was time for him to remove this chess piece. With a turn and a swing of his sword, several huge fingers flew into the air and landed heavily on the ground. He strode forward with composure. The streak of light from the Sword of Reliance brushed past Li Qingshan's arm and landed on his mountainous body. Blood sprayed as a horrific slash extended from his left shoulder all the way to his waist. Blood flowed like a river and was set ablaze. The fierce wind whistled as the tiger tail swung towards the master of the Sword Collection Palace with the wildflower blade of doom. The master of the Sword Collection Palace glanced to the side and swung his sword without even looking back. Clang! The Heavenly Reliance sword collided with the wildflower blade of doom. A wave of sharp force rippled out, shaving off a layer of Great Buddha Mountain. The ruins of the Grand Hall were completely obliterated. In a single moment, the blade and sword clashed over 1,000 times, demonstrating the greatest blade and sword styles in the world. Although Li Qingshan only had a tiger tail, he had comprehended the sword concealment of heaven and earth, so he knew the master of the Sword Collection Palace's sword style like the back of his hand. For a moment they were evenly matched. Great Buddha Mountain sank layer by layer. Slay! With a flash of lightning, the Grand Master of Taoism flew over. Behind him, the figure of the God of Thunder wielded a wedge in one hand and a awl in the other. He swung it at Li Qingshan's head viciously. Boom! Li Qingshan's head tilted to the side, and a hole appeared in his head. His body shook as well. The King of Chu's golden seal descended another 30 meters, and he bent over deeply. Break! The master of the Sword Collection Palace used this opportunity to swing down. The tiger tail was severed, and the wildflower blade of doom flew into the air. Cornucopia, collect! The eyes of the Grandmaster of the School of Miscellany, who had always kept a low profile, suddenly lit up. He leapt forward and tossed out a dark, metal basin. Green light surged out, enveloping the wildflower blade of doom and drawing it into the basin. The cornucopia was the most renowned supreme technique of the School of Miscellany. It specialized in collecting the arcane treasures of the enemy. No matter what the arcane treasure was, it would be difficult to retrieve it once it entered the cornucopia. He had set his eyes on the value of the wildflower blade of doom a long time ago. However, he knew his own limits, so he did not dare to provoke Li Qingshan so easily. He was afraid that he would end up like concubine Ming and Master Zhu. That would not be worth it at all. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he could not let it go. Myriad Sword Technique. The master of the Sword Collection Palace formed a seal with his hand and pointed at Li Qingshan. The heavenly sword split into 2, then 4, then 8. Thousands of streaks of light formed a river of light, drowning Li Qingshan within. Li Qingshan's bones thrummed. His entire body was covered in blades, covered in slashes. The places that had not been struck were riddled with wounds, revealing his jagged bones. Blood flowed down like tiny rivers. The tiger demon's fury had already reached its limit. His body was collapsing. He had reached the end of his path. Die, wretched demon! Chu Lai King bellowed. He pressed down with both hands, and the golden seal descended heavily. Boom! Great Buddha Mountain shook violently. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. Why don't you just kill me? The mountainous body of the demonic god was crushed under the golden seal. In the blink of an eye, the surging demon chi dispersed. The North Moon was dead. Everyone's expressions varied. The Grandmasters seemed to be in some disbelief, but they all let out a sigh of relief. The vicious battle had finally ended. In front of the demon suppression hall, the unraging monk leapt to his feet and gazed at the mountain peak in the distance. His face was furious, and he shattered the tablet beside him with a palm strike. The master of the Sword Collection Palace sheathed his sword. So what if he possessed supreme strength? If he had no sense of propriety and acted on impulse, he would not be able to escape death in the end. Chu Lai King stowed the golden seal away. Great Buddha Mountain shrank by over 30 meters, and even the ruins of the Grand Hall had been completely obliterated. All that was left were the words, King Chu Lai's seal. Rumbles constantly rang out below the mountain as towers collapsed one by one. Little and wandered through the forest of towers, avoiding the pursuit of the Buddhas as he plucked Sarairas one by one. The skeleton demons all gathered in the forest of towers as well. They were like a group of diligent farmers, constantly harvesting. They did not seem affected at all. Chu Lai King said, Xianyue, Li Qingshan is already dead. I can still give you a chance, but right now, before he had even finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out, interrupting him. Sorry to disappoint you. That was only the first round. The second round has just begun, but this time, I won't give you any more chances. Then, a loud and clear phoenix cry resounded through the heavens and earth. Flames filled with vitality burned fiercely, shooting into the clouds and turning into a soaring phoenix. Chapter 1080. The magnificent phoenix gazed at great Buddha Mountain, dyeing the sky a fiery red. The flames in the sky suddenly drew in, condensing to the limit and suddenly blossomed into a ring of fire. At the center of the fire, his scarlet hair drifted in the wind. Li Qingshan stretched lazily. Dying once in a while doesn't feel too bad. He rubbed his neck and rolled his head before waving his hand. Everyone, we meet again. He grinned, revealing his sharp canine teeth. His scarlet eyes were as red as blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea how to respond. Then he turned to Little Anne in the pagoda forest. And give me a moment. I'll be there very soon to help you. Little Anne smiled. If you still don't come, I'll deal with it myself. That won't do. Li Qingshan looked at his right hand and muttered to himself, Is it the heart of slaughter? It won't be that simple. The palace master's face sank. He could vaguely sense that something was off. The current Li Qingshan gave him a sense of danger. He drew his heavenly sword again. Your Majesty, King Chu. Li Qingshan, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Chu Lai King swung his sleeve and leapt into the clouds. He sent a palm strike towards Li Qingshan. Reversal of the 5 elements. The world twisted and distorted, and a grand streak of light tore through the air, arriving before Li Qingshan at almost the same time. A second time, Li Qingshan gazed at the sky before lowering his head again and blinking. Final radiance of the setting sun. A still surface of water unfurled, reflecting the mountains and earth. Chu Lai King's eyes narrowed. The reversal of the 5 elements enveloped him in reverse, and the grand streak of light shot back. With a flash, the palace master slashed down viciously on Great Buddha Mountain, leaving behind a slash that was over 300 meters long. What kind of ability is this? Chu Lai King shattered the upside-down world with a single palm strike, but Li Qingshan had already disappeared. A streak of red light brushed past his shoulder, slanting and turning into an arc of light. It swept toward the 2 grandmasters of the School of Music and the School of Famous Masters and warned loudly, Fellow Taoists, be careful. Both of them turned pale with fright. The great master of the school of music hurriedly plucked the strings. Before the first note of the zither could be heard, a strong gust of wind blew and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of him. Li Qingshan snatched the green jade pipa and smashed it on the ground. Freeze! The martial grandmaster's eyes widened as he roared. He pushed his cultivation to the limit and executed the body-locking incantation. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly found himself unable to move. He saw his frightened face gradually distorting. The smooth surface of the mirror turned into ripples and dissipated. "That's awful. Unpleasant to hear. Horrible," Li Qingshan said 3 times in a row and smashed the green jade pipa 3 times. With the first strike, the zither strings were all broken and the head was crushed. With the second strike, his lute cracked and his body was half destroyed. With the third strike, the pipa shattered. The nascent soul flew away. Li Qingshan sucked in a huge breath and swallowed the nascent soul. The spirit turtle pressed down, not giving her the opportunity to blow up her nascent soul at all. He licked his lips. Delicious. The great master of the school of music watched this unfold without moving at all. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. All he felt was a chill. He wanted to run as far away as possible. The thunderous cries of the people of Li rang out by his ears. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked over. Golden light enveloped him from above. The 4 words, King of Chu's seal, blanketed the surroundings. It was just as unstoppable and unavoidable as before. Rumble! Thousands of bolts of lightning danced about like raging dragons. The great master of Taoism bellowed out, "Die, wretched demon!" Myriad sword technique. The palace master formed a seal with his hand, and the Heaven's Reliance sword split into thousands, forming a sword formation that surrounded Li Qingshan. The sword formation closed in with a whistle and stabbed down together. No matter how powerful your abilities are, how many directions can you block? Once the golden seal falls, the outcome will still be the same. "Sir, I'll borrow your body." Li Qingshan casually grabbed with his right hand without even looking back. As soon as the great master of Taoism broke free from the freezing curse, she felt her body being sucked over against her will. Frightened, she struggled desperately to break free. "Eat my blade." Li Qingshan raised the great master of Taoism and used the night battle's blade concealment form of the 8 directions. Over half of the thousands of bolts of lightning and blades landed on the blade. In just a single moment, the great master of Taoism's body was riddled with holes, almost reduced to dust. She wanted to escape with her nascent soul, but it was sucked firmly into Li Qingshan's right hand. Seeing that there was no way out, she roared out furiously, "I want to die with you." Halfway through her sentence, she discovered that she was rapidly rising up. "Lend me your nascent soul again." Li Qingshan flicked his right hand gently, and the gravitational force suddenly turned into a repulsive force. The nascent soul immediately rose into the air, and the great master of Taoism's shocked and furious face dissolved. Cracks appeared on it, and it shot out with streaks of light. It collided head-on with the king of Chu's golden seal. Boom! The nascent soul exploded, and violent energy whistled through the surroundings, sweeping away all of the lightning swords like it was nothing. The golden seal's descent came to a sudden halt, and it was instead lifted by several dozen meters, losing a layer of golden light. Li Qingshan shielded his eyes with his hand and glanced at it. He clapped his hands. "It's good." "Li Qingshan," the palace master called out sternly. Li Qingshan looked back, and anger flashed through his eyes. "One with the sword." The palace master swung his heavenly sword, and an extremely resplendent streak of light suddenly shot out from the top of Great Buddha Mountain. "You're looking to die." Li Qingshan flapped his wings and turned into a scarlet streak of light to receive the streak of light. The palace master rejoiced inside. As long as he could keep him under the golden seal for a while, he would still be able to kill him. The moment the 2 streaks of light were about to collide, Li Qingshan moved several meters away, brushing past the palace master. He tilted his head and sneered, "Idiot!" With a boom, Li Qingshan landed on Great Buddha Mountain again, and made his way towards the Great Master of Miscellany. Again. "Stop him, sir!" The Great Master of Miscellany cried out in surprise. He flew off without any hesitation at all. Obtaining a treasured blade was already a great deal. He did not want to throw his life away at a time like this. Li Qingshan stopped and looked back. All he saw was a flash of cold light, and a spear stabbed towards him. The tip of the spear trembled and shone with specks of cold light. It was like a sky full of stars, enveloping his surroundings. It was like a black dragon rising from the ground, piercing and destroying everything. Li Qingshan did not dodge. He did not even look at the tip of the spear. Instead, he stared at the spear-wielding Yu Wuyang indifferently. "Black Cloud Sand Prison!" Jin Fugue bellowed out furiously. Black sand blanketed the surroundings, enveloping both Li Qingshan and Yu Wuyang. Within the whistling sand, the tip of the spear stopped before the scarlet eye. It only needed to advance another 3 inches, and it would pierce through Li Qingshan's right eye. Li Qingshan did not move at all. He did not use any abilities to block it either. It was as if he had stopped the tip of the spear with his gaze. "Why didn't you block it?" Yu Wuyang asked. "Why didn't you stab me?" Li Qingshan smiled. Yu Wuyang was speechless. He did not stab the spear, not only because Li Qingshan did not dodge, but also because of Han Qiongji. There was a voice in his mind that repeatedly warned him, "I will die. I will die. I will die." He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in vain. "I don't want Qiongji to be sad." Li Qingshan turned around and walked away without looking at Yu Wuyang. The tip of the spear trembled a little. Yu Wuyang maintained the posture of stabbing the spear. After a while, he suddenly let out a long sigh and put away the spear. He cupped his hands towards the sky and said, "Your Majesty, King Chu, please forgive me for not being able to participate in this battle." As Li Qingshan walked through the black sand, he felt the piercing pain that penetrated deep into his soul again. Suddenly, he raised his hand and waved it twice, like an adult chasing away an annoying child. "Piss off!" The black sand suddenly receded and swept back into Jin Fugue's hand. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "I'm still your superior after all." Seeing Li Qingshan raise an eyebrow, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He said to Chu Lai King in the sky, "Your Majesty, there's something very suspicious here. The Hawkwolf Guard needs to investigate it carefully." "Are the two of you still human?" Chu Lai King flew into a rage. He was not insulting them, but questioning their position. Yu Wuyang closed his eyes and said nothing, but Jin Fugue smiled. "I'm the Golden Hawk Commander of Great Xia. Even if you're the ruler of a province and possess great prestige, you have no right to send the two of us to our deaths. Not to mention, we have to die for something so ridiculous." Alright. Chu Lai King was utterly furious. With a turn of his body, the encirclement around Li Qingshan had already collapsed. He stared at the figure with drifting, scarlet hair. It was just a single rebirth, yet the power he could unleash was not even as great as right now. He had even lost his weapon, but the feeling he gave off was completely different. It was like he had replaced him, the King of Chu, and everything was under his control. At this moment, the Grand Master of the School of Miscellany had already fled far away. Li Qingshan stood on the edge of the cliff and bellowed out, "Why don't you hurry up and get your ass over here?" His voice rumbled like thunder, but it did not contain any abilities. "Kid, I thought you were dead stupid." With a flash of his blade, he cut through the treasure bowl. The blossoming blade soul appeared, killing the Grand Master of the School of Miscellany in a single stroke. Chapter 1081. The soul nascence flew away, while the wildflower blade's soul flew towards Li Qingshan. He smiled complacently. "Kid, I'll show you what a blade technique looks like." The soul nascence flew less than 5 kilometers before suddenly splitting into two, exploding loudly. Blinding light illuminated 1,000 kilometers as waves of air surged out. Demon blade. The Grandmaster of Taoism could not help but retreat. Another Grandmaster had died on Great Buddha Mountain, and he had died to a blade. The brutality of this battle had completely exceeded his imagination. His determination to purge demons and defend the righteous path was gradually replaced by fear. The figure of the god of thunder behind him gradually dispersed too. There were no cultivators who did not care about their lives, and the school of Taoism placed great importance on the word longevity. He did not have any direct grievances with Li Qingshan. If he helped out Chu Lai King, then so be it, but betting his life on it was not worth it. Seeing how Jin Fuguei and Yu Wuyang had both retreated from the battlefield, he no longer hesitated. He suddenly turned into a streak of lightning and whistled off. He did not even greet Chu Lai King. Chu Lai King's face was as cold as steel. Even if he killed Li Qingshan this time, the authority of the king of Chu's estate would fall apart. Coupled with the deaths of the other honored guests, the losses were basically incalculable, which made him hate Li Qingshan even more. The master of the Umbral insect continued to watch on from one side. His expression changed constantly, making it difficult to distinguish between joy and worry. Who knew what he was thinking? However, the Dark Queen thought to herself, Xuanyue's support of this Li Qingshan at all costs isn't without reason. The master of the Sword Collection Palace also wanted to retreat. Killing Li Qingshan in a situation like this was already extremely difficult, and he would be in danger of dying instead. He thought, this kid has fallen out with our Sword Collection Palace. It's already a matter of life and death. If I don't kill him here, he'll definitely become a huge problem for our entire Sword Collection Palace. The entire plan will be affected. Now it's finally peaceful, the two of you. It's time for revenge and resentment. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with pursuing them. He casually grabbed the wildflower blade that flew over and stabbed it into the ground beside him. He did not use it. Kid, what are you doing? The wildflower blade's soul was confused. Just watch. Li Qingshan smiled. Every time a phoenix underwent nirvana, it would fuse with the various powers in his body, giving him a feeling of being reborn. And this nirvana rebirth, it also gave him a vague sense of enlightenment in his heart. He had a brand new understanding of the way he fought and himself. You don't want to use a divine weapon? Are you a fool? Quickly pick up your blade and chop them to death. Wildflower Sword Soul shouted in dissatisfaction. Now, even if I pick up a knife, I won't have the killing intent you want. In fact, I don't lack killing intent. I'm not an Azura. I don't need to maintain killing intent all the time. Li Qingshan shook his head. If his killing intent was overwhelming, there was no one he couldn't kill, and there was nothing he couldn't slay. It was true that he could display the demonic tiger's ruthlessness and bloodlust to the extreme and easily kill Teacher Zhu and the others, but if he really became like that, he would no longer be him. Moreover, that was far from his strongest form. This was because the tiger-demon transformation was only one of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. It was also because he had a super-powerful ability like the tiger-demon's fury, which instead made him overly reliant on it. All this time, he had allowed his demonic nature to suppress his divine nature, persevering and fighting for his life. However, the true him knew how to endure, how to hesitate, and how to pity. That did not come from the various changes, but from his heart. He worked so hard to seek power, not to become someone else, nor could he become someone else. I am me, Li Qingshan. In that instant, the incompatible powers of the spirit turtle and phoenix began to gradually merge. Water and fire complemented each other, growing and thriving together. Not only was this a balance between the two transformations, but it was also the retreat of his demonic nature and the growth of his divine nature. The various powers in his body merged together, no longer clashing with one another. Immediately, his strength rose to a whole new level. The wildflower sword soul originally wanted to retort, but sensing the change in his presence, he could not help but become speechless. Perhaps the laws of the Azura realm could not be used to evaluate everything in the world. Very soon, Li Qingshan comprehended the fourth innate ability of the phoenix. A powerful life force permeated through his body, reaching his soul. As he had expected, it was still the phoenix's nerva. He counted with his fingers. I can be reborn 4 times like this. Excluding the time when I turned into an egg, that's 3 times. I've died once earlier, which means I can be reborn twice more. He could not help but smile. If the master of the Sword Collection Palace knew about this, he would probably fly away on his sword immediately. He did not even dare to think about killing Li Qingshan twice more. Chu Lai King powered the golden seal again, and it pressed down loudly. The master of the Sword Collection Palace swung the heavenly sword again. There really isn't anything new. Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back and raised his head. He did not dodge. It was not a desperate situation, so there was no need for him to use the end of the fanatic. Moreover, he did not feel much anger towards a dead person, so he could toss the tiger demon's fury aside. Since you want to defeat me with strength, I'll show you what true strength is. A bull's moo seemed to come from the depths of Great Buddha Mountain. Li Qingshan's body expanded, reaching 30 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. It was like history was repeating itself. However, this time, he did not transform into a regular demon god. Instead, he transformed into a colossal ox demon that stood on Great Buddha Mountain. Ox demon transformation, demonification. His body became much smaller, only around 1,000 meters tall. However, he seemed even more stable and indestructible, as if he had become a part of the earth. Boom! Great Buddha Mountain shook violently, and its iron hooves sank deeply. However, even though Chu Lai King used all his strength, he was unable to push the golden seal down even an inch further. He was stunned. He knew the power of the golden seal very well. Even though some of its power had been shaved off by the self-destruction of his nascent soul just now, it could still easily crush a mountain. Li Qingshan raised his left arm high, using a single hand to stop the king of Chu's golden seal. His eyes were silent and peaceful. There was no anger or killing intent, only an unwavering determination. The 4 ox demon abilities had become instinctive. It was as easy as eating and drinking. The strength of the earth provided him with the greatest support. He could use the gravity of the earth freely, turning it into a powerful repulsive force. It became a great aid to him in resisting the king of Chu's golden seal. The ox demon forges its hide caused the thousands of streaks of light to land on his body, only leaving behind a few white marks that vanished in the blink of an eye. It was like scratching an itch. The Sword Collection Palace master panted slightly. The continuous battle had exhausted him as well. The endless abilities had left him rather exhausted. He even felt a sliver of despair. Just how many more tricks did Li Qingshan have up his sleeves? Tremors of the ox demon. A muffled moo rang out, and the earth rumbled like a muffled thunder. Bo! The power of tremors rose up from beneath his feet, gathering in his right hand. He slowly clenched his fingers into a fist and threw a punch at the king of Chu's golden seal. Chapter 1082. Waves of air whistled and swept out like ripples. The scenery in the surroundings twisted, and even the space there trembled. A tremendous, unstoppable force radiated from the golden seal, as well as a powerful tremor. Chu Lai King's arm trembled. He actually felt like he could not hold on any longer. His arm suddenly bent and was pushed upwards. He could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The seal of the King of Chu was a symbol of royal authority. It had been passed down since the founding of the Kingdom of Chu, gathering the power of faith and belief of millions of citizens. Was there actually someone in the world who could contend against it alone? Moo! The heavy cry that seemed to come from the depths of the earth rang out. Li Qingshan leapt up and threw another punch at the golden seal. Boom! 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 The space shook and the layers of golden light shattered, scattering through the air like a snowstorm. Li Qingshan threw punch after punch at the King of Chu's golden seal. He was like an enraged bull, certain of the enemy before him. He did not know how to retreat. All he could do was advance. Even if he sank into the mud, he would never repent. The unraging monk gazed at the clouds. He had no idea whether to laugh or sigh. When he took him in as his disciple back then, perhaps he had sensed his deep obsession. It was even more resolute than his own. No matter how easily he changed on the surface, his heart never changed. I don't know what path you're taking, but if you want to go, then go. Chu Lai King rose up and retreated again and again, as if he was unable to contend against this terrifying obsession. With a series of booms, the golden seal was lifted up again and again. Its golden light dimmed to the limit. Suddenly, with a crack appeared on the Chu character on the King of Chu's seal. Wretched demon, don't you dare! Chu Lai King's heart ached, and his expression changed drastically. The golden seal of the King of Chu was basically 100 times more important to him than his ancestral tablets, and it was his life-bound item too. If it was destroyed, it would all be destroyed. Why wouldn't I dare? Why can't I? Shatter! Li Qingshan crossed his fists and raised his arm, unleashing the strength of the ox demon and slamming it against the Chu character. Boom! The mountainous seal of King Chu soared 1,000 feet into the air, trembling violently as it emitted a buzzing sound. As Li Qingshan fell down, a happy smile appeared on his face as he saw the crack spreading. Soon, it enveloped the entire King of Chu golden seal. Boom! Countless fragments flew in all directions. Thousands of golden arcs of light trailed behind them like a meteor shower. The indestructible golden seal of King Chu, which had been passed down for thousands of years and had once suppressed Li Qingshan to death, was smashed into pieces just like that. Chu Lai King felt as if he had been punched in the chest, and his vision went black. He almost vomited blood. He glared at Li Qingshan. This is retribution. Li Qingshan landed on the ground. He pointed a finger at the sky. Puff! Chu Lai King spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Qingshan turned his ox head around and glared at the palace master with his round, ox eyes. Have you had enough? Blood flowed down his back. When he attacked the King of Chu golden seal with his full strength, the palace master used this opportunity to attack desperately as well. By attacking a single point, he barely managed to break through the ox demon forges its hide and deal some damage to him. However, he was nowhere close to being lethal. Wretched demon, I'll spare your life today. The palace master did not hesitate at all. He fused with his sword and turned into a magnificent streak of light, tearing through the air. You've spared me, but I won't spare you. Li Qingshan opened his hand and enveloped the streak of light. Gravity! The streak of light paused as if an invisible rope had been tied to it, pulling it back inch by inch. The master of the Sword Collection Palace was shocked. He immediately experienced Master Zhu's predicament. Originally, he was confident his strength was above Master Zhu's, enough to break free from the strange ability's pull. However, he never expected all of the Ox Demon's abilities to become even stronger and more powerful after Li Qingshan used the Ox Demon transformation. Even when he used his full strength, he was unable to break free from the invisible pull. Blade, come! Li Qingshan pressed down with his right hand, and the terminus wildflower blade rose into the air, rapidly expanding until it became a huge blade several hundred meters in length. He held it in his black hand, and it shone brightly under the sunlight. There was no ferocious killing intent, no profound saber technique, not even a sharp saber edge. There was only a majestic, heavy, vast, and simple saber slash. The blade swept past, leaving behind a black trajectory. However, in the palace master's eyes, it was the descent of a world of darkness. "Help me, fellow," the palace master communicated, but there was no reply. A sliver of fury flashed through his eyes, and he swung the heavenly sword resolutely. "Hee, I'll send you on your way. Netherworld finger." The master of the umbral insect suddenly extended his hand and pointed a skinny finger at the palace master. "You!" The palace master shuddered, and a sinister, ghostly face appeared on his face. Normally, he would not fear an attack like this, but right now, it was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The heavenly sword rapidly collapsed. "My great plan!" He roared out with the last of his strength. "Li Qingshan, you'll never have a good ending." "That doesn't matter at all." Li Qingshan clenched his fists and pressed down forcefully, annihilating the palace master in the dark tremors. Just at this moment, the fierce king of Chu raised a cauldron high. The mouth of the cauldron spewed out thousands of dazzling lights. The mountains and rivers of the Qingzhou spread out endlessly in the sky, enveloping everything, emitting a kind of inhuman majesty. That was the gathering of the laws of heaven and earth. It was the Qingzhou cauldron, one of the 9 cauldrons in the world. It had a stronger power than the seal of the king of Chu, which gathered the power of faith of the people, but he would rather the Qingzhou cauldron be destroyed, and not the seal of the king of Chu. This was because not only was the Green Province cauldron a symbol of authority, but it was also a sign of submission. As a result, Chu Lai King would not use it unless he had no other choice. Normally, he only needed a single golden seal to suppress everything. His eyes were round, and his long hair was disheveled. He was expressionless, but there was an indescribable fury on his face. No one could ignore such a threat. Not even the kings of the 8 provinces, not even the 10 demon kings. However, Li Qingshan only glanced upwards. "You don't want this either?" With that, he strode down Great Buddha Mountain, heading towards the giant Buddha that was pursuing little Anne. A hint of struggle appeared on Chu Lai King's face. He was not like Li Qingshan, who was all alone in the world. As the lord of the Green Province, the king of the Chu Kingdom, he possessed great power, but also great responsibility. The wills and legacies of several dozen kings, as well as countless battles and wars, had laid down the foundation of the Chu Kingdom. If this continued, how was he supposed to defend against the attacks of the Southshine Kingdom? He did not want to become the ruler of a destroyed kingdom, so he hesitated. The giant Buddha was focused on pursuing little, and when it was suddenly enveloped by a huge shadow. A huge hand suddenly fell down, pressing down on the Buddha's head and lifting it up. The Buddha turned around and slammed a palm heavily into Li Qingshan's knee. To be continued. Chapter 1083. Crack. There was the sound of metal shattering. His knees were almost smashed to pieces. Li Qingshan grinned. He grabbed the Buddha's head with both hands and pulled up. His thumbs clasped the Buddha's eyes. His hands released waves of vibrating power that collided with the Buddha's light. Strange sounds rang out. The Buddha waved his golden palm and slapped Li Qingshan's wrist. Crack. His 2 wrist bones shattered at the same time. Li Qingshan held the Buddha's head tightly. He would not let go until his arms were broken. This Buddha is indeed strong. Its body is even stronger than the King Chu's golden seal. I can't destroy it even if I use all my strength. If I were to fight it alone, it would be difficult to defeat it. But unknowingly, the weak but vast Buddha nature had a much smaller influence on him. This was not because of the difference in size. It seemed that the stubbornness of the ox demon was more suited to resist the aura of these superiors than the tiger demon's ferocious and aggressive nature. The tiger demon's heart could still be chaotic, but the ox demon would not repent even if he was trapped in the mud. However, he was not alone. The sun set in the west. The sunlight shone down. A white monk's robe floated up, gilded with a layer of gold and red. A pair of flawless bare feet landed lightly on the Buddha's head. "Buddha, atone for my sins," Little An said in a low voice. He held the Buddha's slaying sword with both hands and stabbed down without hesitation. The white bone sword went straight into the Buddha's head. It was unexpectedly smooth until it did not reach the hilt. Just now it stopped. The Buddha's powerful body suddenly stopped. A golden Buddha's light shot out from the sword mark on the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, it turned into thousands of light rays. The white monk's robe fluttered violently and was drowned in the vast Buddha's light. At this moment, the Buddha's expressionless face suddenly showed a strange expression. Like a ripple, it spread across his face and disappeared quickly. A pair of Buddha's eyes looked up. Although it was in a blind spot, it clearly saw Little An. Little An's face was emotionless. Pale flames burned in his eyes, but his body was shrouded in golden Buddha's light. For a moment it was difficult to distinguish between Buddha and demon. He seemed to be filled with reverence towards the Buddha, but there was no lack of determination to kill. The Buddha closed his eyes again and put his palms together, resuming his benevolent expression. The setting sun behind him coincidentally overlapped with the halo behind him. He shone with the sun. The dauntless monk chanted. His face that had originally twisted from anger suddenly became calm and composed. He bowed on the ground deeply and said, "I can of everything. Doff of the Buddha, if I can of this seal, the dauntless." The unraging monk smiled again. It was not a frivolous sneer, but great joy from the bottom of his heart. He prostrated himself on the ground. He said unwaveringly, "Be compassionate, punish evil and promote good. All living things are equal, and everyone can become Buddha." The 7 treasure monk kings and the other monks all bowed deeply, devoutly chanting all they had comprehended in their lives. Thousands of voices were like rivers returning to the sea, merging into the boundless Buddhist Dharma. It was far more majestic than the chant of Devanaga. The landscape of the Green Province, reflected by the Green Province cauldron in Chu Lai King's hand, suddenly became indifferent. It no longer possessed the great dignity that suppressed everything. The laws of the world became meaningless too. All of the glory belonged to the Buddha. Li Qingshan widened his eyes. The Buddha in his hand, that was less than 300 meters in size, seemed to grow 1,000,000 times larger, bursting through the world. Gazing down from an indescribable height, it was actually even more resplendent than the sun. There was no need for him to wave his hand. Just his gaze was enough to melt everything. Even if he devoted his entire life to it, he would not be able to climb up to a single toe of the Buddha. His legs that still stood firmly even when his knees were smashed actually felt an urge to bend. This was not because of fear or reverence towards power. Instead, it was like humans discovering the existence of the universe for the first time, realizing that the entire world they believed to be was just a speck of dust hovering in the vast sea of stars. He experienced an indescribable sense of despair. His knees trembled as he gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. Blood and fire surged and flowed in his mouth, but they were unable to drown out the deep despair. This was even more difficult than being hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea or being threatened by Cheongqi. None of the dire situations he had encountered in his life could compare to this. Even if he was killed, he would just be destroyed. Yet right now, even his willpower wavered viciously. If he lost control of his mind right now, then he would be done for. However, how was he supposed to contend against it? Everything before him could not even be described as an enemy. The tiger demon's battle intent could not be unleashed. The spirit turtle's longevity was just a blink of an eye, and the phoenix's nobility seemed lowly. All he could rely on was an unreasonable, worthless, and meaningless obsession. A voice of exhortation rang out in his heart again. Remember, do not lower your head to anyone, because you once rode on my back. As a result, he refused to kneel. A while later, the final strand of Buddhist light vanished into the horizon. A crack slid past the Buddha's face, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of cracks spread out. The Buddha's indestructible body shattered and scattered, and the setting sun melted the horizon. The short moment felt as long as a century. Li Qingshan maintained his original posture. His ox face was filled with stubbornness. His body was in the mud, but his heart was in the heavens. The monks were originally worshipping the Buddha, but now that the Buddha had vanished, they seemed to be worshipping him instead. Little and drifted down and widened his eyes. He seemed to vaguely see the existence of another figure, but only when he blinked his eyes again did he realize it was just an illusion. Suddenly, Li Qingshan fell backwards like a mountain had collapsed. With a rumble, he leaned against Great Buddha Mountain. In the deep underground cavern below, the soaring Locust King suddenly stood up. Its mouth split open and swallowed half of the agricultural grandmaster's head into its stomach. Demon Chi surged behind it as it muttered to itself with a vicious smile, "If you can't die after killing me once, you'll die after killing me twice." Qingshan. Little An arrived beside Li Qingshan. A bunch of trash. The soaring Locust King sat down again and turned into a locust the size of a thumb, flying deeper underground. "I'm fine. How are you?" Li Qingshan extended his limbs and gasped for air. His body gradually shrank before returning to normal. A strand of Buddhist nature was enough to suppress his mind, while a strand of charm was enough to sway his mind. Just what kind of monster was Brother Ox up against in the distant 9 heavens? Quite the harvest! Little N smiled. Not only had she obtained all the sariras left behind by the past eminent monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, establishing a foundation for her future cultivation, but the final stroke of Buddha slaying had given her no less than the former. She raised her right hand and showed the Buddha slaying sword to Li Qingshan. An additional golden line pierced through the sword, and Li Qingshan could vaguely sense the changes. "What a detestable sword! Get away from me!" The wildflower's blade soul's voice carried a hint of caution. "That truly is an unbelievable existence," Little N said from the bottom of her heart. Half of it was admiration, and the other half was delight. Even Li Qingshan, who was both demonic and divine, was rather confused about what she was feeling. The Dark Queen drifted over. Before she could even say anything, a black cat leapt out from her bosom and landed beside Li Qingshan and Little Anne. She said in great surprise, "Meow? Big Black, Little White, it really is you." Chapter 1084. Li Qingshan and Little Anne looked at one another and smiled. It sure had been a long time since they had heard these two names. "So you're still alive and you've even become so powerful. That's fantastic. I don't have to go to the Miao Sea anymore." Xianyue rubbed her chest with her claws and let out a great sigh of relief. She said hesitantly, "Then, do you still treat me as your master Miao?" "I've never been your master," Li Qingshan said in exasperation, but he still smiled. "Damn it, you really have fallen out with me. Don't forget, I was the one who personally engraved the 2 words on your head. Otherwise, how could you have come up with such a good name, Miao?" Xianyue leapt onto Li Qingshan's head gracefully and slapped his horn heavily with her claws, reminding him not to forget about this favor. "I was tempted to kill you back then." Li Qingshan stared at the cat's eyes. "Haha, you were angry for quite a long time back then, but didn't you still accept it obediently? Come, call me master again." Xuanyue's furry head stuck out from Li Qingshan's head as she stared at him with her different-colored eyes. "Did you see just how powerful I was earlier?" Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. "It was very powerful. You became as tall as a mountain and killed all of those despicable guys. You're basically even more powerful than Master, Xianyue said excitedly. You. The Dark Queen was taken aback. Even she felt some reverence towards the current Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood up and pointed at his head. I just happen to be lacking a pet. Can you give this cat to me? Before the Dark Queen could even say anything, Xianyue called out, I'm not your pet. I'm your master. Master. That's not up to you. Li Qingshan lifted her up. He still remembered how she had kidnapped him to the Dragon Province back then. Mother, Little and nodded towards the Dark Queen and said to Chu Lai King in the sky, Father, please stop. Chu Lai King was silent for a while. Xianyu, do you know that you are the public enemy of all the Buddhists in the world? If anyone wants to kill me, then let them come. I won't hold back against people outside of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Little and shook his head gently. She did not mind adding a few more skull prayer beads. Until today. Even if the left master of the Lingua Temple wanted to kill her, the enemy of Buddha, he would have to think twice. Although the people of Buddhism had no lack of sacrificial spirit, they knew their limit. There would be no suicide attacks. Chu Lai King closed his eyes. He heaved a long sigh. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected, and the opinions of the weak were not needed. Without a doubt, she had embarked on a path that went even further. Compared to that, even the position of King Chu was nothing. Then he gazed at Li Qingshan deeply, unable to hide the hatred in his eyes at all. Li Qingshan, our grievances are as great as the mountains and the seas. We cannot coexist under the same sky. You're not the opponent I want, nor are you my opponent. If you want to hate me, then hate me. However, today's matter isn't that simple. I don't know what the Sword Collection Palace is plotting, but it doesn't matter. Li Qingshan shrugged. When he had the time, he would pay a visit to the Sword Collection Palace again and slaughter the two elders of heaven and earth, as well as remove all the swords on the Sword Collection Peak along the way. Chu Lai King took off. He personally believed he could put up a fight against Li Qingshan, but if he included his own daughter on the side, then there really was no chance of victory at all. If he continued arguing, he would only be asking to be humiliated. As he gazed at the setting sun that sank into the horizon, he suddenly felt a sense of desolation. He knew it would probably be difficult for him to get his revenge. The Dark Queen gazed into the distant horizon and suddenly felt rather sad. Little Anne's voice rang out from beside her. Mother, father is in a bad mood. You should go keep him company. Then you. The Dark Queen was reluctant to part with him. He probably doesn't want to see me right now, Little Anne said. Xianyue, why don't you return to the Umbral Een sect with me? You can wait for your mother there too. You've been separated for so many years, so it's best if you spend some time together, said the master of the Umbral Een sect. However, his sinister tone really did not match the tender content. Just now, thank you very much. Li Qingshan clasped his hands at the master of the Umbral Een sect. Although he was rather disapproving of his actions of watching from the sidelines and wavering with the wind, he did not become enemies with him after all. And if it were not for his finger in the end, there really would have been some trouble once Chu Lai King's Green Province cauldron fell. It was nothing. I should be thanking you more for allowing the Umbral Een sect and the Sword Collection Palace to decide a victor, said the master of the Umbral Een sect. Under the Dark Queen's earnest gaze, Little Anne nodded in agreement. The Dark Queen smiled, and a lot of her gloominess vanished. I'll be returning very soon. Right when she was about to fly off, a slender hand grabbed her sleeve and turned around. It was a young lady with a crescent moon on her forehead. Xianyue, sorry, I almost forgot about you. Come with me. The Dark Queen was in an extremely good mood, apologizing for once. However, it was rather strange. She basically never revealed her human form before him. There's no need, master. You've already found the real Xianyue. I don't need to be your Yuer anymore. Xianyue smiled, revealing her sharp canine teeth. You don't have to leave. I will treat you just like before. The Dark Queen was not a person who cared deeply about relationships, but she still developed feelings after spending so many years with him. Xianyue shook her head, and the bells on her neck jingled. The Dark Queen glanced at Li Qingshan and did not try to make him stay any longer. You can come back whenever you want. Little An and Li Qingshan had agreed to meet again when the Golden Cicada Spirit King ascended. Then they would set off for the Umbral Insect. She had benefited quite a lot from this battle, so she just happened to be in need of a peaceful place to cultivate in seclusion, refine the Sariras and repair the skull prayer beads, or perhaps forge another white bone arcane treasure. She did not fear the attacks of Buddhism, but she did not want to be disturbed. Xianyue watched the Dark Queen's figure travel off into the distance until it vanished into the horizon. Just now, she turned around. Oi, Big Blacko, do you still keep your word? Of course not. Li Qingshan rubbed the horns on his head. Then let's set off. Xianyue pointed in high spirits. To where? The Dragon Province. That's the south. What does it have to do with Miao? Xianyue flew into a rage out of embarrassment. It's fine. Actually, the Mist Province is very nice. The people from the Dragon Province are all very annoying. Nonsense. Ma Am Nine-Tailed Fox Queen is both meow and powerful. Only a bumpkin demon from the countryside like the Mist Province would like it. You're just a measly demon general, yet you act so recklessly before this demon king. Whatever, as long as you like it. Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around her waist and unfurled his wings. In the next moment, he had already arrived beyond the clouds. His gaze passed through the clouds and gazed at the undulating mountains. The monks of the monastery were still submerged in the sacred atmosphere, prostrating on the ground and completely ignoring everything around them. If he had never witnessed the boundless Buddhist Dharma, he might have mocked them for their ignorance, but right now all he could do was sink into his thoughts. The unraging monk sensed something and raised his head. His chubby face was filled with helplessness. Li Qingshan waved goodbye with a smile. Suddenly, he felt a hint of unease, but it vanished in a flash. Chapter 1085. Under the ink-blue sky, the clouds rose and fell one after another. The sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east. It was another cycle of day and night. Li Qingshan slowed down and dismissed all of his abilities. Using the night wind that blew over, he soared freely through the sea of clouds. So high. Big Blacko, you can already fly so high. Xianyue extended her hand in an attempt to touch the moon. I'm still far from it. Li Qingshan smiled. With a flap of his wings, he suddenly rose higher and left the sea of clouds far behind. The world suddenly fell silent. Even the sound of the wind gradually faded away. Stop rising. If we go any higher, it'll be the atmospheric winds, Xianyue said in a hurry. I'm still far from it. Li Qingshan gazed at the horizon, but he gradually descended. Passing through the sea of clouds, he arrived at the boundless mountains that rose and fell. In the past, they had once passed through the myriad mountains together to go to the Dragon Province, but they stopped at the border. He suddenly pointed at a long, blue line on the horizon. Look, what's that? That's the Ice Sword Cliff. Xuanyue's eyes widened as she watched the blue line rapidly grow larger and higher. In the end, it turned into a towering ice mountain that cut through the mountains from the east to the west. Above it was a long mountain of black clouds, and snow fell from it like goose feathers. The sound of wind and snow rang in her ears again, growing louder and louder. Finally, Li Qingshan stood below the Ice Sword Cliff once more. The iceberg was just as lofty and magnificent as before, but it no longer seemed so insurmountable. The fierce wind ruffled his scarlet hair. Before the snow had even landed on him, it was evaporated by the heat from the phoenix's wings, kicking up white mist. You want to climb it again? Xianyue asked in confusion. No, that's enough. Once is enough. Li Qingshan took a step forward and pressed his hand against the iceberg gently. Big Blacko, come to the Dragon Province with me. If worst comes to worst, I won't let you be my pet anymore. Xianyue made a rare display of bashfulness. It's not the time yet. Li Qingshan had a kind of understanding in his heart. Perhaps there would never be a time like this. Originally, he wanted to keep her by his side, but he found that the distance between them was even further than when she was brought back to South Hub City. Right now, he could go to South Hub City as he pleased. He could even wander through the Dragon Plain easily and admire the nine-tailed Fox Queen's beauty, but he could not close the distance between them. It would be futile to ask him to stay. He might as well fulfill her wish. It was time to part. If you don't want to go, then so be it. I'll go myself, Xianyue said hatefully. Her large eyes were somewhat dazed as she stared at his back. Suddenly, the ice-sword cliff shook slightly. It was as if an ice giant was shaking its body. Snow and ice filled the sky, and under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked incomparably magnificent. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. As if he was listening to something, he released the power of tremors from his hand, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, undergoing a subtle adjustment. The ice that formed the ice-sword cliff was even tougher than steel, and it contained wondrous spiritual energy. It was definitely not formed naturally. Legend had it that the ice-sword cliff was formed from a divine sword falling from the sky, but no cultivator had come to break through the ice in search of the sword in all these years. He found it rather strange, but he did not think too much about it. In the past, it was precisely this mountain of ice that blocked his path. Brother Ox had also left here, leaving behind a request from above the heavens. He had entrusted it with far too many feelings and promises. Since this was the beginning of everything, then he would start all over again from here. Resonance! Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. The power of tremors rippled from his hand, scattering a layer of white ice and revealing a half-transparent layer of blue ice. Then, it spread through the entire ice-sword cliff. The power of tremors was not powerful, but it made the ice-sword cliff tremble violently. Pieces of ice fell off. Crack! With Li Qingshan's hand as the center, cracks spread out like a spider's web, reaching deep into the ice-sword cliff. The more the cracks spread, the larger they became. They were like bolts of black lightning, extending recklessly. Li Qingshan pulled back his hand and turned around. He pulled Xianyue into his arms and kissed her soft lip. Meow. Xianyue widened her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck tightly, kissing him deeply. In the blink of an eye, ice-sword cliff loudly collapsed. With an earth-shaking boom, pieces of Mount Han the size of small mountains poured down in torrents, filling the sky with ice and dust, almost dispersing the dark clouds that hung in the sky all year round, submerging their embracing figures. The dark clouds dispersed, and the ice and dust settled. The bright moon shone. The ice-sword cliff had turned into glaciers, displaying various wondrous forms. Under the moonlight, they shone with a magnificent, cold light. The path to the Dragon Province was no longer obstructed. The cold wind blew, refreshing and pleasant. It's time to set off. Li Qingshan rubbed her head and her cat ears trembled. He was reluctant to let her go. She was so delicate and weak in his arms, which made him feel pity for her. He was worried about her uncertain future, so he tried to persuade her. Why don't you go to the Mist Province? The Banyan Tree King is a good friend of mine. He'll take care of you. None of your business. Xianyue turned him down flatly and pushed Li Qingshan away. She wiped her mouth forcefully and said angrily. She was not as obedient as she seemed. She was very willful. However, who didn't have some willfulness in the cultivation community? Li Qingshan shrugged and imprinted a jade talisman before shoving it into her hand. No matter what danger there is, no matter where I am. Got it? What's that? Xianyue accepted the jade talisman and suddenly pointed into the depths of the glacier. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of her finger. There was a particularly large piece of ice there, standing in the center like a small mountain. There was a white, oval-shaped object in the center. It did not give off any special aura, so he had never noticed it before. Is this the legendary falling divine sword? Li Qingshan was rather curious too. He arrived before the ice mountain and discovered that it was particularly clear, transparent, and extraordinarily tough. There seemed to be a huge cocoon in the ice, constantly radiating with coldness. He tapped the ice gently with his finger, and the ice collapsed, revealing the white cocoon. It was only a few meters tall, but the silk that formed the cocoon was as fine as snow and as translucent as ice. It did not seem like silk at all. His soul sense was unable to penetrate it, nor did it give off any aura of life. Don't be so curious or you'll freeze to death. Li Qingshan grabbed Xuanyue's hand that wanted to touch the cocoon and pressed it against the cocoon. The coldness was so heavy that even he felt bone-chilling. So this was the source of the ice sword cliff? I won't die. Hurry up and see what's inside. If it's a treasure, give me half. I saw it first. Xianyue said. All right. As Li Qingshan spoke, he activated the power of vibration. However, he discovered that the cocoon was abnormally tough, and unlike ice, it could not be destroyed by resonance. Be careful, don't damage it, Xianyue said anxiously. Li Qingshan unfurled his phoenix wings, burning with raging flames. He flew over 100 meters before enveloping the entire cocoon. The silk melted and turned into gurgling water. Gradually, a figure appeared from the cocoon. Chapter 1086. You can eat them all, Li Qingshan said casually. Until now, he had not sensed any signs of life. No matter who was sealed under the ice sword cliff, it seemed that they had been frozen to death. Eat? Xian Yu's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. She looked at the figure in the cocoon that was gradually becoming clearer, and began to think seriously. The crimson flames were like burning blood, melting most of the cocoon. A white-haired woman was curled up inside, wearing a white feather robe with fluffy white feathers decorating the edges. Her face was exquisite and cold like an ice fairy. If it's alive, I can eat it. Li Qingshan smiled and pursed his lips. You like to eat it raw? Xian Yu said in surprise. Li Qingshan smiled and did not explain, saying, So it's not the ice sword cliff, but the ice axe cliff. The woman carried an ice axe in her arms. There were many patterns of ice and snow on it, but it was huge and ferocious. It combined the beauty of a work of art and the violence of a weapon, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Li Qingshan could tell at a glance that this ice axe was no ordinary talisman. It was probably not inferior to the end of the wild flower blade. It might even have a weapon spirit. Meow, hee, I picked up an axe. Big Black, give it to me. Xian Yu said with a smile. This is not something you can use. Li Qingshan reached out to grab the axe handle and touched the white-haired woman's skin. He found that it was not as stiff as he had imagined, but very delicate and soft. However, it was indeed very cold, and seemed to contain pure and powerful spiritual power. He muttered to himself, Maybe it really can be eaten. Alright, then you can keep it for yourself. I want the axe. Xian Yu cheered and jumped. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with her. He wanted to take the ice axe out of the white-haired woman's bosom, but the ice axe seemed to be frozen to her body. If he yanked it away forcefully, probably even her body would be ripped apart. He could not bring himself to do that, so he used the flames of the phoenix to melt the ice. The flames burned and circulated. The white-haired woman was unharmed, and her cold body was also dyed with a touch of warmth. The ice axe in her arms gave off a cold light. Suddenly, her snow-white eyelashes fluttered, she opened her eyes, a pair of white eyes, coldly staring at him. A low growl came from the depths of his throat. Fire. I hate fire. Leaping out of the cocoon, he swung his ice axe at Li Qingshan's head. In a split second, the wind howled. The ice and snow howled angrily, and the bright moon lost its light. He's alive. Xianyue was shocked. She quickly hid behind Li Qingshan. I'd better let her die. Li Qingshan couldn't help but shiver. He raised both of his hands and passed through the snow. His left hand grabbed the axe's edge and pulled lightly, while his right hand grabbed the white-haired woman's throat. Although the power of the axe was not weak, it was nothing compared to the giant palm of the Buddha and the golden seal of Chu Lai King. The white-haired woman struggled violently, and the ice axe trembled incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan's body was covered with a layer of ice. But ever since he experienced the coldness of the water of the ultimate, this kind of coldness was nothing. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan shuddered gently, and the ice around him shattered. A ring of faint blue light enveloped the ice axe and the woman. Both of them fell silent. Kill her, Xianyue called out. She seems to have killed a lot of people in the past 2 days. Li Qingshan shook his head from afar. Just when he was about to strike, a pair of pupils suddenly appeared in the woman's white eyes. Although they were also white, there were translucent patterns in them, shaped like snowflakes. She was slightly confused, reflecting Li Qingshan's figure. She said with an extremely weak voice, "Was it you who saved me?" The voice was definitely different from before. Faint demon chi radiated from her. Although it was also very weak, it was extremely pure. She was a demon king, and of very high cultivation at that. Who are you? Li Qingshan was taken aback. He had a vague guess. Bai Xiao. The woman frowned, as if she had just recalled the name with great difficulty. Then, she said, or the Frost Feather Moth King. Her confusion gradually receded, replaced by cold pride. 72 Demon Kings. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Li Qingshan sighed in amazement. So an old monster like this was sealed beneath the ice sword cliff. The 72 Demon Kings he had seen before were all male, apart from the Clam King of Mirage Sea, who was neither male nor female. This was the first time he had seen a female. Can you put me down first? Bai Xiao tried to turn her neck, but the hand was shockingly strong, and she was in a weakened state. She actually struggled to break free. She sighed inside. I've been sealed in ice for so many years. Has the demon race produced such a powerful being? You wanted to kill me, your savior, earlier. Li Qingshan had no intention of letting go. That wasn't me. Bai Xiao glanced at the ice axe. Oh, I understand. Li Qingshan let go. Bai Xiao rubbed her neck. Suddenly, her expression changed. She raised the ice axe high into the air again and growled, "Kill! TSK, you've actually been controlled by a weapon soul." Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and shook his head. He ignored the incoming ice axe. Both the demon and the axe were in an extremely weakened state. They posed no threat to her at all. Shut the fuck up. Bai Xiao's expression changed. She swung the ice axe around and struck the ground viciously. With a great boom, the ground cracked open into a great valley. Li Qingshan stood on the edge of the cliff and glanced into the valley. Even the bright moonlight struggled to illuminate the very depths of the valley. There was a new problem on the path from the Green Province to the Dragon Province. He thought, sure enough, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. None of these old monsters are weak. Bai Xiao gripped the ice axe tightly and flew into the air. She inhaled and exhaled the spiritual qi of the world, and a pair of long, pure white wings unfurled behind her. Even the moonlight twisted, gathering around her. She was cold and holy. You think we can split this up? Xianyue poked her head out from behind Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan shrugged and called out to the sky, "Oi, can I discuss something with you?" With a flash of light, Bai Xiao stood before Li Qingshan. She pointed the ice axe at the tip of his nose. "Take back what you just said. You've saved so many people? Li Qingshan said. First of all, I've not been controlled by a weapon soul. You're just a junior, so how do you know the power of a weapon soul? Towards the end, Bai Xiao basically ground her teeth. In order to subdue the divine mystic ice axe, she had paid a heavy price. She could not allow anyone to judge her so casually. I have a weapon soul too. Li Qingshan drew his dying flower blade and gently pushed aside the divine mystic ice axe. The flower blade soul roared. This bitch is pointing her weapon at you, yet you're still not doing anything. Are you a man or not? And that stupid axe? Chop it down. Chapter 1087. The two weapons began to curse. They were tempted to fight for 300 rounds. If it were not for the fact that they were held by their respective masters, perhaps they really would have fought. Who are you? Bai Xiao stared at Li Qingshan. If it were not for the warmth of the phoenix flames, it would have taken her a lot of effort to awaken from her hibernation. However, the pair of ox horns on his head was rather eye-catching. If he was not a feather, how did he possess the phoenix's bloodline? Li Qingshan or the North Moon Demon King? Don't you find it a little noisy? Li Qingshan said. Very noisy. The two of them stowed their weapons away at the same time, and the world immediately returned to peace. Li Qingshan said, We can finally talk about something serious. Oh right, you were discovered by this guy. As he said that, he pulled Xianyue out from behind him. We agreed earlier that we'll split what we found in half. You'll give her the ice axe. As for my half. He examined Bai Xiao. I don't want it. Bai Xiao looked at Xianyue. Under the gaze of those snowy eyes, Xianyue could not help but shiver. However, she did not show any weakness. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm also your savior. I will repay you for saving my life, but I still have use for the profound ice axe. I can't give it to you, Bai Xiao said calmly. Then let's change the conditions. Li Qingshan was not surprised at all. He had no intention of taking the profound ice axe in the first place. Only weapons that could be used could be called weapons. The blossoming sword soul was already too noisy. What he said before was just to test the Frost Feather Moth King's reaction. He weighed Xianyue in his hand. She wants to go to the Dragon Province. Protect her. That way, he could fulfill his promise of sending her to the Dragon Province. He was still rather worried after all. Why meow? I don't need anyone's protection. Xianyue cried out. That's your condition? Bai Xiao reminded. You could have obtained something even more valuable. Hey, are you saying I'm worthless? Xianyue said unhappily. But what can you give me? Li Qingshan smiled. Bai Xiao thought for a while. Yes, you're very powerful. I can't give you anything apart from the profound ice axe. I accept this condition. I just happen to be going to the Dragon Province as well. Listen to me, don't look down on demon generals. I'm about to become a demon commander, no, a demon king. Xianyue wailed in anger. Then I'd advise you to be careful. You've been sealed in ice for all these years, so you probably don't know what the Dragon Province has become, Li Qingshan said. The Great Xia Empire had existed for 5,000 years, but the Ice Sword Cliff had probably existed for much longer. Is it called Great Xia? There was a slight fluctuation in Bai Xiao's eyes. You know about it? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. I once heard someone say that. She doesn't seem to want me to protect her. Bai Xiao pointed at Xianyue, who was currently biting the back of Li Qingshan's hand viciously. Since she's also my savior, why don't you let her go? Then she will have half the power, and this matter cannot go against her will. Li Qingshan said to Xianyue earnestly, All right, stop throwing a tantrum like a child. Aren't you going to the Dragon Province to have fun? What's wrong with having a great bodyguard with you? You say the nine-tailed fox empress is noble and powerful, but this one doesn't seem to be any worse. And she seems very reliable. The nine-tailed fox empress. Bai Xiao was slightly surprised. As if an extremely distant memory had been stirred up, she actually smiled. What a coincidence! My friend is her. The coldness in her eyes became even more solemn. You're the Fox Empress friend? Xianyue asked in dismay. She discovered that there was not even a single bite mark on Li Qingshan's hand. Yes, said Bai Xiao. Then why didn't she come to save you? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. With the nine-tailed fox Empress identity and cultivation, smashing through the ice sword cliff should not have been anything difficult. I was just about to ask her about that, said Bai Xiao. Heh, did someone screw you over? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Weapon souls were powerful, but for a demon king to end up sealed in ice for several millennia just to subdue a weapon was just too pathetic. Suddenly, he thought of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Even after undergoing the heavenly tribulation and ascending, he had left behind an obsession to go to the Dragon Province. He wondered how he was right now. Bai Xiao was speechless. I'm willing to bet that you're not that old friend's opponent, even with the mystic ice axe, Li Qingshan said. I know, said Bai Xiao. I suddenly feel a little regretful. Li Qingshan said to Xianyue, you better go to the Mist Province. The Dragon Province definitely was not a peaceful place, especially in this age of decline. Do you have a grievance with the nine-tailed fox Empress? What kind of grievance? Xianyue ignored Li Qingshan and asked curiously instead. It's got nothing to do with you. If you want to change the conditions, please hurry up. I'm about to set off. She might come very soon. Bai Xiao unfurled her wings and gazed north. She seems very interesting. Let's go to the Dragon Province. Xianyue waved her hand. You bastard! Li Qingshan shook his head and let go. Since she insisted on doing this, he would not stop her anymore. His path was hers to choose. Bai Xiao grabbed Xianyue and turned into a streak of white light, flying towards the northwest. She moved with startling speed, which even left Li Qingshan rather amazed. And this was when she was in a weakened state. If she had fully recovered, she would probably be a little faster. If they had not fallen for a trap, killing a great demon king like that was basically impossible. With her protection, Xianyue should not be in any danger. Oh right, if something happens to her, you better be prepared to die with her. Bai Xiao glanced back. She was neither surprised nor angered. She nodded slightly, as cold as a machine. Li Qingshan had no idea whether this was her natural nature, or whether her personality had changed drastically after being deceived by her friends. Perhaps it was both. I wonder how little Hua's wounds are. Li Qingshan thought of his friends. He unfurled his wings and took off. After a while, there was a sudden change in the air, and a woman wearing a gorgeous fur coat floated down. She looked at the deep ravine and smiled. Xiao Yi, welcome back. However, it's already too late. At the same time, in the sky above an even deeper ravine, the master of the umbral insects said, Xianyue, do you still remember this place? Of course I do. Little N said. Half of her memories from before her rebirth were from the King Chu's estate, while the other half was here. The umbral insect, 10,000 ghosts abyss. It was like a huge, black mouth that had split open in the ground. Gusts of chilly wind whistled out, mixed with the wails of ghosts. It was enveloped in yin qi all year round, never seeing the light of day. The only light came from specks of ghostly fire, which would gather at times and scatter at others. It did not seem like a place where the living lived, but more like an extension of the realm of hungry ghosts. Countless stone bridges connected the abyss. The jagged rocks were more like the sharp teeth of a huge mouth, waiting for prey to come knocking. Chapter 1088. I don't deserve the position of sect master. Little Anne's eyes flashed as if she was tempted. With your current strength, what's there to be afraid of? I'm old and should have become a ghost a long time ago. I wanted your mother to succeed me, but I don't think she will compete with you." The mysterious dark sect master's gloomy face showed a rare expression of sincerity. "Then I'll do as you say." Shaoan smiled. "Please." The mysterious dark sect master waved his sleeves and sneered to himself. "You still want to do it, but it depends on whether you have the life to do so." "Sect master, please." Qingshan. Little and suddenly looked up with a happy expression. The master of the Umbral Een sect shivered inside. He was rather fearful of Li Qingshan. If he came to the Umbral Een sect as well, it would probably be difficult for his plan to succeed. However, when he looked back, the sky was empty. There were only clouds, without a single person in sight. The joy on Shaoan's face faded, along with all human emotions. Her eyes were deep and empty, burning with pale white flames. She stared at the master of the Umbral Moon sect. Her red lips parted, but she said nothing. One sword into 3,000. The Buddha-slaying sword stabbed out soundlessly without a trace of killing intent. Instead, it combined the profound changes of the 3,000 sword style and was as quiet and ethereal as she was. Oh no, the phantom nether claw. The mysterious dark sect master suddenly turned around. Yin Qi gushed out from his withered hands and transformed into a pair of ghost claws. As he waved them, they left a series of afterimages that overlapped and collided with the sword. Black and white intertwined. The sword shadows and ghost claws collided and shattered. In an instant, the two had exchanged thousands of blows. There was no sound, but the danger was no less than that of a fight. They were less than 3 meters away from each other and were almost face to face. They could clearly see each other's expressions. One was gloomy and ferocious, full of Yin Qi. The other was extremely beautiful with her white clothes fluttering in the wind. It seemed like a battle between good and evil. However, behind the peerless beauty, a skeleton was faintly discernible. It seemed even more mysterious. Little and gripped the hilt tightly and pushed her sword style to the limit, breaking through the layers of ghost claws. The master of the Umbral Een sect was secretly surprised. He was extremely familiar with the sword scripture of heaven and earth, yet her comprehension of the sword style seemed to be even higher than the master of the sword collection palace. If it were not for the fact that she was still unfamiliar with it, she would not have been able to comprehend it. If it were not for the fact that she was still unfamiliar with it, she would have been almost impossible. Seeing an opening, viciousness flashed across his face. He pulled back his arms, and his sleeves became filled with Yin Qi. Suddenly 2 vicious ghost claws shot out. Break! The 3,000 nether sword. Ghost Claw grabbed the Buddha-slaying sword and asked angrily, "Xian Yu, what are you doing?" "To kill you." Shaoan turned her sword, and the golden thread she had buried after cutting down the Buddha suddenly shone with a golden light. It immediately dispersed the Yin Qi and condensed into a huge, Vajra sword outside the sword. Chen Chen Chen. He's hand. He Ti Chen is. The sect master felt pain in his hand. He retreated in a hurry and asked sinisterly, "When did you notice?" "Notice what?" Little Anne did not pursue him. She tilted her head slightly and seemed to be in thought. Then why? The sect master was stunned. Why had he attacked so suddenly? Was it just a test? Do demonic cultivators have to ask why they do what they do? Shaoan fiddled with the skull prayer beads. In the beginning, she had wanted to find a peaceful place to cultivate, but she came up with a new idea after coming to the Umbral Een sect. When the sect master of the Umbral Een sect asked her to succeed as the sect master, she became even more determined to destroy the Umbral Een sect. TSK, do you want to know how you died back then? The sect master pulled away again. He powered the protective formation of the Umbral Een sect, the Umbral Een Ghost Aggregation Formation, with all his strength. Surging winds surged out from the black abyss, drowning out the stars and the lone moon. The whistling sounded like the howls of a huge ghost. Immediately, the surrounding 100 kilometers turned into a ghost realm. It really is related to you, but I don't want to know. Little Anne shook her head. If it was not the Sword Collection Palace, then it was the Umbral Sect. Only the two sects of the Green Province had the ability and the will to do something like that. As for the truth and who the culprit was, it no longer mattered. All she had to do was kill all the suspects, and the culprit would definitely be among them. TSK, do you know that your existence is not tolerated by the Hungry Ghost Realm? The Hungry Ghost Realm wants you dead no matter the cost, even if you have to devour this world. I'd advise you to stretch out your neck obediently and help our Umbral sect become the ruler of the world. Your mother will thank you for your contribution. The sect master spread his arm, and the chilling winds blanketed the surroundings, condensing into a black vortex above the abyss. All the lines in the surroundings twisted and trembled, including the edge of the abyss. It seemed more and more like a huge mouth, wriggling and devouring. Little Anne's clothes ruffled as she was sucked into the vortex, but she did not resist. Oh, so there's a reason like that? I just happened to have come for the Hungry Ghost Realm as well. As her cultivation progressed, the path of white bone and great beauty's demand for resources increased. Perhaps there would be a day when it would be so great that even killing all the mortals of the 9 provinces would not be enough to fill the gap. She was unwilling to kill the innocent, and seizing Sarira's was not a long-term plan either. The Umbral sect's gate of hungry ghosts was extremely suitable. Wiping out the Umbral sect would only be a matter of convenience. However, she had never thought she would just happen to stumble upon the sect master's scheme. Normally speaking, with the talent and strength she had displayed, it only made sense for her to be roped in. There was also Li Qingshan's existence. If it were not for the fact that the Hungry Ghost Realm had offered a startlingly great price, the sect master of the Umbral sect, who knew how to avoid harm, would never take such a risk. As it seemed, apart from Buddhism, she now had another natural enemy, and they were all extremely terrifying. However, there was always a price to pay in order to obtain such great power. TSK, then you don't have to worry. I'll send you to the Hungry Ghost Realm very soon. The sect master smiled sinisterly. There's no need. You're already dead, Little Anne said. What nonsense are you spouting? The sect master of the Umbral sect was unconcerned, but he instinctively opened his palm. There was a golden sword slash on it, and the Buddhist light it contained prevented the wound from healing even after a long time. However, it was just a sword slash, and it could not harm his foundation at all. He tightened his grip and shattered the Buddhist light. He suddenly felt an intense pain in his palm. Ever since he had refined himself into a half-corpse, half-ghost existence, it had been a very long time since he had felt something like this. However, very soon, the intense pain turned into numbness, spreading through his entire body and sinking deep into his soul. What's going on? What did you do? A sense of death spread out. Ghost cultivators should not have feared death. After dying, they would turn into a ghost king and then enter the Hungry Ghost Realm, and they would still be able to exist for a very long time. However, he felt a primal and instinctive fear, desperately pushing all of his cultivation to resist it. However, a wisp of pale flames surged out of the wound. The sect master's eyes widened in fear, and he died like a mortal, devoured by the samadhi flames of white bone. Chapter 1089. While it was rather unexpected, it was not a bad thing. The Buddha-slaying sword was extremely powerful, and just a single wound was enough to be fatal. However, when the opponent was prepared and possessed extraordinary strength, it was still not easy. She had used a sneak attack and pushed her sword techniques to the limit, but she had still almost failed to wound the sect master. Now that she had this strand of Buddhist nature, she could use her Buddhist cultivation to increase the power of the Buddha-slaying sword, making it easier for her to break through the enemy's defenses. Then, all she had to do was wait for the Buddhist light to dissipate and her injuries to act up. Although it was just a single strike, it contained the wondrous techniques of both Buddhism and demonic art. Only then did Little Anne confirm that the path she had taken was not the wrong one. The body of the sect master had already been completely devoured by the samadhi flames of white bone. He wanted to turn into a ghost king. This was a method that came with the cultivation method of the Black Een sect. Not only would his strength not decrease, it would even increase. However, he would be restricted by the laws of the world, needing to enter the hungry ghost realm to continue cultivating. However, the wound from the strike had penetrated deep into his spirit, not giving him the chance at all. He felt an indescribable sense of weakness. The samadhi flames of white bone penetrated deep and ignited his spirit as well. In the blink of an eye, it was almost completely incinerated. Let alone turning into a ghost king, it was difficult for him to even self-destruct. He felt a great terror. How could this be? Just what kind of sword is this? The path of white bone and great beauty comprehended the path of reincarnation and life, but it was used to break reincarnation and destroy all living and the dead in the 3,000 worlds. Not even a strand of their soul was allowed to exist. Little Anne did not answer. With a wave of her sleeve, the samadhi flames of white bone surged back and gathered in her hand. Aside from the wailing and struggling soul of the sect master, there was also a black sumeru ring floating in the air. It was crystalline and did not seem ordinary. There was also a string of dark purple soul beads, each one suppressing a ghost king. There were 9 of them in total. There was also a seemingly tattered black Taoist robe known as the spirit guarding robe. It was also a supreme treasure that had been passed down in the Black Een sect for tens of thousands of years. It could prevent the user from being affected by techniques such as laws and curses. It could also withstand attacks from arcane treasures. However, it was completely useless against the Buddha-slaying sword. Looking at everything that he had accumulated over 1,000 years, the sect master had used all sorts of schemes and methods. Both of them had fallen into the enemy's hands. The leader of the mysterious dark sect cursed, "You will not leave the mysterious dark sect alive today." The profound Een ghost converging formation didn't stop. Instead, the black vortex spun faster and faster, and the suction force became stronger and stronger, dragging Little Anne into it step by step. His soul might even be extracted. At the bottom of the abyss, countless ghostly flames rose and converged, dyeing the heavens and the earth a faint hue. Millions of Een soldiers charged out like mountains and seas, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Countless ghost generals and ghost marshals soared among them. The deafening battle cries caused even Little Anne's white bones to tremble, and several dozen enormous streams of Een chi soared up. They were all beings who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The Umbral Een sect was proficient in the art of controlling ghosts. Every great cultivator in the sect could control several ghost kings, and even countless ghost commanders and ghost generals. This might not be considered powerful, but above 10,000 ghosts abyss, with the power of the profound Een ghost converging formation, he could summon 1,000,000 ghosts from the hungry ghost realm to guard the sect. The Ghost King had no choice but to obey. Taking advantage of this geographical advantage, he could even display his full strength, which was not inferior to that of the hungry ghost realm. Although they were not as terrifying as the giant Buddha, they had the absolute advantage in numbers. None of the 3 great sects of the Qing province could be easily broken through. Only a more powerful force could do it after paying a terrible price. If Li Qingshan barged into the Chan monastery of Devanaga all by himself, the Chan monastery of Devanaga wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even without Chu Lai King and the other great cultivators, a single great Buddha was already hard enough to deal with. They could only think of a way to escape. At this moment, not only did Little Anne not have Li Qingshan's help, but after the battle at Great Buddha Mountain, Nearly half of the skull prayer beads had been destroyed, and the blood sea banner could not be used. Moreover, without Li Qingshan's tyrannical ability to shatter space, it was difficult for him to escape from the profound Yin ghost gathering formation. He was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. This was a hopeless situation for any cultivator in the Nine State. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Xianyin sect? The two great cultivators of the Xianyin sect stood above the sea of ghosts. One had a pale face, and the other had a greenish-black face. Ghostly flames rose in their eyes, and they looked at each other, full of fear. They had sensed it when the master of the Xianyin sect returned. When the two of them fought and the master of the Xianyin sect activated the profound Yin ghost gathering formation, they were not prepared to come out and help. They only thought that little An was reckless, but they never imagined that the one who lost would be the master of the Xianyin sect. Moreover, he had lost so quickly, and his soul had fallen into someone else's hands. They made up their minds not to go near little An. Little An's expression was normal, or rather expressionless. He ignored the two great cultivators and said to the master of the Xianyin sect, "I'm not a living person, and I don't want to leave." However, the people of the Hungry Ghost Realm didn't seem to tell you why they wanted me dead. Although she didn't know the achievements of the White Bone Bodhisattva in the Hungry Ghost Realm, she had already guessed some of the reasons. She clasped her thumb and index finger together like an orchid and flicked out a skull prayer bead. The master of the Xianyin sect was stunned. He vaguely knew that it had something to do with a prophecy. It seemed that the white sacred fire had once descended on the Hungry Ghost Realm and caused great damage. As for what kind of damage it was, even the Ghost Emperor who contacted him didn't seem to know. It wasn't that the Hungry Ghost Realm deliberately hid it, but that almost all the ghouls who had seen the White Bone Bodhisattva had died. Those who survived were all powerful ghost immortals and corpse demons. Their status was so high that the master of the Xianyin sect couldn't hope to reach them. If it weren't for the strange and twisted demonic god of Qiongqi, he wouldn't have lowered himself to communicate with the ants in his eyes. The master of the mysterious dark sect had an ominous premonition. He watched as the skull prayer bead fell into the sea of ghosts and was immediately submerged. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. No matter how strong the skeleton monster was, it could not fight against 1,000,000 ghosts, let alone dozens of ghost kings. However, little An did not transform the skull prayer bead into a skeleton demon. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the skull prayer bead shattered. The samadhi flames of white bone spouted out. Like a spark falling into a pot of boiling oil, the samadhi flames of white bone immediately spread for 100 kilometers with a boom. Let alone ordinary ghost soldiers, even ghost generals were immediately set ablaze, becoming a part of the samadhi flames of white bone. Only ghost commanders were able to resist it for a moment, but it was only for a moment before they were immediately devoured by the flames. The flames only grew stronger, overshadowing the blazing ghost flames and filling the 10,000 ghosts' abyss. They surged into the sky and dyed the dark night sky and land a pale white. In that instant, the world-shaking battle cries sank from the sky into the depths of the earth. The samadhi white bone flame did not emit a sound like ordinary flames. Instead, it spread silence. Everywhere it passed, everything returned to silence. In an instant, the master of the Black Moon sect understood everything. Where the prophecy of the white sacred flame had come from, and why the Hungry Ghost Realm was willing to pay any price to kill her. There was only one thought left in his mind: kill her quickly. Kill her now. In the midst of the raging fire, the two great cultivators of the Xianyin sect were extremely shocked. They urged the rolling Yin energy, not daring to let the samadhi flame of white bone come within 100 feet of them. At the same time, they ordered all the ghost kings to pounce on little An. Shaoan raised her hand, and the remaining skull prayer beads on her wrist flew out to receive the several dozen ghost kings. Obviously, it was impossible for her to achieve victory, but as she moved, the boundless sea of fire gathered and rose up like a wave. The huge waves piled up to the sky and vaguely took the shape of a hand. She waved her hand downwards, and the flaming hand was like a falling mountain. The Ghost Kings all dodged in panic, but there were still more than 20 that were sent flying. Their attacks instantly collapsed, and the rest were blocked by the skeleton demons, unable to get close at all. The Ghost Kings felt an instinctive fear, as if they had met their natural enemy. Although they were being forcefully driven, they had no will to fight. She nodded slightly. Everything was going according to plan. These low-level ghosts were much easier to digest than relics, and could immediately be converted into the power of the Samadhi white bone flame. Moreover, according to her plan, these relics were to be used to raise the level of Buddhist cultivation. Her white robes fluttered as she stood above the sea of fire. She was actually suppressing the entire Xianin sect by herself. "You can't escape." The master of the Xianin sect howled hysterically. Little Anne looked up again. The black vortex was already right in front of her. If she was sucked into it, even her white bones would not be able to withstand it. Without even looking, she stretched out her slender hand and squeezed it lightly. No! The soul of the master of the Xianin sect shattered and burned into a wisp of the Samadhi white bone flame, completely disappearing from the world. Chapter 1090. The two great elders of the Umbral Een sect did not show any sorrow over the death of the sect master. They watched on eagerly as Little Anne was sucked into the black swirl. Little Anne suddenly took out a formation disc. It was the size of a palm, pure black and octagonal in shape. It had 2 wheels, one inside and one outside. The inner wheel was engraved with a vicious ghost face, while the outer wheel revolved rapidly, turning into a blurry circle. It was extremely similar to the black swirl. The two great elders' expressions changed. This was the formation disc of the Umbral Een Ghost Gathering Formation. It was a legacy of the past sect masters. If they did not possess this formation disc, they were not the sect master of the Umbral Een sect. Little Anne understood this extremely well. After killing the sect master of the Umbral Een sect, the first thing he did was open his Sumer ring and find the formation disc, beginning to refine it. Formations were different from regular arcane treasures. Refining them required a deep understanding of their structure, and even regular formations had extremely complicated structures, let alone the protective formations of large sections. There would be many different variations, so it was not something that could be refined in a short amount of time. However, when Little Anne was still Princess of the Profound Moon, he had studied the structure of the Umbral Een Ghost Gathering Formation with the Dark Queen, as well as the various variations it could produce. Originally, he had made preparations for succeeding as the sect master of the Umbral Een sect, but he never thought there would be a day when he would use it like this. Now that he thought about it, he might have died because of this. Sects and clans worked together, but they also had conflict. What sects feared the most was being infiltrated and controlled by clans, but they could not turn down outstanding disciples from clans, especially from a large clan like the King Chu's estate. However, how to ensure their independence was a major issue. Of the 3 great sects of the Green Province, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was a holy land of Buddhism. The Buddhist Dharma was supreme, and their faith was greater than everything else. They were least afraid of being infiltrated and controlled, so they were the closest to the King Chu's estate. They shared both honor and disgrace. Instead, the King Chu's estate had to worry about being too deeply influenced by Buddhist ideologies. The Sword Collection Palace was a system of its own, placing great importance on the friendship of fellow disciples. In particular, the Sword Collection Peak's legacy of the Path of the Sword ensured the loyalty of its disciples. It was also independent of the king's estate. Instead, the Umbral Een sect that seemed to do whatever they wanted was the easiest to control, as demonic cultivators had neither faith nor friendship. They did not have much loyalty to the sect. They only cared about their own cultivation and strength, so internal strife was the most intense. It wasn't easy to ensure that it wouldn't split. If two successive generations of the sect masters of the mysterious dark sect had the surname G, and both of them were the closest people to Chu Lai King, and both of them had the absolute support of the G clan, then the mysterious dark sect would never be an independent sect again. In the past, the master of the Umbral Een sect had eliminated Princess Profound Moon and restrained the Dark Queen's cultivation, immediately suppressing the royal forces in the sect. It was rather like a hero who had cut his losses, but it was not for the greater good of the sect. Otherwise, if the Dark Queen had undergone the third heavenly tribulation a few decades earlier and had the support of the King Chu's estate, he would have been forced to abdicate and become a great elder. Little An had vaguely guessed this possibility. Therefore, when the lord of the mysterious dark sect expressed his intention to abdicate, she became suspicious and decided to annihilate the mysterious dark sect. As for whether she was wrong or not, it did not matter at all. The increase in cultivation was always true. To quote what Li Qingshan had once said, "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me." The path of white bone and great beauty had never been a path of kindness. Instead, it was an extremely vicious path, a demon among demons. However, reality had proven that interacting with people of the demonic path, striking first and gaining the upper hand was always a good idea. As for destroying the master of the Umbral Een sect's soul, it was not to vent her anger, but to remove the final obstruction to refining the formation disk. However, just that alone was still not enough. If she wanted to gain complete control over the profound Een ghost gathering formation, she could only take the risk and enter the center of the black vortex. As a result, she stepped into the black vortex resolutely. In the blink of an eye, her flesh and blood were stripped away by the Een wind, revealing her shiny, white bones that trembled violently. She seemed like she was about to shatter. At the same time, the samadhi flames of white bone that surged like the ocean all surged into the black vortex. The world was gloomy and the night was long. All the disciples of the Umbral Een sect looked up, still shaken. Just now, the sea of white flames was like a nightmare. Was it time to wake up from the dream? The pale white flames in little Anne's eye sockets remained calm. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed through them, and the black formation disk in little Anne's hand suddenly lit up with pale white flames. The ghostly face gradually twisted and changed, turning into a skull. A pale white flame also lit up outside the black vortex. Boom! The samadhi flames of white bone spewed out from the center of the vortex, dyeing the black vortex a pale white color. It began to spin in the opposite direction, and the samadhi flames of white bone rapidly condensed. It was like a sun, its light illuminating thousands of kilometers away. Countless disciples of the Umbral Een sect who were looking up were instantly blinded. The pale white light clearly did not have a hint of warmth, yet they felt an indescribable heat from the depths of their souls. They flailed their limbs madly, wanting to scream, yet they could not make a sound. They were surrounded by a deep, deathly silence. Their souls began to burn, turning into samadhi flames of white bone that surged out from their orifices. It enveloped their entire bodies, burning them into thousands of white torches. Little An stood at the center of the vortex, his pure white jaw opening and closing. "All Ghost Kings, heed my command." The Ghost Kings were seized by fear. They all lowered their heads, becoming even more submissive than when they were being ordered around by the two great elders just now, even though they knew that they would definitely be destroyed in the end. In order to make it easier to order them around, most of their spirituality had been wiped away by the successive sect masters of the Umbral Een sect. They only revered the master of the Umbral Een ghost gathering formation. Destroy the Umbral Een sect. The Ghost Kings received the order and all lunged at the Umbral sect disciples beside them, beginning a massacre. An armless, strange-looking Ghost King with several dozen eyes shot out streaks of black light from its eyes as it howled through the air. An elder of the Umbral sect activated an escape talisman, turning into a streak of light and flying away. He had only flown a few kilometers when he was struck by a streak of black light. His body appeared and immediately withered, turning into a ghost commander. He wanted to continue fleeing, but he was sucked into the white vortex in the sky. As soon as he approached within 300 meters of the white vortex, he began to burn, turning into samadhi flames of white bone and becoming a part of the vortex. The Umbral sect disciples who had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation were basically unable to put up any resistance against the several dozen Ghost Kings. This was a one-sided massacre. Little Anne did not pay attention to these battles. Instead, she focused most of her attention on the two great elders. She ordered over 20 Ghost Kings and 10 skeleton devils to surround them. The two great elders released over a dozen Ghost Kings to block them before turning around and fleeing into the depths of myriad ghosts' abyss. "Do you want to open the gate of hungry ghosts?" Little Anne muttered to herself as she slowly broke free from the white vortex. Flesh and blood regrew, spreading from her fingertips to her entire arm. In the blink of an eye, it had covered her entire body, making her appear even more pure and flawless, beautiful. She swept up her long, black hair and draped the black, spirit guardian robe over it. Then, she slowly descended from the sky, descending into the depths of myriad ghosts' abyss. All the Ghost Kings and skeleton devils were recalled, forming a formation to protect her. They were like an army that wanted to completely destroy the Umbral sect. Chapter 1091. Under the illumination of the blazing sun, light and shadow crisscrossed within the abyss. Little Anne flew between the light and shadow. All sorts of things from the past appeared in his heart, stirring up faint ripples. Her hand pressed on the Buddha's slaying sword. She was emotionless and unhurried. The stone beams collapsed one after another. With a casual wave of her sword, she killed all the Ghost Kings blocking her way. She reached the bottom of the abyss of ghosts, right above the gate of hungry ghosts. The legendary gate of hungry ghosts did not look like a gate, but more like a small lake. It was no more than 10 li in circumference, and was surrounded by neatly stacked obsidian stones. The stones were engraved with layers upon layers of patterns, forming a perfect circle that firmly sealed the gate of hungry ghosts. The lake was not filled with water, but with a viscous, ink-gray liquid. It was the ultimate combination of Yin Qi and Death Qi. There was not the slightest ripple on the surface of the lake, and no light or shadow could be seen. The two grand elders stopped and shouted, "Stop! If you dare take another step closer, we'll break the gate of hungry ghosts. Not just you, but this entire world will be buried with you. If you break the gate of hungry ghosts, the entire 10,000 ghosts' abyss will shatter. Within the profound Yin ghost gathering formation, you will have nowhere to run. Most likely, you will not be able to escape death." Little Anne did not look at them. She stared at the deep and unfathomable gate of hungry ghosts. This was her greatest goal in destroying the Xianin sect. He had benefited greatly from the two battles between the Chan monastery of Devanaga and the Umbral sect, but it was not a long-term plan after all. Most of the ghosts that the Umbral sect controlled came from the gate of hungry ghosts. As long as he controlled the gate of hungry ghosts, he would possess endless resources. From the looks of it, it was only natural that the hungry ghost realm viewed her as a great enemy. Perhaps the white-bone bodhisattva had done something similar. "You, who the hell are you?" The two grand elders were horrified. Breaking the gate of hungry ghosts was the final trump card of the Xianin sect. They would never use it unless it was a matter of life and death, because once they used it, the Xianin sect would be completely destroyed. It was not much different from mutual destruction. This was the core secret of the Xianin sect, and no outsider could know about it. Humph! Do you know that this gate of hungry ghosts is the core of the profound ghost convergence formation? Once the gate of hungry ghosts is broken, the profound ghost gathering formation will naturally be broken as well. Little Anne looked around at the Ghost King and Skeleton Demon. You won't be able to escape. Even if you manage to survive, the hungry ghost realm isn't a good place. The two grand elders were speechless. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hungry ghost realm was one of the 3 evil realms. Devouring each other was no less tragic than the Azura realm, but it was not like the Azura realm, where one could revive. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they were not willing to throw themselves into it. After all, they were still humans. From beginning to end, she seemed to have calculated everything, which was even more terrifying than the white flames. Thinking back, just now, if she hadn't called back the Ghost King and skeletal monsters she had been chasing, they would have been forced into a desperate situation and would have had no choice but to risk breaking through the gate of hungry ghosts. So this was also within her expectations. She felt a chill run down her spine. Little Anne said, "Leave, I'll let you live. Why should we believe you, unless you completely shut down the profound ghost gathering formation? All right." Little Anne sank into her thoughts for a while. She nodded slightly and took out the formation disc. With a gentle press, the rapidly spinning disc slowly came to a stop. The sun in the sky slowly sank, devouring and incinerating all the Ghost Kings before merging with her body, enveloping her in the extremely bright samadhi flames of white bone. Immediately, the profound ghost gathering formation stopped operating, and the night sky became unprecedentedly clear. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and countless stars filled the sky. The 2 grand elders exchanged glances. Once a formation of such scale completely shut down, it would take quite a bit of effort to reactivate it. As long as the formation did not bind them, they were confident that there were not a lot of people in the world who could stop them if they wanted to break free. Compared to becoming ghosts in the extremely dangerous hungry ghost realm, they still preferred to live as humans. As a result, they used the special technique of the umbral insect, the ghost shadow evasion, at the same time, flying towards 2 ends of the myriad ghosts' abyss, one to the left and one to the right. Their movements were erratic, making it difficult to grasp their trajectories. The law of 4 parts? Abstain from all actions. The bright moon sank in the west. 2 streaks of light shot through the sky and landed on the 2 sides of the myriad ghosts' abyss, turning into a man and a woman. They were Chu Lai King and the Dark Queen. The Dark Queen pursued them all the way to the King of Chu's estate and caught up with Chu Lai King again. Only after much persuasion did Chu Lai King agree to travel with her and come to the umbral insect to talk to her daughter. After all, she was probably the cultivator who had traveled the furthest in the Ji clan. The Green Province also required her strength to contend against the Mist Province. However, the sight before them left them all stunned. They basically doubted whether they had come to the wrong place. There was no sinister aura, no blazing flames, nor was there a person and a ghost. Just what had happened to the umbral insect? A speck of light flickered at the bottom of the myriad ghosts' abyss, gold and white. The dark moon. The Dark Queen was filled with concern as she flew down. Chu Lai King followed closely behind. Little Anne was currently cultivating beside the gate of hungry ghosts, digesting what he had obtained from the Chan monastery of Devanaga and the umbral insect, refining her white bones and refining Sarira's one by one. Suddenly, she turned around and smiled. Mother, Father, the Dark Moon, spiritual guardian robe? The Dark Queen walked over and suddenly discovered that the black clothes she wore were extremely familiar. She could not help but stop. What did you do? Chu Lai King asked with a frown. Father and Mother, I've already investigated the truth. The person who plotted against me back then was the master of the Umbral sect, and I've already killed him. The Umbral sect colluded with the Hungry Ghost Realm and wanted to kill me, but I also destroyed them. Unfortunately, one of them managed to escape. Little Anne was calm and humble, but in the end she felt slightly regretful. No matter how meticulous the plan was, it was very difficult for it to be foolproof. When the Dark Queen and Chu Lai King heard that, it was like a clap of thunder. They fell silent for quite a while. In the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind, the sky was always clear regardless of day or night. A gentle breeze drifted by, and the lotus flowers rippled, filling the air with fragrance. Gu Yenying arrived on the terrace outside the pavilion and clasped her hand. "Congratulations, fellow North Moon. Your name has shaken up the world from now on." Li Qingshan descended from above and landed on the terrace. He asked, "How is Qingzan?" Gu Yenying said, "His life is in no danger, but his soul is injured, and his cultivation is greatly affected. He's still unconscious." "Yeah, thanks. As long as he's fine. I'll find a way to help him recover his cultivation. The injuries to his soul are a little troublesome, but it's not impossible to treat." Li Qingshan arrived in the pavilion quickly and saw Hua Sengzan lying quietly on the bed. His breathing was weak, but it was extremely steady, which made him stop worrying. Then he saw how he gripped the hilt of a sword firmly in his hand. He could not help but frown. Gu Yenying said, "He's already condensed a sword embryo, becoming one with the sword. The sword may have been destroyed, but its effects can't be completely erased. I don't dare to remove the hilt recklessly either. I plan on waiting for him to wake up." Li Qingshan took out the soul-switching sword and drew the edge, reflecting his face. He said in thought, "Just what is the Sword Collection Palace planning?" He had once used a soaring dragon sword from the Sword Collection Palace. He had used it until it shattered, but he did not notice any problems. Why would it have such a great effect on Hua Sengzan? With various doubts, he suddenly made up his mind. He would refine the soul-switching sword. Chapter 1092. Gu Yenying could tell what he was planning, so she advised, "You better be careful. If a mere sword can distort my mind, then my decades of cultivation will be in vain." Li Qingshan said proudly. "Decades?" Gu Yenying couldn't help but sigh. Most ordinary cultivators couldn't even survive one heavenly tribulation, but he had already reached this step. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency. "How is it? Regret it?" Li Qingshan said with a smile. "A little." Gu Yenying smiled slightly. "There's still time," Li Qingshan said and pulled out the soul-transforming sword with a clang. He held the sword hilt with both hands, closed his eyes, and sent his divine sense into it. The sword's edge lit up. Gu Yenying looked at him with a strange expression, from top to bottom, not letting go of any detail, as if she wanted to see through him. She had watched him walk step by step to where he was today. He wasn't a shrewd person, and was even simpler and more straightforward than the average person, but there was always a thick layer of fog that she couldn't see clearly. After a moment, he retracted his gaze, opened his folding fan, and gently waved it. He couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that he really regretted it? The fighting demon heart flashed with a bloody light, and rolling demonic aura surged into the soul-transforming sword. Strands of demonic aura seeped into the sword's edge, and after a while, it was dyed with a layer of demonic light. The refining process was very smooth. He didn't know if it was because his cultivation was much higher than when he refined the flying dragon sword, or because the soul-transforming sword chose him, but there were no abnormalities. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, a little puzzled. "That's it?" Gu Yenying put away her folding fan, a look of surprise on her face. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Qingshan asked. "Are you using demonic aura?" Gu Yenying said. "Yes, is there a problem? Why else would I use demonic aura? Although he was originally human and looked no different from a human, he was no longer human. He was half demon, half demon. In comparison, demons were more similar to humans, so they naturally used demonic aura to refine human artifacts. This was what he did when he refined the flying dragon sword. The famed swords of the hidden sword peak are all prepared for sword cultivators. How could they be easily refined by demonic energy? Gu Yenying exclaimed. This is probably because it's easy to be bad, but hard to be good. I once obtained a flying dragon sword, and I refined it into the demon dragon sword. Li Qingshan had been cultivating since he was young, and he had been advancing bravely and diligently. He had ignored all sorts of conventions and common sense regarding the path of cultivation. He had never taken it to heart. Soaring Dragon Elder really died because of you. Gu Yenying's eyes flashed. In the past, the Wyvern Elder was an outstanding talent among the Golden Elixir Adepts, but he had mysteriously fallen on the Ice Sword Cliff. In fact, it could not even be considered as a death, but as if he had been directly erased. That's the beginning of my enmity with the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan smiled. He had thought about it many times. If this had not happened, would Brother Nyo have left so early? Let me think. I get it now. A gleam of light flashed through Gu Yenying's eyes. She arrived beside Hua Sungzan and gently tapped his dantian, where the sword embryo was. A strand of hot air seeped in, wrapping around the sword embryo. Hua Sungzan suddenly revealed a pained expression. His body began to tremble violently, and in the blink of an eye, his clothes were drenched in sweat. A while later, Gu Yenying let go and frowned. The scorching wind hell won't do. Looks like I'll have to get my disciple over. What do you understand? Li Qingshan asked. Even if it's an arcane artifact, converting it into a demon artifact is difficult, let alone an arcane treasure. Let alone a famed sword specially prepared for sword cultivators like the soul-switching sword. Gu Yenying flicked the edge of the soul-switching sword gently. Unless it's a demon's sword in the first place. A demon's sword. Li Qingshan raised the soul-switching sword in his hand. Right now, the soul-switching sword was indeed a demon sword. Gu Yenying said, then everything makes sense. When cultivators refine demon artifacts or demon treasures, they have to cleanse the demon qi from them first, or they'll be contaminated by the demon qi and even develop demonic thoughts. On Great Buddha Mountain, Little Hua's behavior doesn't seem like he's under someone's control. Instead, he seems like he's fighting against the demonic thoughts in his heart. There were many types of demonic thoughts. They could be bloodthirsty and aggressive, or they could be stubborn and curious. However, most demon folk would invert right and wrong and go against good and evil. They would never sacrifice themselves for their friends. As a matter of fact, they did not even have the concept of friends. When Hua Sungzan framed Li Qingshan in the Grand Hall, his thoughts were sharp, his words were sharp, and his acting was top-notch. It could be described as an embodiment of his intelligence, and it was in line with his own interests. However, the reversal later was equivalent to betting his own life. The master of the Sword Collection Palace had almost slain him on the spot. No wonder I didn't feel anything strange. Li Qingshan came to a slight understanding. His heart had always been a battlefield where gods and demons fought. As a matter of fact, his demonic nature surpassed his divine nature. If the swords of the Sword Collection Palace could lead people into the demonic path, then he had been sprinting along this path in the first place. He had grown accustomed to the deep demonic nature in his heart a long time ago. You're different from regular cultivators after all. If I've guessed correctly, the sword is hiding a demon seed. Gu Yenying said. Demon seed? It's the condensation of demonic thoughts. When demon folk are just born, they'll already have a deep demon seed. After 10 months of gestation, they'll gradually grow, turning into a demon heart the moment they're born. A sword embryo and a sword nascent soul. How ingenious! Gu Yenying clapped her hands. About that, can you explain it a little more clearly? Li Qingshan asked. There's a demonic seed hidden in the sword, and a sword cultivator is one with the sword. This is equivalent to letting the demonic seed take root, but it won't affect them immediately. Only after passing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing the sword embryo will the demonic seed take root, absorbing all kinds of negative emotions to grow and grow. Only after passing the third heavenly tribulation and condensing the sword nascent will the demonic seed blossom and bear fruit, but they'll be stuck in the infant stage. On the surface, they'll still look like a sword cultivator, and all their skills are the same, but their mind has been completely twisted. If I'm not mistaken, only after passing the fourth heavenly tribulation will they completely turn into a demon, and all their cultivation will be transformed into demonic energy. Gu Yenying used her knowledge and experience to deduce the demon seed in the sword step by step. Even she struggled to believe the result. After all, the Sword Collection Palace was a renowned orthodox sect in the world, having existed for tens of thousands of years. You're saying that the entire Sword Collection Palace is a hidden pawn of the demon domain? Li Qingshan was rather surprised as well. However, now that he thought about it, he had once displayed his cultivation as a demon king without hiding it at all. Not only did the master of the Sword Collection Palace not purge demons and uphold justice, but he even invited him to the Sword Collection Palace to draw his sword. His attitude was indeed rather abnormal. As for the so-called Demon Slayer, stirring up conflict between the two races everywhere in the Green Province, he was harboring malicious intentions, paving the way for the invasion of the demon domain. It's very possible. What a brilliant plan! Not only does it avoid the restraints of the laws of the world, but only the most outstanding disciples become a part of the plan. Only great sword cultivators can see through everything. Gu Yenying sighed in praise. Oh right, perhaps you've saved the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, or even the entire Green Province. The Demon Suppression Hall. Li Qingshan understood. That's right. The Demon Suppression Hall is one of the few great demon caverns in the world. If it's suddenly destroyed, the consequences will be unthinkable. Probably all the cultivators on Great Buddha Mountain will be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, 3 great sword cultivators working together still seem a little lacking. Perhaps they're still hiding something. Even Gu Yenying had no idea that the soaring Locust King had been lying in ambush for a very long time in the underground cavern below Great Buddha Mountain. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. His laughter rumbled, and the sea of flowers rose and fell. So I'm a hero. The only person he felt sorry for during the battle of Great Buddha Mountain was the unraging monk. If Gu Yenying's guess was correct, then he was completely capable of arriving before the Demon Suppression Hall, rubbing the unraging monk's big, bald head and saying, "Master, you didn't trust me wrong." As a matter of fact, even Chu Lai King would have to admit honestly that he had slaughtered his wife and son. He had really done too well. He felt extremely delighted inside. Suddenly, he opened his arms and embraced Gu Yenying. "Thank you." Immediately, a scorching pain that penetrated deep into his soul spread through his entire body. He did not let go either. Gu Yenying was taken aback. She patted his back with a smile. "All right, don't take advantage of me. Doesn't it hurt?" Li Qingshan snickered and let go of her. His emotions fluctuated slightly, as well as a hint of disappointment. Even after so many years, she was still the same person. However, he was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. He cast aside his distracting thoughts very soon and said sincerely, "I owe you another one." If he had to think about it, he probably would never have thought of the Sword Collection Palace. It was not that he was not clever enough, but that he was not knowledgeable enough. It was quite funny now that he thought about it. He had even seen the 12 demon gods of the demon domain before, and who knew how many demon kings he had killed, yet he basically knew nothing about the demon domain. Thinking up to there, he could not help but miss the Banyan Tree King. If he were here, he would definitely be able to give him an answer sooner. He secretly made up his mind. Cheongji has probably digested the fruit of wisdom already. Once I bring the core over, I'll plant it in a potted plant as well. Gu Yenying said, there's no need to be so polite. I'll just treat it as one time. Alright, I'll definitely help you out if you need anything. Li Qingshan then asked, you just want to purge the demon seed in Qingzhan's sword embryo now? The illustrations of the infernal realm do indeed have this effect. Gu Yenying nodded. The existence of the infernal realm was to punish various sins, and there was no one in the world who was more sinful than demon folk. However, my scorching wind hell is too powerful. I'm afraid it'll hurt little Hua, and the ladle of wind is unpredictable, so it's not suitable for something like that. Instead, my disciple's venomous snake is a little more nimble. I've already summoned her. Unlike regular techniques, the pain from practicing the illustrations of the infernal realm was uncontrollable. Even the tiniest wisp of hot wind was a form of torture from hell. It was not something Hua Sungzan could endure at his realm of cultivation. Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan frowned. You still remember her? Gu Yenying smiled. I don't understand. Why did you accept her as your disciple? Don't you think she's very similar to us? How are we similar? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Stubborn. Even in the cultivation community, such stubbornness is very rare. I think very highly of her. Be careful of being devoured by her. She definitely hates you. She hates everyone, Li Qingshan warned. Looks like you think very highly of her too. It'd be boring otherwise. The two of them chatted idly as they waited for Qian Rongji's arrival. Li Qingshan became slightly doubtful again. The Sword Collection Palace should know very well that the demon seed is useless against a demon king. Qingzhan already knew I was a demon, yet he still desperately tried to stop me from refining the soul-switching sword. Does he not trust me that much? Chapter 1093. All of this could only be answered when Hua Sungzan woke up. Where do you plan on going next? Gu Yenying asked. I'll help the Golden Cicada Spirit King ascend first and destroy the Soaring Locust King along the way. Afterwards, I'll go to the Ink Sea. Oh right, I might even have to pay a visit to the Sword Collection Palace and eliminate them once and for all. After that, I'll have to find a way to ascend. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and considered the path ahead. Must you go to the Ink Sea? Gu Yenying asked. Why do you ask? Li Qingshan asked. It's just like what you said on Great Buddha Mountain. Uncle isn't a bad person. Gu Yenying sighed. She had stayed in the Green Province for many years. The Dragon King of the Sea was proud and aloof, but he had always treated her well. If Li Qingshan went to the Ink Sea, there would definitely be a battle to the death. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something she wanted to see. I know, but I haven't been spared because of this. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. He really did not have much ill will towards the Dragon King of the Sea. However, ever since he killed Mou and was killed by the Dragon King, there was no turning back. They had to fight. Perhaps you can do it another way? As long as you don't go to the Ink Sea, Uncle can't do anything to you at all. Gu Yenying gazed at the rolling sea of flowers. Haha, the Dragon King won't be happy to hear that. Li Qingshan laughed. What if I use the one you owe me in exchange? Gu Yenying turned around and looked at him seriously. Forget it. You're not that kind of person. Yeah, I've always been a selfish person. I really can't do such a thing. Just pretend I didn't say anything just now. Don't forget that you owe me one. Prepare to climb a mountain of swords and dive into a pot of oil. Gu Yenying looked away. How stubborn. No problem. Li Qingshan smiled. Not long after, Qian Rongji arrived at the Listening Wind Pavilion and respectfully bowed to Gu Yenying. Master. Gu Yenying explained and asked, "Can you do it?" Qian Rongji said, "We can give it a try. I can't guarantee anything." Li Qingshan vaguely felt that she seemed to have changed, but he couldn't tell what had changed, so he didn't bother to look into it. "If you can succeed, I will repay you." The three of them arrived at the waterside pavilion. Qian Rongji's right hand hovered above Hua Sengzan's dantian. A beautiful little snake slithered out from her sleeve. Hissing and hissing, the snake slithered its head into Hua Sengzan's body. Hua Sengzan furrowed his brows, and a pained expression appeared on his face. However, the pain brought by this poisonous snake was obviously easier to bear than the hot wind. Li Qingshan gently tapped the hilt of his sword with his index finger and waited to one side. Since he had nothing to do, he sent his soul into the sword again. The soul-switching sword also possessed the sword intent legacies left behind by past swordmasters. Although the sword style hidden within had originated from the sword scripture of heaven and earth, and it was not as complete as his derivation, it still possessed its own ingenuity. It was compatible with the soul-switching sword intent. The 10 famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace all had their own wondrous uses. The soul-switching sword was no exception. As long as the sword was pointed at the enemy, it could twist the enemy's soul, separating it from their body. The effects would vary according to the enemy's strength, but in an intense battle, the slightest delay would be the difference between life and death. Perhaps this was the difference between life and death. It was indeed a sharp weapon. I wonder what the demon seed looks like? Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle to derive it. His soul entered the sword in an attempt to find the demon seed hidden within. As time passed, the structure of the soul-switching sword gradually became clear. The inscriptions engraved within were analyzed and separated. He was not a master of artifact forging, but he also gained a rough understanding of how it worked. At the same time, Qian Rongji's poisonous snake had also entered Hua Sengzan's sword embryo. She suddenly said, "Found it?" A demon seed was buried in the very depths of the sword embryo. It had taken root and sprouted. The demonic nature it gave off constantly influenced Hua Sengzan's mind, feasting on his various demonic thoughts and rapidly growing. Gu Yenying asked, "Can you eradicate it?" "I'll do my best." Qian Rongji controlled the poisonous snake and swallowed the demon seed in a single gulp. At this moment, Li Qingshan parted the layers of mist and discovered the demon seed in the soul-switching sword. He thought as expected. No wonder. Gu Yenying's guess was correct. It was no wonder he failed to discover the demon seed in the soaring dragon sword in the past. It was just like how no one would be so bored as to take apart the electrical appliances at home and inspect every single component. They only needed to read the manual and know how to use it. The structure of an arcane treasure was much more complicated than an electrical appliance. Just learning how to use it was extremely difficult. If it were not for the spirit turtle's powerful ability to derive, he probably would have struggled to discover the existence of the demon seed even if he was skilled in the way of artifact forging. He frowned slightly. The demon seed was not particularly powerful, but the demonic nature it contained was extremely pure. The demon seeds condensed by demon folk in the demon domain when they were first born definitely could not reach a level like this. Even demon kings were nothing more than this. Just who was behind this scheme? At this moment, the demon seed trembled and suddenly erupted. The twisted, vicious demonic thoughts surged and immediately filled Li Qingshan's mind, accompanied by a strange laughter filled with malice. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan shivered inside. The soul-switching sword clearly did not have a sword soul. "I am your master," that voice declared, still laughing non-stop. "Bullshit," Li Qingshan barked. "How dare you ruin master's plans? Do you know there's a price to pay?" So it's all you're doing. Don't let me see you again. You don't believe me? I'll prove it to you. Before he had even finished speaking, the soul-switching sword thrummed. The crescent mark on the hilt began to revolve, shining with rings of clear light. Li Qingshan suddenly felt himself being pushed backwards, floating up. Lowering his head, he saw another him, drawing the soul-switching sword and swinging it at Hua Sengzan on the sickbed. Qingshan? Gu Yenying said. This had happened far too suddenly, and Li Qingshan had struck out extremely swiftly as well. She was unable to save him in time. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed out and suppressed the clear light from the soul-switching sword. He immediately regained control over his body, and the sword stopped above Hua Sengzan's head, still thrumming. He said to Gu Yenying, "Looks like the swords of the Sword Collection Palace aren't just about the demon seed." The unconscious Hua Sengzan suddenly sat up. With a strange, twisted smile on his face, he collided with the sword. Li Qingshan casually sheathed the sword and pressed down on Hua Sengzan's head. "Suppress. You will regret this." With that, Hua Sengzan collapsed back onto the bed. His face was pale, enveloped by a faint layer of demon qi. Qian Rongji took a step back and lowered her head. The demon seed in his sword embryo has erupted. It's already contaminated his soul. There's nothing I can do. What was that just then? Gu Yenying asked. I don't know. It's a pity that my demon suppression statuary has become the demon war statuary. Li Qingshan frowned. Although the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression could suppress demonic nature, that was only internal. Externally, it would suppress everything. Even if it could save Hua Sengzan, his personality would change drastically. Chapter 1094. The bright moon set in the west. It happened to be the darkest moment of the day, as well as the darkest moment of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the past several thousand years. The great Buddha mountain was a mess. Ruins from the battle were everywhere. The monks were busy treating the injured and cleaning up the ruins, but they were silent and gloomy. From afar, the great Buddha mountain no longer looked like a great Buddha. The original design of the great Buddha's hall was to fit the entire mountain, making it look more like a great Buddha. Now that the great Buddha's hall had been destroyed, the mountain top had been shaved off dozens of feet, and hundreds of places had collapsed. If one were to insist on describing it, it was a headless Buddha. The dauntless monk stood on the headless great Buddha mountain. His expression was extremely stern as he constantly fiddled with a string of prayer beads in his hand. Reverend One Lamp came to the top of the mountain and reported, "Abbot, we've tallied up the casualties. 83 people have died and countless injured. Thousands of palaces and houses have been destroyed. All the relics of the eminent monks in the pagoda forest have been taken away." His expression was so ugly that he looked like he was about to cry. Li Qingshan and Little and had no intention of killing or injuring the disciples of the monastery, but the shock waves from their battle were far too terrifying. Fortunately, all those who could cultivate on Great Buddha Mountain were cultivators with some strength, so they would not normally be crushed to death by the collapsing halls. If it were a city of mortals, probably not a single survivor would be alive. The dauntless monk shuddered and crushed a prayer bead. "Fearless, look at the fine disciple your Chan monastery of Devanaga has accepted. One is the enemy of Buddha, the other is a demon." After a period of rest, the monk king of the 7 treasures had mostly recovered from his wounds. His face that had been flattened by the Buddha also returned to normal. He stood up and berated the dauntless monk furiously. 6 of his 7 Buddhist treasures were destroyed, and his cultivation suffered a great loss. It would probably take more than 100 years for him to recover. Furthermore, he was sent flying by the Buddha twice. He felt extremely aggrieved. Monk Eating said angrily, Master, no one wants to see this happen. Didn't you want ye to cultivate in the Lingua Temple? How dare you speak to me like this? I must report this to the Imperial Grandmaster. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga must take responsibility, especially that Bu Nu. Where is he? The Seven Treasures Monk King was furious. The other two Monk Kings hurried over to persuade him, but they also had many complaints about the unraging monk. With their mental fortitude and cultivation, it was clear to see how displeased they were. The dauntless monk closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes again. He said solemnly, "Where is the president of the commandment yard? Jimming is here." A hunchbacked old monk arrived at the peak of the mountain. "Bring Unraging up here." "One lamp, go gather all the disciples," said the dauntless monk. The two of them accepted the order and left. Behind the great Buddha mountain, in front of the demon suppression hall. "You still need one more. Doge, go check out the bushes over there." The unraging monk instructed Duoj as he worked hard to piece the green tablet back together. "Master, senior brother, Duoj faltered. He had been wandering outside and happened to miss the battle on Great Buddha Mountain. When he returned, all he saw was a mess. He vaguely heard that it had something to do with Li Qingshan, so he hurried back to the demon suppression hall, only to be ordered by the unraging monk to look for rocks everywhere. "Cut the nonsense," the unraging monk said. Duoj was helpless. All he could do was continue searching through the bushes. The tablet in the demon suppression hall was only a regular, large, green rock. After shattering it, it was no different from a regular rock. He could only distinguish it based on its shape and color. Suddenly, he sensed a few presences approach. He could not help but straighten up, only to see the Jimming Chan master walking over with 4 disciples. He even carried a huge, dark chain that glowed with light. It was a Buddhist treasure. The 4 disciples of the commandment yard had all undergone the first heavenly tribulation, yet they had to work together to lift the chain. The Jimming Chan master? Duoj was taken aback. The chain was the treasure of the commandment yard. It was called Set Foot. Not only did it weigh thousands of kilograms, but it could also seal up one's cultivation. The unraging monk had even jokingly told him to try it out in the commandment yard. "He's finally here," the unraging monk said softly and reforged the tablet in his hand. "Apologies for the offense, Senior Uncle Unraging." The Jimming Chan master brought his palms together. The unraging monk stood up and planted the missing tablet firmly in front of the demon suppression hall. He turned around and extended his hands. "Come! Put on the shackles," the Jimming Chan master said. The 4 disciples of the commandment yard approached carefully and removed the shackles with great difficulty, grabbing the unraging monk's hands and neck. "Master!" Duoj rushed over. "Keep looking," the unraging monk said. Duoj stopped. "Luck!" the Jimming Chan master bellowed out. With a crack, the shackles closed up, sealing up perfectly. The unraging monk's shoulders sank before straightening them again. His feet sank into the earth, and under the escort of the disciples of the commandment yard, he ascended Great Buddha Mountain. "I'm not looking." Duoj caught up to the unraging monk. "If you don't want to look, then go wander outside." The unraging monk gazed at Duoj deeply. He was a demon folk, so his position in the Chan monastery of Devanaga had always been awkward. Now that something like this had happened, he would definitely be viewed as an enemy by the monks if he remained on Great Buddha Mountain. "I'm not going," Duoj said. "Sigh, all of them are so disobedient. If I had known this earlier, I would have just been drinking and eating meat obediently. Why did I have to take in disciples for no reason?" The unraging monk smiled bitterly. Figures flickered on Great Buddha Mountain. Basically all the disciples had been gathered, amounting to several thousand people. The 4 monk kings stood in the center, where the grand hall originally stood. Beside them were the head monks and elders of the various courtyards. They were all stern. Suddenly, the clanking of shackles rang out in the distance, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The unraging monk walked over step by step, shackled and chained. He left behind a string of deep footprints on the stone steps behind him. Duoj followed closely behind. The crowd parted to form a path, gazing at the unraging monk with various expressions: pity, fury, and disgust. Perhaps they did not know what the enemy of Buddha was, but the demonic god that had once stood on Great Buddha Mountain, over 700 meters tall, had left them with an indelible impression. It was that demon who had caused great harm to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. That was his disciple. The entire time, he had always been an anomaly in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He ignored the rules of etiquette, ate meat, and drank alcohol. He spent more time with demon folk than with monks. In the end, it seemed only logical that he would cause such a disaster. As a matter of fact, some people even speculated maliciously that he had probably already fallen into the demonic path. Otherwise, why would he ignore all the outstanding disciples in the monastery and insist on taking in demon folk as disciples? The unraging monk made his way through the crowd calmly. Behind him, Duoj was stopped by 4 disciples of the monastic discipline courtyard. He called out, "Master, go." The unraging monk turned around and said. Duoj did not move at all. A large circle of people stood around him. The monks all maintained their distance from him. "Abbot, I've brought the unraging here," said the Anilam Chan master. "You're in charge of the monastic discipline courtyard. What commandments did he break today?" The dauntless monk asked. "He failed to recognize people, sympathized with demons, failed to protect the monastery, and avoided battle." "What are his punishments?" "Caning. Imprisonment." Chapter 1095. The unraging monk did not answer. He only nodded slightly towards the dauntless monk. He could argue for Li Qingshan's sake, but someone had to be responsible for all of this. "All right. Monastic commandment yard, execute," the dauntless monk ordered sternly as his brows furrowed. If it were not for the fact that he was the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he would rather receive the punishment himself. This disciple understands. Ji Ming took out a dark, heavy staff. His hunched figure seemed rather out of place compared to the huge staff, but his sternness was exactly the same. He arrived behind the unraging monk and said sternly, "Please bend over, senior uncle." The chains rattled, and the unraging monk collapsed on the ground. The surrounding monks fell into an uproar. This was a monk king after all. No matter how unbridled he was still someone they had to look up to. How could he be humiliated like this? Even those who were resentful and dissatisfied suddenly felt uneasy. The presidents and elders of the academies felt even more emotional, and they all closed their eyes. The staff was raised high and was about to fall. "Wait." Seven Treasure Monk King suddenly stopped him. "What does senior brother Seven Treasures want?" the dauntless monk asked. Even though Bu has violated the precepts as a monk king, ordinary monks do not have the qualifications to carry out the punishment, and it is also not allowed for fellow disciples to carry out the punishment. "There is a suspicion of favoritism," said the Seven Treasure Monk King. "Where are we supposed to find a great lawyer to carry out the punishment at a time like this?" The dauntless monk frowned. Monk kings had an extremely high status in the Buddhist sect. If they violated the precepts, they would usually have a lawyer from the Vinaya school to judge them. After going through a set of extremely solemn and complicated procedures, the monk king would personally execute them to ensure the fairness of the law and the severity of the punishment. However, the dauntless monk was in a hurry to quell everyone's anger and pacify them, yet he also wanted to minimize the effects to protect the reputation of the Chan monastery of Devanaga and the unraging monk. It was impossible for him to go through this process. "Even though I am not a disciple of the discipline school, I come from Lingua Temple, so I have the responsibility of supervising all monks under the heavens. I can carry out the punishment in your place." Seven Treasure Monk King took a step forward and said in an unquestionable manner, "The seventh treasure." The dauntless monk frowned firmly as he was secretly furious. Seven Treasures had always loathed his junior brother, and right now he was filled with resentment. If he was the one carrying out the punishment, not only would his junior brother suffer great humiliation, his life would also be in danger. "Junior brother Seven Treasures, this is a matter of our Chan monastery of Devanaga, so let's leave it to the disciplinary courtyard to carry out the punishment." "Thank you, junior brother." The other two monk kings tried to persuade him as well. Even though they resented the unraging monk, they were still fellow disciples who had known each other for so many years after all. Now that the unraging monk had shouldered all the blame and received such a severe punishment, they all believed it to be enough. "Senior brothers and junior brothers, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that I'll be too heavy-handed? That's right, I won't hold back. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Buddhist precepts be? Or are you saying that the Chan monastery of Devanaga's punishments are just for show?" The monk king of the Seven Treasures did not back down at all. There was a hint of malice in his dignified manner. "Please carry out the punishment, senior brother Seven Treasures." The unraging monk who had remained silent for a very long time suddenly said. The dauntless monk let out a long sigh. Seven Treasures Monk King snatched the punishment staff from Ji Ming Chan Master's hand and asked, "How many times?" 3,000, said Zen Master Annihilation. In Buddhism, there was a saying, 3,000 worlds, so the highest number of caning punishments was 3,000. Further up were even more severe punishments, such as crippling their cultivation, expelling them from Buddhism, or even directly killing them. Buddhism had always been benevolent. Monks who violated the precepts would rarely be sentenced to death. Most of them would die to the punishment of caning. Even if the person being caned was already on the brink of death, they would never stop. "You're already extraordinarily benevolent." The monk king of the Seven Treasures weighed the punishment staff in his hand and said coldly, "Junior brother unraging, I've already said that I won't hold back. I've said it before, I won't hold back. Whether you live or die will depend on the will of Buddha." Amitabha. The unraging monk brought his palms together and called out the Buddha's name softly. He smiled. "Then I'll thank you first, senior brother, for sending me to paradise sooner. Once I get before the Buddha, I'll definitely put in a good word for you, senior brother." You're still so stubborn even now. You really don't know how to repent." The monk king of the Seven Treasures was furious. He swung the punishment staff and produced a ring of light in the air, illuminating the entire mountain. He unleashed his full strength and struck down viciously. "Master!" Doge cried out. "Bald donkey, why don't you try hitting him?" A voice suddenly rang out from the horizon. The monk king of the Seven Treasures was alarmed. He forcefully halted the punishment staff and brought it back to his chest. Raising his head, all he saw was a scarlet star shooting over. He said in fear, "It's him! A wretched demon!" When the dauntless monk heard the familiar voice, he became even more alarmed. This wretched demon had actually returned. Right now, the Chan monastery of Devanaga was completely powerless to put up a fight. Li Qingshan descended from above, landing in the empty space surrounded by monks. He withdrew his phoenix wings, and his scarlet eyes turned pitch black again, revealing his human appearance. "First senior brother," Duoj said in pleasant surprise. There was a whoosh beside him, and the monks all retreated, their faces filled with fear. The circle formed by thousands of people instantly expanded. "Ouch! Arg!" Cries of surprise rang out. Several dozen monks, standing on the edge of the cliff, even lost their footing and fell off the mountain. Some of them even rolled down the mountain. Originally, even masters of the Jiang Hu would not end up in such a horrible shape, but these monks standing on the outskirts were the disciples with the weakest cultivations. Although they were also inclined towards Buddhism, they were even more afraid of this vicious demon. Right now, they only wanted to get as far away from him as possible. If they turned around and fled, they were afraid they would be branded with the crime of failing to protect the monastery and fearing battle, so they might as well piss off. Li Qingshan waved his hand without even looking back. As soon as the monks beside Duoj stabilized themselves, there was a whoosh again, and they retreated into the empty space. Duoj looked back in surprise. He clearly did not even sense a gentle breeze. He basically thought this first senior brother had learnt some kind of divine skill that could make people retreat invisibly. Li Qingshan pointed at the monk king of the 7 treasures. "Bald donkey, if you touch a single hair on him, I'll chop off your bald head and kick it around like a ball." Even the monk king of the 7 treasures could not help but take a step back, moving closer to the dauntless monk and the others. "Damned disciple!" The unraging monk turned around and bellowed. "Sorry, master. It was an accident." Li Qingshan took a step forward and rubbed the unraging monk's head. He laughed aloud. "What are you doing on the ground? And you're even wearing these pieces of crap. Come, come, come. I'll help you up. Don't say I'm not loyal as a disciple." With a gentle tug, he ripped off the shackles with his hands and went to help the unraging monk up again. "Go away. What have you come back for? Haven't you harmed me enough already?" The unraging monk had no idea how to react. He basically had no idea how to react. He used everything he had to prevent Li Qingshan from helping him up. "Sai, don't be so forceful. In our village, you're just trying to extort people like this. Forget it. Let's be serious. I've come this time to ask you for a favor, to save my friend, and to tell you what good deed I've done. Just like how good deeds need to be remembered, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga should prepare to erect a monument for me. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 1096. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and looked over. "Going too far? Or are you asking to be humiliated?" As he said that, he made his way towards the dauntless monk. The monk kings all behaved like they were facing a great enemy, ready to fight to the death, but they all knew they were not his opponent. The dauntless monk lamented inside, "Don't tell me the heavens really want to destroy our monastery?" "Qingshan." The unraging monk leapt up and grabbed Li Qingshan. "Do you really want to make me a traitor? So be it. I didn't come to fight. I just came to tell you, master. You haven't let down the Chan Naga. If anyone wants you to suffer punishment again, feel free to slap their mouth. Your disciple will back you up." "You mean," the unraging monk was confused. No matter what, the deaths of those disciples were connected to him, let alone the other destruction. His actions did not just let down the monastery. He could basically be listed as the most wanted criminal. As for little Anne, that went without saying. The 2 words, "enemy of the Buddha," were enough to represent everything. At this moment, a gust of night breeze drifted over. "Masters, you probably still don't understand why Qingshan went as far as to expose his identity in the Grand Hall and put himself in danger just to kill the Ming concubine. That's the reason. Please save him, unraging master." Gu Yenying descended from above with Hua Sungzan, placing Hua Sungzan before the unraging monk. "Demonification." The unraging monk was surprised. He pressed his hand against Hua Sungzan's chest and sensed that he was rapidly transforming from a human to a demon folk. A portion of his spiritual qi had already become demon qi, so he used the demon suppression statuary in a hurry to suppress the demon qi before going deeper to suppress the surging demonic nature. "What did you do?" the dauntless monk questioned. Li Qingshan ignored him, crouching down beside the unraging monk. "Master, you can save me, right?" "I can't save you, but can I save others?" the unraging monk said. Hua Sungzan's body trembled, and his demon qi thinned out. He was at peace. That's good. Li Qingshan was finally relieved. Abbot Dauntless, if your obsession is too deep, you won't be able to see the truth of the matter. Not only did this matter directly affect the survival of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but it also directly affected the survival of the monastery. It concerned the life and death of billions of people in Qingzhou. Please calm down and listen to what I have to say. Whether you believe me or not, it's up to you. On the way here, Gu Yenying discussed it with Li Qingshan. They arrived at Great Buddha Mountain. She was the one who said all the things to prevent the two sides from arguing again. All right, go ahead. The dauntless monk closed his eyes. He sucked in a deep breath. When he faced Li Qingshan, he was truly unable to hold back his anger. Earlier, he had basically already decided to live and die with the Chan monastery of Devanaga. However, Gu Yenying had been in Qingzhou for many years. She had a good reputation for punishing evil and upholding the law. Her father was also the guardian eagle deity, so she had to treat her seriously. Gu Yenying pointed at Hua Sungzan. Don't you find his behavior in the Grand Hall very strange? She paused and gave everyone time to think and recall before saying, I discovered a demon seed in his sword embryo. What do you mean? The dauntless monk frowned. Please take a look, Abbot. Gu Yenying was in no hurry to explain. She took out the soul-switching sword and passed it to the dauntless monk. This is a demon sword. What are you trying to say? The dauntless monk glanced at the sword in his hand before looking at Gu Yenying. I think there's basically no one in the Green Province who doesn't know the name of this demon sword, soul-switching, said Gu Yenying. The 10 renowned swords. The soul-switching sword? The dauntless monk was surprised before closely studying the sword in his hand. This sword also hides a demon seed, said Gu Yenying. Are you trying to say the Sword Collection Palace is under the demon domain's control? What a joke. Do you think I'll believe something as absurd as that? The monk kings were no fools. They immediately understood what Gu Yenying was trying to say, but they all struggled to believe it. The Sword Collection Palace was a renowned orthodox sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years. They had many disciples. If they really were colluding with the demon domain, how could they not give themselves away after all these years? Whether it's absurd or not, you might as well listen to me. As a result, Gu Yenying analyzed the demon embryo and sword embryo one by one. The expressions of the monk kings flickered as they listened. They would be surprised and doubtful at times, frowning in thought at other times. As a result, it's very likely that the 3 of them from the Sword Collection Palace have come to destroy the Demon Suppression Hall and turn Great Buddha Mountain into a nest of demons, wiping out the entire cultivation community of the Green Province in one fell swoop. Gu Yenying's final conclusion was even more deafening. It left everyone speechless. All of this is just your guess. The dauntless monk frowned slightly. He wavered slightly inside. Refining the 10 renowned swords into demon swords was anything but simple. Thinking back, the master of the Sword Collection Palace's attitude towards Hua Sungzan also seemed like he wanted to silence him. It's just a guess. Though, if you're talking about a witness, there's one right before you. It just depends on whether you believe it or not. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan beside her. The dauntless monk said furiously, This wretched demon is full of lies. Senior brother, just listen to what he has to say. Everything that has to do with the demon domain is no small matter. The unraging monk was stern. Having watched over the demon suppression hall all year round, he understood the horrors of the demon domain the best. He knew even more about the terrifying consequences once the demon suppression hall was destroyed. And, when he helped Hua Sungzan suppress his demonic nature, he had discovered how heavy his demonic nature was. It was definitely not something that could be resolved overnight. Then he said to Li Qingshan, Damn disciple, it's fine if you lie to me normally, but you mustn't lie about this, or, sigh, you better give your master some face. Li Qingshan smiled. Do you think there's still a need for me to lie right now, master? Even if I go and destroy the demon suppression tower right now, is there anyone here who can stop me? Don't joke around like that. The unraging monk shot him a glance. But let me make it clear first. Even if the people of the Sword Collection Palace have nothing to do with the demon domain, I have a clear conscience. Everyone knows that I've been a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace since a very long time ago. A few days ago, I went to the Sword Collection Palace to draw my sword, but I ran into some accidents along the way. Li Qingshan recounted his experiences in the Sword Collection Palace, all the way until he arrived at Great Buddha Mountain. In the end, that bitch constantly sent me messages to provoke me. I don't care if you can tolerate it or not, but I can't, so I just let her have her way. I see. Well done. If you can tolerate even that, then you're not human. The unraging monk praised. I don't care if other people believe me or not. I believe you anyway. Ha 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 ha. Damned disciple, I haven't misjudged you. His laughter reverberated through Great Buddha Mountain, filled with delight. The monks all looked at one another. In the blink of an eye, the vicious and domineering demon king had become a great hero who was loyal and compassionate. This change was just far too exaggerated. Even if the dauntless monk wanted to believe it, he found it reasonable. It explained everything that had happened in the Grand Hall very well. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out a sumeru ring from his sleeve. It was the master of the Sword Collection Palace's sumeru ring. Back then, Li Qingshan had killed the master of the Sword Collection Palace in a single stroke before going to save little Anne. He had no time to care about these minor details, so he left the sumeru ring on Great Buddha Mountain. The dauntless monk originally wanted to return it to the Sword Collection Palace, but he suddenly remembered there was not a single Xieji's horn that could be identified. Li Qingshan, once I take out the Xieji's horn, are you bold enough to repeat what you said just now? Senior brother, what's wrong? The unraging monk asked. The other monk kings also looked over with questioning gazes. The dauntless monk was taken aback for a while. He took out the Xieji's horn first, but he did not let Li Qingshan repeat what he had said. Instead, he took out a deep violet jade slip. The demon chi on it was thick, pure, and transparent. You could tell with a single glance that it did not originate from the 9 provinces. Afterwards, he took out a small black ball. The landmine ball. No wonder. Dauntless abbot, there's probably more than one in there. Gu Yenying recognized the black ball with a single glance. It was the supreme treasure of the school of Moism, the landmine ball. Only great grandmasters of the school of Moism could refine it. It was known for its tremendous power, known to possess the power to blow up a soul nascence, and it had an extremely low requirement on the user's cultivation. However, while it was powerful enough, it did not differentiate between friend or foe, killing everyone. Regular cultivators would be seeking death if they tried to use it. Battles between great cultivators could change at any moment, so it was very difficult to use. As a result, it was normally only used when attacking the formations of the sect, which was why it was called the landmine ball. The dauntless monk was stern. He nodded slightly. There are over 30 of them. The monk kings looked at one another. The sword cultivators of the Sword Collection Palace were renowned for not relying on external objects, so why did they have so many landmine balls? And the landmine balls had been monopolized by the school of Moism, so they were extremely expensive. Any one of them could be exchanged for an arcane treasure. The unraging monk experienced lingering fear. The demon suppression hall was extremely tough, but it could not endure an attack like that. Gu Yenying sighed with a smile. Looks like you've really been planning for many years. I never thought it would be ruined by an accident in the end. What's recorded on the jade slip? A copy of the Demon King's sword scripture. The dauntless monk let out a long sigh. Clearly, this was a cultivation method that only demonic cultivators could practice. Although he could manage to explain it as the master of the Sword Collection Palace had obtained it by chance, only for the sake of studying it and accumulating landmine balls, it was possible that he had other uses. However, apart from these two items, there were many other items in the Sumer ring, which all proved the master of the Sword Collection Palace's connection with the demon domain. The truth of the matter was as clear as a flea on a bald man's head. Do I still need to repeat what I said just now? Li Qingshan asked. There's no need. The dauntless monk waved his hand powerlessly. He had no idea what to say. By the looks of it, Li Qingshan had instead saved the monastery. If the Sword Collection Palace had really opened the demon cavern, the great cultivators might have had a chance at survival, but the several thousand disciples would be dead for sure. However, it was impossible for him to thank Li Qingshan. He smiled bitterly. As it turns out, they really did invite humiliation upon themselves and almost made a huge mistake. If he had really suppressed and killed Li Qingshan and allowed the master of the Sword Collection Palace to free up his hands, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The unraging monk tried to persuade him. There's no need to blame yourself, senior brother. It's all because the Sword Collection Palace's schemes run too deep. We never expected it in the beginning. Junior brother, I've made you suffer, said the dauntless monk. If it were not for the fact that he had misjudged people and accepted this wretched demon, the monastery would have become a demon cavern already. It's fine. I've forgiven you. Li Qingshan smiled. That punch was quite satisfying. Li Qingshan, I can thank you, but one will is still the enemy of Buddhism, the dauntless monk said sternly. Just taking away the sariras of past eminent monks was enough for him to forget. Chapter 1097. The spectating monks all calmed down and looked at one another. In other words, the Chan monastery of Devanaga had actually been saved by this demon after almost facing a great disaster. They could not help but think of the golden cicada spirit king from a very long time ago. The unraging monk smiled again, devoting himself to saving Hua Sungzan. The dauntless monk said sternly, Li Qingshan, you might have saved the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but your contributions don't make up for your mistakes. You'll have to take responsibility for the various damages, let alone the fact that you've concealed your identity as a demon and deceived your master and ancestors. Your crimes are unforgivable. From today onwards, the Chan monastery of Devanaga will formally expel Li Qingshan from the monastery and take back all of his cultivation methods. Do you have anything to say? Whatever you want. Li Qingshan shrugged. He was just being polite. He was not even a formal disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, and the demon war statuary was a true demonic cultivation method. It was not a cultivation method of the monastery at all. At this moment, the eagle tablet on Gu Yenying's waist flashed. She found it rather strange, so she pressed it gently and listened attentively to something. Even she who had always been graceful and composed was taken aback. She glanced at Li Qingshan strangely before looking at the monk kings with a faint smile. What's wrong? Li Qingshan asked. I've just received news that the umbral insect has been destroyed, said Gu Yenying. What? The dauntless monk and the others were all alarmed. The three great sects of the Green Province had existed for tens of thousands of years and were deeply rooted. It was truly difficult to connect the word destroyed to them. Speaking of which, the umbral insect was the least likely to be destroyed. Just the gate of hungry ghosts was enough to make everyone hesitate. However, when they thought about what the Chan monastery of Devanaga had gone through, nothing seemed impossible. He asked in a hurry, Commander Gu, what happened? Who did it? Did the kingdom of Yu invade? Did something happen to the gate of hungry ghosts? Is it little Anne? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and asked. It's that enemy of the Buddha. It's said that the sun shines for 1,000 miles in the 10,000 ghosts abyss, and the profound Yin ghost gathering formation is also under her control. Only Elder Ming managed to escape, while the other disciples perished within. But fortunately, the gate of hungry ghosts was not opened, Gu Yenying said. This girl. How ruthless! Li Qingshan smiled. He knew that her path of white bone and great beauty was extremely effective against ghouls and corpses, and she had always been meticulous and far-sighted, so he was not particularly surprised. The seven-treasure monk king lowered his head, his expression fluctuating. The hands under his sleeves were clenched into fists. This Buddha enemy was so powerful. What should he do? The dauntless monk fell silent for quite a while. Just what does she want to do? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Li Qingshan shook his head, vaguely guessing little Anne's plan. Qingshan, I've already suppressed all of his demonic nature. He'll awaken before long. The unraging monk sucked in a deep breath and pulled his hand back. All Li Qingshan saw was Hua Sengzan's expression return to normal. He clasped his hand. Thank you, Master. That's because he has a benevolent heart. Otherwise, even if I can save him now, I won't be able to save him forever, said the unraging monk. Once he awakens, we might be able to learn more about the demon domain's scheme, the unraging monk said cautiously. With Li Qingshan's interference, the dauntless monk's judgment assembly could no longer continue. He ordered the monks to disperse. They continued to tidy up the temple. The seven-treasure monk king also used this opportunity to bid farewell. He secretly glanced at Li Qingshan, but he said nothing more. Li Qingshan waited for Hua Sengzan to awaken. Since he had nothing to do, he strolled around the top of the mountain, wandering around with his hands behind his back. He did not seem like he had been expelled at all. He seemed more like he was in his own backyard. He was probably the first demon to do that. After exposing himself, the Golden Cicada Spirit King was forced to leave. Although the dauntless monk found him to be an eyesore, he was helpless against the circumstances. Fighting him right now was definitely not a wise decision, and he had just saved the Chan monastery of Devanaga for the sake of the monastery's legacy and development. All he could do was endure this. Sigh, it's a pity that great Buddha mountain doesn't have a head anymore. Li Qingshan sighed. He was basically touching on a sore spot. The dauntless monk immediately glared at him viciously. He had touched on the sore spot in his heart. The unraging monk said in exasperation, If you have nothing to do, then come over and wait. What are you wandering around for? It's not like I'm to blame. The mountain was clearly flattened by the golden seal. Speaking of which, I've even avenged you. Whatever, for the sake of my master, I'll give you one. Li Qingshan flew up and arrived among the mountains. He looked around and saw a small mountain. All right, this one. He descended from above and landed before the small mountain. Suddenly, he turned into a demonic god and embraced the small mountain, bellowing out, Rise! The small mountain trembled, and thousands of trees swayed violently. Rocks tumbled down, slowly uprooting themselves from the ground. The stream between the mountains flowed down like a waterfall. He carried the small mountain on his shoulder with everything he had and strode towards Great Buddha Mountain with heavy step. Every step he took was like a small earthquake. The monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga all raised their heads and stared at this blankly. The monk kings were speechless too. Something like this was far too startling. Almost all great cultivators could collapse a mountain, but to completely uproot a mountain from the ground, it would be the other way around. Probably no great cultivators could do it, not even the great monster kings with powerful bodies. The mountain was only a small mountain, only a few dozen meters tall, but it weighed over 1,000,000 tons at the very least. If it was completely composed of rock, then it was possible for it to exceed 10 million tons. Arcane treasures like the King of Chu's golden seal also resembled a mountain when enlarged, but their actual weight was actually much smaller. Moving such a colossal object had already completely exceeded the strength of a great cultivator. Only the legendary mountain-moving power could move it. Actually, Li Qingshan did not primarily rely on his own strength. Instead, he used his innate ability to turn gravity into repulsion, negating most of the mountain's original weight. It was equivalent to borrowing the power of the earth. This was the inspiration he had obtained when he fended off the King of Chu's golden seal. Otherwise, even if he reverted to his original form, which was over 700 meters tall, which was 10 times the size of the mountain, he would still struggle to lift it. Even a regular person can lift a rock of the same size, but I can't do that with my body of the demonic and divine that possesses 4 powerful bloodlines. Looks like the larger the body of the demonic and divine isn't necessarily better. I still need to refine it further, or it's just big in name. That was what Li Qingshan thought. He arrived before Great Buddha Mountain and planted a foot on the mountainside. He raised the mountain high into the air with both hands and bellowed, "Dodge! The mountain is coming!" A great shadow enveloped over, and the monk kings dodged in a hurry. Boom! The mountain slowly descended to the top of Great Buddha Mountain. Not bad. Li Qingshan stroked his chin and examined it for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. There was no need to spend millions of years to accumulate the power of will. The power of this move seemed to be no weaker than the King of Chu's golden seal. Although it could not be used to smash people, it could definitely be used to destroy mountains. With such a small mountain crashing down, let's see if the mountain guarding formation could withstand it. Gravity, this innate ability that seemed to be of little value in the beginning, was gradually displaying shocking power. Perhaps it was time to change its name. Chapter 1098. After a series of careful consideration, combining the various knowledge from his past life and unleashing his profound cultural heritage, Li Qingshan decided to change the name to the Earth Force Field. Yeah, I've only changed a single word, but it makes the entire ability seem much more imposing. I really am a genius at naming things. Li Qingshan! The dauntless monk roared furiously at the sky. As it turned out, although Li Qingshan had pressed down on the head of Great Buddha Mountain, the violent tremor had collapsed countless structures. Compared to that, the few halls he had flattened were nothing. And the unfurled earth force field made all of the ruins and remains fly into the air. There were even several hundred monks floating in the air, waving their arms and legs about as they cried out, "There's no need to thank me. It was something that happened in passing." Li Qingshan waved his hand, magnanimously. "Qingshan, stop the ability!" the unraging monk called out. Oh! Only then did Li Qingshan notice the dust dancing around him. Like how all life is like ants. He had truly experienced it. The difference in strength between him and these monks who had not even undergone the heavenly tribulation was even greater than the difference between an ant and a human. "Sorry, I didn't notice." As a result, he stopped his innate ability. Arg! Within a series of cries, several hundred monks suddenly fell down, experiencing the omnipresent gravity again. "Ha, something like that doesn't happen often," Li Qingshan said. Gu Yenying unfurled her jade folding fan and waved it casually. A fierce gust of wind flew out, splitting into 100 and lifting up all the monks. However, before the monks could even catch their breaths, countless remains smashed down viciously from above. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind, which spanned several thousand meters. With a gentle flap, the sky full of remains was dispersed by the fierce gust of wind. "All right, I've saved you the trouble of cleaning up again. You should be satisfied now, right?" The dauntless monk saw that the Chan monastery of Devanaga, filled with halls, had become barren. Only a dozen or so buildings protected by formations stood there all by themselves. It was extremely miserable, angered to the point where his entire body was shaking, yet there was nothing he could do. This demon was already not someone they could deal with. He didn't want to say another word to Li Qingshan, so he simply turned his head and looked at the Buddha's head that he had lost and found, but it didn't bring him the slightest comfort. It was more like a monument for demons to flaunt their might, a pillar of shame for the Chan monastery of Devanaga. They were tempted to move it away again. However, moving a mountain was not that simple, and there was also the suspicion of destroying the Buddha statue. His priority right now was to rebuild the monastery, so he could only think about this in the future. Forget it. Help Buddha to the end. Li Qingshan, who couldn't stop doing good deeds, happily hummed a little tune. He stretched out his hands and pinched the top of the mountain. After a while, a face gradually appeared. However, the distorted facial features made it seem like he was blaspheming Buddha. He didn't do it on purpose. He had already tried very hard. After molding it, he also felt a little strange, so he reshaped it a few more times, but it was always not very successful. He was quite open-minded. At the very least, it had to be more similar than before. The great Buddha mountain of the past was just a cut image. However, he failed to realize that the monastery had never actually planned on turning Great Buddha Mountain into a Buddha statue in the first place. Otherwise, they would have built a grand hall on the top of the mountain and countless monks walking about. There were also countless monks walking around. Wouldn't that be blasphemy? Amit Ba. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and bowed towards the strange-looking Great Buddha Mountain. However, it was more like a child playing with piss, piling up mud into a grave, and then bawling at it. The dauntless monk closed his eyes. He did not even have the strength to be angry anymore. The unraging monk shook his head with a smile. He had never been bound by conventional etiquette. He knew that Li Qingshan had no ill intentions. He had saved the Chan monastery of Devanaga from the bottom of his heart, so wasn't that an act of kindness? Demon folk were not complacent over doing good deeds. This bow was almost like a joke. However, it was not necessarily the first step to paying respects to the Buddha. After moving Hua Sungzan to Great Buddha Mountain, he asked the two other monk kings to treat him. The two monk kings hated him to the core, so neither of them were willing to help. One of them made an excuse, saying he wanted to treat the monks, while the other directly refused. The unraging monk said sternly, "This child has something to do with the invasion of the demon domain. It's not the time to act on impulse." The two monk kings exchanged glances and sighed. Only then did they take action. Hua Sungzan was enveloped in faint, golden light. Buddhist cultivation methods were skilled in healing. Before long, he slowly roused and glanced around in a daze, only to see a few shiny bald heads. He was surprised. Why have I returned to the Chan monastery of Devanaga again? Chengzan, you're awake. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and rushed over, helping Hua Sungzan up. Qingshan, you're fine. That's fantastic. Hua Sungzan smiled weakly before asking, "Is this Great Buddha Mountain?" "That's right. The masters have already understood the Sword Collection Palace's scheme. They understand that I've saved the Chan monastery of Devanaga, so they've already buried the hatchet with me," Li Qingshan said rather proudly. The corner of the dauntless monk's eye twitched, but he did not retort. "Really? That's fantastic." Hua Sungzan observed his expression and knew that the matter was not as simple as Li Qingshan made it out to be, but he did not expose him. He asked in surprise, "You saved the Chan monastery of Devanaga?" "Yeah. Fellow Hua, you've been in the Sword Collection Palace for all these years. Do you know the exact details of the Sword Collection Palace's collusion with the demon domain?" the unraging monk asked. The Sword Collection Palace is colluding with the Demon Domain? Oh, I see. They've probably come for the Demon Suppression Hall this time. Hua Sungzan was taken aback before guessing the reason. He said apologetically, "Apologies, unraging master. A secret like that isn't something a regular elder like me can come into contact with. It's just that after undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, evil thoughts gradually began to sprout in my mind, lingering around me, which was why I discovered there was something wrong with the sword. However, I've already sunk into it. It's all thanks to you, Qingshan, who forced me to make a choice." "Haha, I've always done good deeds in secret," Li Qingshan said. "Yeah, that's not surprising." The unraging monk was rather disappointed, but it was within his expectations. Probably only great sword cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation could learn about a secret like that. However, at that level of cultivation, they had probably completely fallen into the demonic path already, unable to turn back. Though the root of all the problems might be in the sword collection peak, Hua Sungzan changed the topic. "The sword collection peak? What do you mean?" the unraging monk asked in a hurry. He guessed that the Sword Collection Palace had been bewitched by the Demon Domain. He even suspected that there was a demon cavern in the Sword Collection Palace that was specially used to communicate with the Demon Domain. However, he never suspected the Sword Collection Peak. After all, it was just a mountain. It had already existed for several millennia. I've once looked through the historical records of the Sword Collection Palace. The Sword Collection Palace wasn't called the Sword Collection Palace in the beginning, nor did it have such a great organization. It only began to rise up after the seventh palace master, Sikong Hidden Sword. The dauntless monk interrupted. "That's no secret. Sikong Hidden Sword was known as the Sword of the Nine Provinces in the past, and even now, he's worshipped by all the sword cultivators in the world. He changed the name of the Divine Sword Palace to the Sword Collection Palace. As a matter of fact, you can say that he was the first palace master of the Sword Collection Palace." Li Qingshan shook his head gently. This name change sure was tasteless. The Sword Collection Peak also appeared at that time? Gu Yenying sank into her thoughts. That's right. Even many renowned and treasured swords appeared in that generation, establishing the foundation of the Sword Collection Palace. You're saying that Sikong Hidden Sword colluded with the Demon Domain and planted a demon seed in the swords on the Sword Collection Peak? The unraging monk asked. That's the greatest point of doubt. That palace master Sikong ascended a long time ago, while many of the swords on the Sword Collection Peak were collected later on. For example, my original sword only entered the Sword Collection Palace 2,700 years ago. Just who planted a demon seed in the sword? Perhaps it was the past palace masters of the Sword Collection Palace. If they began colluding with the Demon Domain a long time ago, said the dauntless monk. The unraging monk rejected that. That's impossible. They haven't been completely converted into demon folk. They don't even possess a sliver of demon chi, so they can't condense a demon seed. And the demonic nature in the demon seed is extremely pure. It's not something regular demon kings can achieve either. It was probably done by the demon emperors and demon kings of the demon domain. Gu Yenying said, but that would require opening the demon cavern and sending the swords over, but let's not talk about the price we have to pay to open the demon cavern each time or whether it's worth it. 2,700 years ago, Great Xia had already established itself and forged the 9 cauldrons. Opening the demon cavern definitely can't fool His Majesty the King Chu's Green Province cauldron. I've never thought about that. It's just that as a sword cultivator, I know just how difficult it is to tamper with a sword cultivator's life-bound sword, and demon seeds are just condensed from demonic consciousness. It's impossible for them to exist forever. Every single sword is drawn from the Sword Collection Peak and returned there. Oh right, Yenying, don't tell me the guy we encountered was from the Sword Collection Peak. Li Qingshan recalled the wretched voice in the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. Chapter 1099. In the gloomy hidden sword pavilion, Elder Tian and Elder D sat before one another, each in thought. For the first time in a century, they were in no mood to study the sword manual of heaven and earth. Everything that had happened on Great Buddha Mountain had reached them, going from disbelief to disbelief to disbelief to silence right now. It had only been 2 hours. Whether they were good or evil, sword cultivators had never lacked decisiveness, but right now, they were in great hesitation. Should we? Elder Tian said hesitantly. Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings? We can't do that unless we're faced with annihilation. That's not something we can control at all. Elder D refused flatly as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. If this continues, the annihilation of the entire sect will be right before our eyes. Li Qingshan, North Moon. Elder Tian mulled over these 2 names. If I had known earlier, I would have forcefully kept him here. There's no need to mention the matters of the past. If we really did do that back then and let him go berserk here, our lives would be in danger, let alone anything else. Elder D felt slightly relieved. Li Qingshan's accomplishments in Great Buddha Mountain were far too terrifying. That's true. Elder Tian nodded. The 2 of them were great elders of the Sword Collection Palace, but they did not feel any sorrow or anger over the deaths of the 3 ladies. From the moment the demon seeds sprouted, their sympathy had been rooted out from their hearts. They did not find anything wrong with it either. Sword cultivators were supposed to be as cold as swords in the first place, abandoning all weak and distracting thoughts. Upholding justice was nothing more than wishful thinking. There's no need to worry too much, senior brother. The Sword Collection Palace's sword formation of heaven and earth uses it as its core. It's not as weak and powerless as the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's Sanskrit formation of world purification. If push comes to shove, we'll just let them fight to the death, said Elder D. That's right. Junior brother sure knows his place. Elder Tian praised. It's going to be a mess outside. Senior brother, go calm them down. With that, Elder D closed his eyes again, submerging himself in the wondrous realm of the sword of heaven and earth. Elder Tian arrived outside the hall. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, making it extremely dark. Flashes of light flashed between the various peaks. Everyone in the Sword Collection Palace was panicking, but he was in no hurry to calm them. He did not even plan on doing that. Instead, he raised his head and gazed at the Sword Collection Peak, showing some contempt. Junior brother, oh junior brother. You've already reached such a situation, yet you're still holding back and seeking stability. You don't have the sinus at all. That is your greatest weakness. In the dark hidden sword court, Elder D opened his eyes again. Senior brother, oh senior brother, you've always liked to take risks. You've relied on your talent to come here, but you don't know that once a gambler loses once, you'll go bankrupt. I won't gamble with you this time. He flew into the sword peak, Shan sword. Sword D. Sword. Time, gone, time, earth, Emperor D earth, Emperor, time and earth, another Tian, hidden, time in, everything was within each other's expectations. The tacit understanding that they had built up over 1,000 years had vanished, just like that. So, should I call you Li Qingshan or North Moon? Or a clone? Above the river, Ru Xin played with the cold river water and asked Li Qingshan, or Li Qingshan's mirror image doppelganger, who was not far away. Together, they walked across the barren land, spreading the plague everywhere. However, ever since Li Qingshan entered the hidden sword court and began to deduce the Heaven-Earth Hidden Sword Manual, he had stayed here. Everything that happened afterwards forced Li Qingshan to focus all his attention to deal with it. It was only until the end of the war that he had the time to share this story with Ru Xian. You can call me whatever you want. I'm me. Li Qingshan smiled. The so-called mirror image doppelganger was just another body he had condensed through his abilities. During the intense battle, he did not summon his mirror image doppelganger to Great Buddha Mountain. Apart from his absolute confidence in his own strength, he could also tell from the mental map of the Green Province that this river happened to be the midpoint between Great Buddha Mountain and the Sword Collection Palace. He could stop the fleeing master of the Sword Collection Palace, but he did not use it in the end. The Sword Collection Palace is actually colluding with the demon domain. Humans really are capable of anything. Fortunately, you've forsaken the darkness for the light, or I wouldn't even be bold enough to talk to you. Ru Xian patted her chest. This has nothing to do with race. It's not like you have the right to criticize me, said Li Qingshan. The Sword Collection Palace wanted to rope him in because they saw he was a demon, while the Chan Monastery of Devanaga wanted to expel him because they knew he was a demon, but they had no idea he only stood on their side. Really? Oh right, when do you plan on attacking the Sword Collection Palace? Ru Xian asked. Sometime later. Li Qingshan gazed in the direction of the Sword Collection Palace. Although he was very curious about what was hidden on the Sword Collection Peak, he could already vaguely sense that the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva was close to breaking through to the fifth layer after undergoing rebirth again. Moreover, he still had some matters to deal with, so he was in no hurry. He turned around and asked, "Should we continue?" "There's no need. Let the plague spread itself," Ru Xian said lazily. They had already covered a large enough area. All they needed to do now was wait for the plague to spread across the entire Green Province. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Qingshan shot a glance at her. "It's rare for us to come out together. I wonder if we'll have another opportunity like this in the future." Ru Xian exhaled, even though she had grown accustomed to separation a long time ago. Li Qingshan's heart softened, but he was unable to give her some kind of guarantee that they would never separate. He arrived beside her in a flash and grabbed her hand. He smiled. "Why don't we keep some memories together? You better clear up your other debts first." Ru Xian patted his cheek with a smile. "Sigh, I don't itch when I'm covered in lice, and I don't worry when I'm in too many debts." Li Qingshan lay down on the sandy island. "I don't want to be an insect. Speaking of which, that huge insect still hasn't appeared. I haven't even seen a clone lately." Ru Xian lay down beside him. Her plague was extremely effective. Wherever it passed by, hundreds of millions of locusts would die. In particular, the young insect eggs buried underground were completely defenseless. If this continued, the soaring locust king would lose its foundation before long. With me here, it's basically suicide unless it comes in person. However, that insect has been suppressed for several thousand years, so it's very cautious now. It's probably unwilling to take this risk, but it's hard to say in the future. Li Qingshan thought. The cultivation community of the Green Province had suffered a heavy blow, so the soaring Locust King no longer had to fear any ambushes or traps. It would not be strange even if it appeared now. At this moment, he heard a strange hum. So fast. He could not help but stand up and look into the distance. A dark cloud rushed over from the northern horizon, sweeping over, but he did not sense much demon chi. What a jinx! There's not a single locust within a range of 500 kilometers. It doesn't seem like it's coming for us. Ru Xian made preparations for battle too, but when the cloud of insects passed through, it did not lunge towards them. Instead, it continued south. It's the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan received the news from Gu Yenying very soon. All the locusts in the Green Province had begun to move, gathering in the direction of the Clear River Prefecture. As it seemed, The soaring Locust King had already made up his mind to fight the Golden Cicada Spirit King to the death. Chapter 1100. In the depths of the Mist Province that was eternally verdant and shrouded in mist, a great laugh suddenly rang out from the King of Yu's estate in the Mist Capital. The high-spirited and delighted laughter rang through the entire city, startling countless birds and circling above the city. "That's His Majesty the King of Yu's laughter." The cultivators recognized it and were all astounded. They had no idea what could make the King of Southern Yu so happy. "Mr. Ram, go prepare a banquet. I want to invite everyone to prepare for the war against Chu." The handsome King of Southern Yu, Qianlingji, suddenly pushed aside the chessboard in front of him and ordered the head butler. "Yes, Your Majesty." Mr. Ram bowed and backed away with a smile. Normally, he would enjoy being called Mr. Ram very much, but right now, he was still shocked by the news he had just received. He could not help but think of the tall, composed, and fearless figure. "He's actually already like this, in the end." He failed to find a suitable word to describe it. "Also, send Liang Mu to the Green Province. I want to prepare a great gift for him." What a king of savages! The King of Southern Yu ordered again, as he paced back and forth excitedly under the apricot tree. The information he had received was only a few words, but when he imagined the battle on Great Buddha Mountain, he could not help but feel his blood boil with excitement. All the great cultivators and grandmasters of the Green Province's cultivation community had gathered together, including Chu Lai King, but they were actually not his opponent. He killed great cultivators like he was butchering dogs. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga could not stop him, the Sword Collection Palace could not oppose him, and even the King of Chu's golden seal had shattered. How brutal was he! After this battle, the cultivation community of the Green Province suffered a great loss. 2 of the 3 great sects were heavily injured, leaving only the utterly loyal Umbral Een sect. Basically all the grandmasters of the academy had been wiped out. For the first time in several millennia, the kingdom of Chu was much weaker than the kingdom of Yu. Sending Li Qingshan back to the Green Province was basically the best decision he had ever made in his life. The locust plague of the Green Province had yet to subside, while the demon plague of the Mist Province had been suppressed by the Banyan Tree King and the King of Southern Yu together. They had already sealed up all of the demon caverns, so they were no longer a worry. Now was the perfect time to wipe them out. The more the King of Southern Yu thought about it, the more excited he became. He had already begun considering the glory of offering sacrifices to his ancestors after he destroyed the kingdom of Chu. He saw the tiny banyan tree potted in front of the chessboard. It used a simple branch to rearrange the chessboard. "Sir," the King of Buddha said, "Your Majesty is in such high spirits, so it's best if I say as little as I can to dampen your spirits." The great Banyan Tree King's laughter drifted away. "If I've overlooked anything in my thoughts, then please guide me, Tree Goddess." The King of Southern Yu bowed deeply. King said. King of Chu King in, King of Chu in Lian in, King of King in. King in Chu King of Chu. Haven't we already fallen out? They heard that she was labeled as the enemy of Buddha. And you've directly attacked the fierce King of Chu. That's very befitting of a descendant of our kingdom of Yu, said the King of Southern Yu. After all, they are connected by blood. It's not that easy to sever them. And she's the only direct successor of the fierce King of Chu now, said the great Banyan Tree King. That's what Chu Lai King thinks too, which is why he suffered the defeat of Great Buddha Mountain, the Banyan Tree King said. The fierce King of Chu thinks the same as well, which is why Great Buddha Mountain was defeated. If Princess Dark Moon wants to stop you, why would the North Moon Demon King just ignore it? That's what Chu Lai King thinks too, which is why Great Buddha Mountain suffered defeat. Princess Dark Moon wants to stop you, so how can the North Moon Demon King just ignore it? What news? The Umbral Een sect has been destroyed. Of the Xianming elders, only Elder Ming managed to escape, the Banyan Tree King said. Who did it? The King of Southern. You shivered inside. The Umbral Een sect had deep roots, and they controlled the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, yet they had been destroyed. She alone, the Banyan Tree King said. This, the King of Southern. You fell silent. His expression changed for a while before suddenly making up his mind. No matter what, we have to conquer Chu. The temptation was far too great. Even if he only had a 30% chance of success, he would do it. If I still don't have the courage to take this gamble, then what kind of man are you? Fellow, don't you want to extend your influence to the Green Province? I can take the Green Province cauldron for you. Don't even think about dragging me down with you. And someone said the same thing to me before, but they promised 9 cauldrons. The Banyan Tree King smiled. Li Qingshan? The King of Southern. You was stunned. Who else could it be? The Banyan Tree King said. That's all there is to it. The King of Southern. You sighed emotionally. If someone else had made a promise like that, he probably would have laughed at the Banyan Tree King's stupidity. The other 8 cauldrons were fine, but the Dragon Province cauldron would be difficult to take even with the strength of the 8 provinces. However, if that person was Li Qingshan, then he could only envy the Banyan Tree King's fortune. When he thought up to there, he suddenly found it funny. When Li Qingshan claimed to be friends with the Banyan Tree King in the past, everyone thought he was trying to climb up to a higher branch. Who would have thought that after so long, the situation would completely turn around? Instead, the Banyan Tree King would rely on him to accomplish his great deed. Perhaps before long, he would stand at the apex of the 9 provinces. If he really wants to stop me, I'll have a proper talk with him. Before the King of Southern. You left the courtyard, he said to the Banyan Tree King. A wise decision. In the Shadow Palace, the Shadow Queen, Yi Weiyang, lay on the obsidian throne and sighed with a smile. Sigh, what a good man. He's worth it for me to bear a child for him. What a pity, what a pity. Liusu, when will the child in Liubua's stomach be born? Because it's not a pure night roamer bloodline, it's very difficult to estimate the gestation period. However, the child's vitality is extremely vigorous. It's very unusual, and according to Liubua, it's definitely a daughter. Yi Liusu recalled Yi Liubua's happy expression and felt extremely comforted, as well as a sliver of pity. Very good. I like a daughter, so let her come to my palace. I'll personally take care of her in the future. Like father, like son. Once the child is born, let's see just how much potential she has. Perhaps she'll become a treasure of the Shadow Palace in the future. Yes. Before Yi Liusu had even finished talking, Yi Weiyang suddenly appeared before her. She held her cheeks with her hands and slowly slid them down, from her neck to her shoulders, from her chest to her waist. What a beautiful face, what an enchanting figure. Even a man who likes to slack off will be willing to work hard when he sees you. You can go to the Green Province and have a look too. You can never have too many treasures. Don't you want to give it a good taste? Master, I won't. Yi Liusu reddened and took a step back. Don't tell me I still have to do it personally? Yi Weiyang rubbed her chin as if she was seriously considering it. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Yi Liusu backed out of the hall. Yi Weiyang's unbridled laughter rang out from behind her. She shook her head helplessly and remained where she was for a while longer. It was best if she told Liubua this news as soon as possible. Tell her that before this child had even been born, he had already been enveloped in his father's glory. Chapter 1101. Hua Sengzan sat with his legs crossed. Li Qingshan stood behind him, pressing his hands against his shoulders. The figures of the spirit turtle and the phoenix alternated, sometimes silent and profound, sometimes resplendent, illuminating the back of Great Buddha Mountain. Hua Sungzan suddenly felt like he had sunk into the depths of the sea. His mind was extremely peaceful, avoiding all pain and disaster. The lingering influence of the demonic seed had become diluted and indifferent in the long passage of time. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, filled with the desire for eternal life. An incomparably hot but harmless fire rose from his heart. As the blood flowed through his body, all kinds of injuries were healed. The unraging monk, Gu Yenying, and Duoj watched on in the surroundings. They were all amazed inside. Li Qingshan's eyes were as deep and silent as the depths of the sea. His bearing was noble and unapproachable, as if he had become a different person, or in other words, a god. The phoenix and the spirit turtle were all natural gods, completely dispelling the mundane world. They presented a life form that completely differed from regular humans and demons. If it weren't for the disturbance from the deep demonic consciousness, this is what he should be like. The unraging monk sighed inside. For the first time in his life, he felt that having some demonic consciousness was not a bad thing. At the very least, it would make him seem a little more human. Although all cultivators pursued the inhuman for their entire lives, they could not help but feel reluctant to part with the word human before they truly became immortals or Buddhas. Gradually, the silent water and scorching fire merged together. As Li Qingshan treated Hua Sungzan's wounds, he also practiced his various powers. The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression had the wondrous effect of stabilizing the soul, but if he only used this power, Hua Sungzan's emotions would definitely change drastically. He might even become lost in the deep sea forever, just like how the power of Ruin's End affected Gongyuan. As a result, he used the phoenix's scripture of Nerva to neutralize it, stimulating his rising passion so that he could break free from the deep sea and heal his wounds at the same time. Just like that, 3 days and 3 nights passed. Li Qingshan exhaled and pulled back his hands. He completely familiarized himself with the brand new power, establishing a foundation for breaking through to the 5th layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Hua Qingzan slowly opened his eyes as well. At first, he was rather lost, as if he had split into two. One was sleeping in the deep sea, while the other was soaring through the sky. Only after quite a while did the two perspectives gradually overlap, returning to the vision of Hua Qingzan. However, he gained a brand new understanding of the world. Although his cultivation did not recover immediately, his mind became calm and clear, and his body was full of vitality. With this as the foundation, recovering his cultivation was only a matter of time, and he would be able to reach the next level. Influenced by the divine attributes of the phoenix and the spirit turtle, he possessed an otherworldly bearing despite his extraordinary handsomeness in the first place. He could tempt any woman, but she was still an exception. Little Hua, how? Gu Yenying Hua Tian. How can I be wrong if I make a move? However, Li Qingshan was still rather surprised by Hua Sungzan's changes. After all, although the divine surnames of the phoenix and the spirit turtle contradicted each other, they were still divine surnames, after all. There was no ox demon or tiger demon to balance them out. I've never felt so good. Qingshan, your world is even more fascinating than I imagined. Hua Sungzan turned around and smiled. Actually, this isn't the most fascinating part. Li Qingshan relaxed and snickered. His expression had already returned to normal. His eyes were black and bright, but they did not seem deep. His bearing was no longer noble either. Is that so? Hua Sungzan was rather curious. However, it's best if you don't try the other part. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder. No matter how great the influence of the divine surname was, it could not be too bad. However, the demonic surname was different. Whether it was stubborn, or bloodthirsty, none of them were good words. Hua Sengzan bowed and thanked him. Li Qingshan held his arm. Speaking of which, I haven't had the time to thank you either. If you hadn't saved me back then, even exposing your identity, I would have died a long time ago. What I said in the Grand Hall has already filled me with regret. If you refuse to accept it, I really won't be able to stop worrying. That's just the influence of the demonic seed. What's there to feel regret about? Li Qingshan was unconvinced. The growth of the demonic seed is also because of my evil thoughts. Hua Sengzan shook his head. If you can think like that, then you're not afraid of falling into the demonic path again. A single thought of Buddhism and demonic demons. If you're an eminent monk of great virtue, your evil thoughts won't grow. Even if there's a demonic seed in your heart, it'll gradually wither away. I can see that you're very intelligent, so why don't you shave your hair and become a monk? You can join my Chan monastery of Devanaga. The unraging monk suddenly said. This. Hua Sengzan was mildly surprised. Thank you for your favor, unraging master, but I've already embarked on the path of the sword, so I'll pass. Oh right, speaking of the path of the sword, I'll pass this to you too. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against Hua Sengzan's head and passed on the various variations of the sword scripture of heaven and earth to him. Only after quite a while did Hua Sengzan return to his senses from the various variations of the sword style, but he still felt like his head was splitting. He smiled bitterly. Can't you at least give me some time to prepare myself? Haha, who's afraid of choking when eating delicacies? As for your cultivation, I think it's best if you recover it yourself. Of course. Can you send me off again? Where? The Clear River Prefecture. Now's not a good time. The soaring locust king has gathered all the insects there. It's a frightening sight. At this moment, Li Qingshan watched over the Clear River Prefecture with his clone, protecting Ru Xin as she continued to spread the plague among the insects. However, it was not as effective as it was against regular locusts. Under the control of a powerful demon chi, the swarm of insects that blotted out the sky gathered as a single entity. They were like dark clouds that never dispersed all year round, producing a rhythmic sound that was deafening like endless rolling thunder. Under the effects of the plague, tens of thousands of locusts died at every single moment. Even they constantly devoured one another to maintain their existence. However, compared to their colossal numbers, it was not a loss at all. Even Li Qingshan, who had been used to seeing large things, felt slightly shocked. He frowned over the soaring locust king's determination. It's exactly because of this that I have to go back. All of my family is there. Oh right, Qiongji, she's still waiting for you. I know. It's time for me to go back. Li Qingshan nodded. Qingshan, it's all up to you, the unraging monk said. Leave it to me. Li Qingshan said confidently. Master, you have to be careful too. The soaring locust king's hatred for you is probably no less than the golden cicada spirit king's. Perhaps he's already colluding with the demon domain in an attempt to destroy the demon suppression hall. Putting on such a great show of force regardless of the price might just be a diversion. The great master of the School of Agriculture's whereabouts are still unknown right now. This is rather strange, Gu Yenying said. Thank you for your warning, Commander Gu. I have the same concerns as well, so I've already reported it to Senior Brother the Abbot. Before everything settles down, I will never take a single step away from Great Buddha Mountain. If the soaring locust king is bold enough to come alone, he won't be able to do much either. The three of them bid farewell to the unraging monk. Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan hurried off to the Clear River Prefecture, while Gu Yenying returned to the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. She had no intention of interfering with this battle. Li Qingshan arrived in Han Qiongji's dwelling, but he did not see any trace of Han Qiongji. All he saw was a letter on the table. Opening it, there was only a single sentence on the white paper. You bastard Li Qingshan, I'm not going to wait anymore. Chapter 1102. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly, and the tip of his nose twitched gently. The familiar fragrance filled his lungs, and an image formed from the smell appeared before him. It included his figure, except it was extremely faint. Vaguely, he saw her hesitate a few times in front of the table before writing down that sentence. Afterwards, she walked out the door and vanished into the dwelling, but she left behind a long trail of aura behind her. As a result, he smiled and pursued her. Han Qiongji stood on the top of the building, gripping the railing with both hands as she overlooked the entire Han estate. The clansmen were packing up their belongings. Even the most composed of them would be rather hurried. Not a single person who had personally witnessed the terrifying sight of the swarm of insects could remain fearless. Perhaps she could be considered an exception, but it was not because of courage. Instead, it was because her mind was occupied by a multitude of thoughts. The hot wind ruffled her red clothes. Time had already left some traces on her face, making her seem much more mature. Her eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, which made her entire bearing undergo a slight change. "Qiongji, it's time to set off." Han Anjuan's voice rang out from behind. "We really are weak." Han Qiongji sighed. The soaring locust king gathered the swarm of insects, but it did not launch an attack. Instead, it scattered most of the insects into the underground caverns that were as dense as a spider's web. According to her knowledge, it was searching for the golden cicada spirit king's traces. However, the various clans were all preparing for a great migration. They were in a hurry to leave the Clear River Prefecture, like children frightened by shadows. The enemy is powerful, so we should take the initiative to retreat and conserve our strength. Han Anjuan paused. We will return. We will become even stronger. I must have seemed very foolish back then. I knew we weren't on the same path, but I never thought our paths would be so different. However, I don't regret it. Han Qiongji leapt off the tall building. Her long hair drifted about as she landed gracefully on the ground. She thought to herself, even if I become stronger and return, things will remain the same, but people will be different. The clansmen of the Han clan all gathered on the drill grounds. A soaring dragon ship was docked there. Han Tie was currently organizing the boarding of the ship. Han Anjuan and Han Qiongji arrived at the drill ground together. The clansmen stopped in their tracks and saluted. Even the children who had just learned to walk gave a military salute. Han Qiongji patted Han Tie's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brat, you really have the bearing of a patriarch now. Are you ready as well?" Han Tie's face was still cold, but his eyes were filled with concern. "Of course, not yet." Han Qiongji smiled. "I don't need you to worry about me. Let's continue and set off as soon as possible lest a long night brings trouble. Can you bring me along?" A voice came from the horizon. Han Qiongji's heart shook. She looked up and saw a black dot rapidly approaching. It tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, the figure that she had yearned for day and night had arrived in front of her. Looking at that familiar smiling face, she was momentarily speechless. Li Qingshan. Not only did this name come from Han Anjuan's mouth, but it also appeared in the hearts of the clansmen of the Han clan. This was a supreme prodigy from the Clear River Prefecture. This was first young Miss Han's prospective son-in-law, and he had just demonstrated startling strength and identity on Great Buddha Mountain. They could not help but discuss him. Li Qingshan grabbed Han Qiongji's hand and said to Han Anjuan, "General Han, are you fleeing? What does that have to do with you?" Li Qingshan, from today onwards, my Han family will draw a clear line between us and a wretched demon like you. Let go. Han Qiongji returned to her senses. She called out, "I've seen your letter, but I don't agree to it." Li Qingshan took out Han Qiongji's letter and waved it gently, reducing it to ashes. "Li Qingshan, what else do you want?" Han Qiongji said viciously. Li Qingshan suddenly let go of her and clasped his hands at Han Anjuan seriously. "General Han, I'm Li Qingshan, and I've specially come to ask for your hand in marriage. His voice was powerful and resonant, like a gust of wind that swept through the drill ground. It made all the clansmen of the Han clan quiet down. Han Anjuan and Han Tie exchanged glances. They were both rather surprised before looking at Han Qiongji. Han Qiongji was taken aback. What did you say? Qiongji, I've come to marry you. I know everything you've done. Han Qiongji stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. So? Li Qingshan smiled resplendently, feeling no guilt at all. So I refuse. That's troublesome. If you don't agree, all I can do is kidnap you. What's the difference between that and kidnapping? Who cares? I'm a powerful evildoer. The Flying Locust King can kill millions of people. Why can't I kidnap the woman I love? Qingshan, oh Qingshan! Han Qiongji lowered her head and sighed. Let's talk somewhere else. Let's not delay the migration. Nothing will be delayed, Li Qingshan said to Han Anjuan, father-in-law Han, please prepare for our wedding. He then said to the clansmen of the Han clan below, please stay behind and be witnesses for the wedding. If I don't agree, who's going to marry you? Han Qiongji said. However, without waiting for Li Qingshan to speak, Han Anjuan said to Han Tie, cancel the plan, settle down the clansmen, and prepare for the wedding. Yes, father. Han Tie accepted the order. You! Han Qiongji was shocked. Han Anjuan was adamant in opposing the wedding. Now, he would not yield to force. Since there's no regret, what are you afraid of? Han Anjuan said. Han Qiongji was speechless. All along, the person who looked forward to this wedding the most was her. Until now, it was still the same. Thousands of miles away, Elder Tian stood on top of the hidden sword peak, looking down at the blue mountains that were like the sea. He felt a sense of joy as if the entire world was in his hands. After several days of negotiations, he smiled. There was finally a result. The complete hidden sword manual of heaven and earth appeared in his mind. This was something that the previous palace masters could not do. They could only go to the hidden sword court or the sword catacomb to comprehend it themselves, and he obtained it from the hidden sword peak. At the end of the day, it was just a sword. No matter how powerful it was, it needed a person to wield it. He waved his sleeves and stretched out his fingers, covering the hidden sword peak. Now tell me your name. My name is Abandoned Sien. A cold voice came from the hidden sword peak, but it contained a deep and perverse aura. If Li Qingshan heard it, he would immediately recognize it. This was the voice he had heard through the soul-shifting sword. Abandoned Sien, a good name. You really were sealed in the sword catacomb by the 5 absolutes immortal. Elder Tian smiled, his heart burning. This was the #1 treasure in the sword catacomb, the sword of the 5 absolutes immortal. Even the 10 famed swords added together could not compare to this Abandoned Sien. If it wasn't for that old man's seal, you wouldn't have been able to trap me. Cut the crap, hurry up and cut the chains of heaven and earth. There's no hurry. We agreed that when I become the owner of the Abandoned Sien sword, I will naturally let you out. Follow me and rule the world. It's better than being trapped here, Elder Tian said. He liked risks, but it did not mean that he did not know how to avoid them. Then come, my master. Chapter 1103. Golden Cicada, come out. Golden Cicada, do you know how many people I've eaten? Where's your merciful heart? Where's your repentance? Come out. In the pitch-black underground cave, the swarm of locusts whizzed past, setting off a mournful howl. It was like a gale on an icy plain. Regardless of whether there was a response, they roared day and night, stirring up the deepest darkness. Buzz. The swarm of locusts poured into a cave like a tide. The sea of blue butterfly flowers that had bloomed in the darkness for thousands of years were all dim and withered, completely devoured. Only a lonely stone platform was left in the middle. After a while, the buzzing sound faded away and two figures drilled out from under the stone platform. Phew, they're finally gone. These locusts seem to have gone crazy. Little Phoenix Li Fengyuan let out a breath. Only now did he feel the pain in his arm. The tiger girl, who was even more petite than him, was fiercely biting and letting out a low, angry roar. Her pair of tiger ears were all erect. "Smelly girl, have you bitten enough? How many times have I said that I'm your brother? Although we're not blood-related, we're closer than blood-related. If it weren't for me, you would have already been eaten by the locusts. You're still biting." Li Fengyuan waved his arm, trying to throw her off, but he didn't dare to use too much strength for fear of hurting her. Suddenly, he heard a slight flapping sound. A locust flew down from the stone pillar at the top of the cave, staring at them with a pair of cold, compound eyes. With a flash of a blade, Li Fengyuan waved Tiger Fang and cut this flying locust in half. At this time, a deafening buzzing sound came from the depths of the cave. "Oh no, we have to leave this place quickly." His figure turned, and flames soared all over his body. It illuminated the pitch-black cave and turned into pieces of gorgeous wings, revealing the shape of a phoenix. Grabbing the tiger girl with both claws, it flew away. A stream of brilliant light and overflowing flames sped through the dark cave. Buzzing sounds came from all directions, gradually closing in on them. Suddenly, the road ahead was blocked by a strange yellow face. It was formed by countless locusts, and its mouth opened and closed. It let out a hoarse voice. "It's actually a phoenix. It looks delicious. Hurry up and come over, let me have a taste of you." It suddenly opened its mouth wide and pounced over. "Taste your mother." Li Fengyuan steeled his heart and let out a resonant phoenix cry. He rammed his head into the strange yellow face. There was a loud bang. The monstrous face collapsed. Countless flying locusts scattered and turned into ashes in the flames, but more locusts swarmed up. It was as if he had sunk into a swamp. Everything he saw, heard, and sensed was endless locusts. This was not a simple gathering of a large number of locusts, but a closely related whole. The power of billions of locusts stacked on top of each other, causing a terrifying qualitative change. Li Fengyuan couldn't move an inch, and the flames on his body gradually weakened. He tightly protected the tiger girl in his arms, but he heard the hoarse voice say, "So hot! It's hot!" This was not a cry of pain. It was more like a gluttonous diner tasting a scalding hot delicacy, chewing it carefully and eagerly. "Ah, give me back my saber." The tigress girl struggled with all her might. "You want to use it to cut me again." Ouch! Li Fengyuan felt an extremely slight pain on his arm. A flying locust broke through the barrier of flames and ruthlessly bit him. Although it immediately turned into ashes, he felt a fatal threat. He thought, "Looks like I have no choice but to ask for help." He took out the jade talisman given by Li Qingshan and forcefully crushed it. Puff! A thunderous crack tore apart countless flying locusts. "So fast," Li Fengyuan said in surprise. A long black whip that resembled a poisonous dragon passed through the swarm of insects and wrapped around them. It pulled back, but the swarm tightly wrapped around them and refused to let go. The tiger girl snatched the tiger fang and forcefully slashed forward. A half-moon-shaped bloody light whizzed out and broke through the layers of swarm. Li Fengyuan also flapped his wings with all his might. His vision suddenly widened. The other end of the long whip was in the hands of a silver-colored woman. She was tall and graceful, but her expression was extremely cold. "Mother!" the tiger girl blurted out. "So it's not father, it's mother. Whatever, I'll lend you a hand." Li Fengyuan threw a fiery red parasol fruit into his mouth, and the flames on his body reignited. Helicoverpa Rosa glanced at him and waved the long whip with all her might. After the tiger girl swung the knife, her face turned pale. The madness in her eyes became more and more intense. Just when she was about to swing the knife a second time, it was snatched away by Helicoverparosa. Li Fengyuan's strength was comparable to that of a demon king. After joining forces with the powerful carapaced demon king Helicoverparosa, they barely resisted the fierce attacks of the swarm of insects. However, it was difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. Under the siege of the swarm of insects, they almost didn't dare to use any of their supernatural powers. Once their demonic chi was exhausted, they would be completely devoured. The swarm of insects seemed to be endless, and they gradually fell into a desperate situation. Why isn't father here yet? Li Fengyuan was anxious, but at the moment of life and death, he stimulated the hidden power in his body bit by bit. Shock of the ox demon. At the moment of life and death, an incomparably calm voice suddenly came from the top of the cave through the layers of soil and stones, followed by a loud bang. Boom! The solid and heavy soil and stones shook and split, collapsing and pouring down, burying them together with the swarm of insects. Earth force field! Father! Li Fengyuan's heart was filled with joy. Suddenly, he felt his body become light, and the soil and stones around him flew up together. Bright sunlight rushed into his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he had already left the underground cave. He saw the scenery on the ground and the figures standing in the sky. Father, you're too slow, Li Fengyuan shouted. I've been here for a long time. Otherwise, do you think you can play hide and seek for so long? Li Qingshan's mirror image had been wandering in the underground cave, secretly casting its supernatural powers several times to help Li Fengyuan and the tiger girl avoid the detection of the soaring locust king. What, then why didn't you make a move earlier? If I had made a move earlier, you wouldn't have had the chance to show off. Li Qingshan stared at the cylindrical hole below. The swarm of insects did not chase after them, but instead scattered back into the underground cave. He thought to himself, how patient! This is too much patience. These days, he had been looking for the soaring locust king's main body. Otherwise, in such a vast underground cave, it would take too much effort to kill all the locusts, and it would be difficult to complete before the golden cicada spirit king ascended. As long as the main body of the soaring locust king appeared, the Han residence was less than 1,000 miles away, and his main body would be able to arrive in an instant to execute the decapitation plan. However, the cautiousness of the soaring locust king exceeded his expectations. Even with so many insects surrounding them, the main body did not appear, and not even a trace of its aura was leaked. But thinking about it, it was to be expected. Although the golden cicada spirit king was focused on cultivation and preparing for ascension, it was not absolutely impossible for him to make a move. Once the main body of the soaring locust king appeared, it might not be the opponent of the golden cicada spirit king, and with his help, the soaring locust king would definitely lose. Only when the golden cicada spirit king underwent his tribulation, with the help of the power of the tribulation, would he have a chance to take revenge. Chapter 1104. The Han estate was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was bustling and noisy. The gloom from the past few days seemed to disperse slightly, as if it had returned to several decades ago, when the world was at peace. The school of the military did not have so many unnecessary formalities. Li Qingshan changed into a new set of clothes and stood at the entrance with Han Tie, welcoming the guests. There were many familiar faces among them, as well as blurry or people he did not recognize at all. When they arrived before him, they all became a little more careful, saying cautiously, "Congratulations." Li Qingshan received them all with a smile. His smile was not fake at all. Instead, it was joy from the bottom of his heart, which made him seem even more approachable than Han Tie on the side. As a result, The people who had interacted with him in the past could not help but stop worrying. They immediately became more enthusiastic. However, many people who had never interacted with him struggled to believe that he was the shrewd demon king of the North Moon, who had fooled everyone in the world. During this period of time, the reason for the battle on Great Buddha Mountain spread. The violent, bloodthirsty demon king had become the hero who had saved the Green Province in the blink of an eye. People could not help but find the matters of the world unpredictable. Some of them even doubted it. After all, that was the Sword Collection Palace. However, the Sword Collection Palace never responded to all of this, basically tacitly acknowledging the fact that they were colluding with the demon domain, which made people sigh. It was all thanks to this, or probably not a lot of guests would be bold enough to pay a visit. It was even more terrifying than facing the soaring Locust King himself. The Locust Plague was widespread, but they mainly slaughtered mortals. Even though a few cultivators had died in battle, not a single great cultivator had died to the insects. None of the great cultivators who had died on Great Buddha Mountain were nameless. Hua Sungzan and Hua Qinglu arrived together. He clasped his hands. "Qingshan, congratulations! Qingzan, I heard that the Hua family has relocated. I thought you wouldn't be coming. How can I not come to your wedding? Not to mention, there's no safer place in the entire Green Province than here." Hua Sungzan smiled. He had yet to recover his cultivation, but his bearing seemed even more graceful and composed. However, Hua Qinglu's expression became rather mixed. Li Qingshan blinked at her. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Hua Qinglu felt a sense of familiarity. He was still the same person. It was just that he was more high-spirited than before. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brotherly, you really know how to lie. And Big Brother, to think that I called you Big Brother. How dare you hide it from me for so many years?" Li Qingshan and Hua Sungzan looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan pretended to be serious and said, "How can you say that I'm lying? Li Qingshan has always been sincere to you. You still dare to speak?" Hua Qinglu called out. Han Tie coughed heavily. Li Qingshan chuckled. All right. Hurry up and go in. There are more people coming from behind." Hua Qinglu stepped through the door and turned around again. "Brotherly, I really am happy for you and Sister Han." Li Qingshan nodded. Hua Qinglu gazed at the side of his angular face and thought about how he protected her behind him when they first met. She suddenly felt a sliver of melancholy, but it was only melancholy. She was no longer the little girl from back then. 2 streaks of light descended from the sky. Yu Wuyang and Jin Fugue arrived at the entrance. They looked at the happy Li Qingshan with different expressions. Their intelligence was much better than regular cultivators. The Sword Collection Palace's collusion with the Demon Domain in an attempt to destroy the Demon Suppression Hall was basically certain now, but they found it to be much more absurd than regular cultivators. This was originally an irresolvable grievance, but right now, they were in no position to criticize Li Qingshan for the massacre. Instead, they blamed themselves for failing to recognize him. "Fellow cultivators, I didn't think we'd meet again so soon," said Li Qingshan. "Yeah, I really didn't." Jin Fugue sighed. Yu Wuyang furrowed his brows and said nothing, as if he was thinking about an extremely difficult problem. "Great General Yu, we'll be relying on you for today's ceremony," Li Qingshan smiled. As Han Qiongji's master and a great general king, Yu Wuyang was the most suitable person to host the wedding. He did not say anything else, only responding with a grunt. However, his arrival had already expressed his attitude. After all, Li Qingshan had shown mercy on Great Buddha Mountain. This was undeniable. The sun rose into the sky, and the guests all gathered together. They gradually relaxed, temporarily escaping from the soaring Locust King's shadow and seeking the protection of an even more powerful demon king. Just like Hua Sungzan had said, there was no safer place in the Green Province than here. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Li Qingshan glanced past the familiar faces one by one. Gu Yenying, Lu Chongqing, Lu Chuanfeng, Sun Fubai, Hao Pingyang. Various memories of him in the Clear River Prefecture flashed through his mind. His emotions fluctuated slightly, but he simply smiled. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura approach him, and he raised an eyebrow. A woman walked in. Her long dress trailed behind her, and she was dressed splendidly. Apart from her supreme beauty, she also gave off an extraordinary, strange charm. As she looked around, she was graceful, attracting everyone's attention. She stood in the center of the hall silently, staring straight at Li Qingshan. The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knew her name. Apart from her cultivation and charm, it was also because of her unclear relationship with the North Moon in the past, who was also the main character of today's wedding, Li Qingshan. Everyone's gazes moved back and forth between the two of them. Han Anjuan closed his eyes and sat there without moving, while Gu Yenying touched her lips and smiled silently. Hua Sengzan sighed inside and glanced at Hua Qinglu. However, there was no one else in Begonia's eyes. There was only Li Qingshan. She did not even blink. Haitang. Li Qingshan felt even more troublesome than facing the encirclement of a group of great cultivators when faced with her resentful gaze. Peach blossoms with human faces, a prophecy has come true. This is the will of the heavens. What more can I say? Begonia's mournful voice echoed through the quiet hall, but she did not rebuke him, nor did she make any requests. She turned around and left. The will of the heavens? Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. He did not take it seriously. Begonia shuddered and looked back. All she saw was his firm and composed smile, without the slightest hint of regret. She could not help but grit her teeth secretly. This guy, even now, he's still. Scorching heat rose up in her heart, perhaps due to anger or something else. A smear of red appeared on her pale face, but her desolation was completely swept away. She made up her mind and took off into the air. Humph, North Moon, just you wait. I'll make you understand my power sooner or later. Everyone who should be here is here. Li Qingshan shrugged and said to Gu Yenying in the crowd, Commander Gu, you're smiling so happily. Do you want to say something too? Do you really want me to say something? Gu Yenying was intrigued. Her smile was rather mischievous. Then I'll really say something. All right, forget it. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.